Welcome to the sandbox segment. As I said before, more games is always nice because it means that you have more games to play. And that's why we have to finish our game because we have 2 days and 18 hours. So 14 hours today, 14 hours tomorrow. That leaves one more day on Monday, but Monday I'm working, which means Monday we only have about 4 hours. So we upload on Monday. Well, we should try to upload by tomorrow during the art phase of the whole thing. And then Monday is really the final polish tweak / adding more things that we want, right? I have a fairly defined plan of what we need to do, kind of here. So Evolve Deadlock Reveal, Lunch Break Dio, yes, I watch Henya, and we go do, I need a copy of the notes, sorry. August 23rd. There's more notes. There's things that we started yesterday that we didn't finish, so I'll carry these over, and then we need to figure out what's being done and what's not being done. Once again, we're going to start off today with a little message from my fellow French Canadian about the state of what you have to deal with when you're dealing with snow. And again, the playlist that you're going to be hearing throughout the entire stream today is by an artist, or many artists actually, called Windows 96. Okay, not a real operating system, but an artist, as well as a collaboration that they did with a bunch of other artists. But first, a message from our sponsor.
De neige de tabarnak. The calice de neige.
Raid Shadow Legends. No, it's not Raid Shadow. Can you imagine? Embrace this. This is what we need as we're making our game. The calice. The tabernacle. Yo, that's me shoveling my driveway. Yeah, it's me and my wife too, actually. Thanks for recording and not helping. You know what's funny? Like a French person from France is like, why does he keep saying tabernacle? Like it's like, why does he keep saying tabernacle? Like this doesn't make any sense. But a French Canadian, they're like, they have their hands cupped over their ears and they're like, don't listen, Jimmy. You cannot listen to this. But in French. Don't listen to this, Jacques. The best part right here. I don't know why he had a hammer ready. I really don't know why he had. I mean, I know why he had the hammer ready. Sometimes you need to get like ice is hard, okay? I'm so glad I found this video. What a great intro to every single Snowjob stream. What's funny is that the VOD viewers can't hear a single thing. The VOD viewers have no clue what this person is saying. And the only way that they'll know is if they come watch live to listen to that guy say tabernacle. Tabernacle. This goddamn tabernacle. My Christian tabernacle. That's basically what he says. But yeah, we're going to be making this a game. So we have 3 days left. Imagine if Raid Shadow Legends did sponsor us. That'd be interesting. But no, we have no sponsor. But we need to add to the slew of games coming out. Now, you may hear from my voice. I'm kind of tired. I didn't realize that my sleep was so bad. I think just because I was so excited, but also so annoyed as well. So I was like, I don't know what to do. So I was just kind of tossing and chatting. So hopefully the coffee kicks in. Because we need to go right away and start building the game out ASAP. Now, every day there's a new update for Sandbox. So again, if I lag every now and then, just know that I'm not trying to. They just push updates. They're very fast on updating Sandbox. Very, very fast. They go ridiculously fast. You thought that I said my Christian tabula rasa for right? My Catholic tabernacle. What's funny about this with Sandbox actually is that I think I'm the only person streaming this most of the time. So usually, this is weird, but whenever you do stuff on Twitch, it has this thing where it tells you how many people are watching the category and stuff. There are very, very few people who ever actually go onto the category of Sandbox. Look, this is at most this is what you have. people going onto the category of like sandbox. You have somebody who's playing the games on sandbox, which is actually very. They're playing the game jam games, so we're gonna play the game jam games after I'm done making my thing. We have a veteran server founder making their own game, so I'm curious what that means, and also what Gmod veteran slash server founder. What isn't? Anyways, I guess we're all server founders technically. But let's see how it goes. Gary Newman is a cuckold. What? What? Well, and then it's the same person from last time. So you know what? There isn't really much out there for Sandbox. Yeah. So we're pioneering the development, I guess, stream of this thing here. Um, Amazing. By the way, this banger of a song is "Skunk" by Vision featuring Windows 96. Please go listen to that song. It's so good. You can hear it here. Look, just like listen to it. So good. Because we have to wait till we load anyway, so just enjoy the music for a little bit. In fact, I'm going to do something. I'm going to implement audio ducking right now because I need to. Otherwise, there's going to be a lot of empty spaces as I stream where I'm thinking about things. So I'd like the music to pop in for you so you can listen to it. What the fuck? What the fuck? Well, why is like the first link of the tutorial on how to do audio ducking on OBS from a person who runs a site called Orange Juice Liberation Front? What? That's weird. Anyways, give me a moment to set this up. That way, the music you at least have something to like fill in the empty space as I think about things. Okay, chat. But it is hidden in its compressor filter. Yes, that's the filter. So, you can find it with the thing. Here we go. So for the thing that I want to make it go lower, because my setup is kind of weird, do the compressor. Yeah, here we go. Let me do. Yeah, here we go. Then we do the source. So let's just default this thing. Put all the default. Yep. And we do this based on. Holy shit! I have like 30 different audio sources. Oh Jesus Christ! Okay, let's try this. Okay, so Libner is on, and if I do like this, okay, so now most really it's anything in the sidechain ducking source. So the compressor, and as high up as it can go. 32. Sure. Testing. No. How strongly you want the audio to reduce? If you hear more of the audio, you reduce this to 120. Which is reduced even more strongly. We also set the attack to 1 second. Okay, yep. And then the release to 1 second. As soon as you start speaking. Testing. Wait, maybe it should go, like a release should be very, very slow, actually. How, if I do release for like a whole second, right? So like this, it gets really, I need to mute it on my end, because I can hear it myself. So I need to kill the music for myself. How do I kill the music for myself? I am killing it. Well, that doesn't make sense. If I'm monitoring it, what? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, what does it sound like? If I monitor this to myself, monitor and output mic 2? What? Why am I monitoring mic 2? Sorry, chat, just give me a second here. Monitor and output. All right. Okay. Testing. Testing. Okay, it kind of works. It kind of works, but it's not like, well, it definitely works to bring it down a bit as I don't talk. I can see it. There's no need to hear it if you can see it, right? Believe it. We'll just leave it like this. Thank you, Orange Juice Liberation Front. Why is your website named that? I mean, who am I to talk? Who am I to talk when my website is named like whatever it's named for me too? Who am I to talk? Yeah, there we go. See, that's when I get quiet, it comes back in really, really nicely. Testing. So yeah, we need to finish this game up. Okay, we're mostly done. We have actually most of the things in. We just need to do all of this now in 14 hours. Now what's funny is that because I'm so behind, it's like basically this is we're at the point where the game jam for Sandbox is now just a normal game jam, right? Because most game jams give you like 3 days. Like you know the GMT, like the GMTK game jam, the Game Maker's Toolkit, which by the way is funny because that one's happening at the exact same time. Yeah, that one only gives you like a weekend. So now it's just a normal game jam. Let's see how far I can go. We have most of these things done. Most of the I guess like implementations done. We have the snowball stuff at the bottom here. We don't have the roll yet, but we have the ability to like throw it down. We know what to do. The attachment I think is the next thing that we need to start on. So if we get the attachment as well as the rotation fix, as well as the system to catch things that fall out of the world, I think we're going to be good. Otherwise, I build like a cage on the map. We also need to fix how the snowball rolls. Right now, it's a physics thing. Right now, physics. But we want to control this kind of on our own. So I only want physics to kick in near the last second. But I also don't want to do the math. So there's a problem here, right? If you do everything by yourself and you re-implement physics, okay? You ever heard of science? Well, see, the problem with science is that it's fundamental. It forms the laws of the world that we live in, and it forms the laws that most game engines will try to simulate as best as they can. If you have to do it yourself, you need to handle like rolling something, moving something on a plane. Very simple, right? Very very simple. No need to handle anything. No special cases. You just move it and make sure that whatever axis is like on this plane. Shit, it is weird. That whatever axis is on this plane doesn't like like that it doesn't move along this like this axis here, okay? Where it gets tricky is when you get something like this. What do? If you just move it, it'll move at the same rate the entire time. Or if you just do it naively, you'll just be pushing up against it such that as you go up, it's still pushing towards this way. When realistically, you need to redirect the force such that it should be going like this. So basically, you need to look at the normal of the floor that it's standing on, and then you need to adjust the direction of the push force based on that. Then you also have to take into account force loss and the effect of gravity on something, right? Which is a whole other calculation that you have to do at the same time too, which doesn't affect you when you're going like this, but as soon as you apply some Z element, then it does. So you have to apply a counterforce of gravity onto your acceleration of this thing. It's not that complicated, like realistically, because again, you just do a ray trace to the floor, like against whatever the floor is, or the bottom of the object, and then you like do it like that, right? But then even that has a question of like, what is the bottom? Because even though the snowball might be here, well, guess what? If you don't rotate it correctly, right? And you just naively move it upwards, then guess where the bottom is? Still there. Like this thing needs to be rotated like this in order to be able to get a new down direction like this. But you can't rotate it too far because it has to be rotated towards the exact angle of the floor, which requires you know what I mean? Like it's kind of like you have to do a dot product basically and see if it's zero. And then it's like, I don't know if I want to do all that when I can just have the physics engine work and then I just push by applying a force, right? Like some kind of push force over here. So it's why I decided to stick with this idea of using the physics. Whether or not I decide that now or last night doesn't really matter. Let's just say that it was last night, so I seem like more of a genius and not an idiot. But I think we should use the physics. We do a push force on it, and then everything will just kind of handle naturally, right? It'll just rotate normally. But we need to do it in a way that feels good to the player. So right now, whatever the surface is of the snowball feels awful. Also, the music is ducked too far now. Give me a second. It's like testing. -11 on my threshold. Jesus. What? I don't like noise around here? Jesus Christ. Testing. Testing, 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 testing. I want the ratio to be perfect. Testing, 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 testing. Testing, 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 testing. There we go. Good, good, good. Just a very, very slight duck so it sounds not too quiet, but also so you can still kind of hear it, and it should fade in and out fairly slowly. Let's do attack of like 30. I think that's a good. Well, it has to feel smooth. I think attack of like 80 is good. I'll just like preempt everything with like a, you know what I mean? To really get it going. Because like here, quiet, look, quiet. Brings it down, slowly brings it down. See that? And then we start talking. Maybe ratio 3. Testing, 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 testing. Perfect. Perfect. Magnifique. Oh, so good. Testing, 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 testing. Testing! Yeah, it's good. So yeah, we're gonna have to figure out how this goes. Again, I think the physics way is probably the best way to really simplify the model for us when we do it as well. And then we don't really need to deal with like, during all these like figuring out what is like the normal of the floor, what is like, the dot product between our movement and like the angle of the wall, and like what is even the angle of the wall. I don't know how to get that. I don't even know, like, I don't know the mathematical way of getting the angle of the wall. I just know that if I rotate the thing, it'll happen to be that whatever is the down portion of it is basically done. You could theoretically take the direction of the plane that is up, because the plane itself is a game object. Presumably, well, it depends on how we do the model, I guess. But say you build a map that is not just 2 planes, right? Say you build a map where it's like an actual like mountain, like a normal mountain, like you would see normally, with like terrain tools and like stuff, right? This whole thing is a game object. In which case, well, up here, I mean, up for the entire thing is just this way. But what is up right at this particular point? What does it mean to be facing away from it towards, the outside and not going inside? I don't know how to do that. So we're going to stick with a simple physics model. We're going to roll this a bad boy. My idea is that because it's just a rigid body, we just disable motion after a couple seconds. if it's not on like a hill and it has no gravity acting on it, so if there's no linear velocity as a result of gravity within some error margin, right? Because physics, it can get kind of wonky, especially with the way snowballs are. And because the snow model that we're going to make is eventually going to be lumpy. Because snow is lumpy. I've never seen someone make a perfect snowball. And if they do, then they're just an ice wizard. You don't want to deal with them. By the way, this thing has 1 million words. What the fuck? I don't think this thing has words. I don't know if I would consider this words or like... This is not a language. You know what I mean? This is a mess. This is not a language. This is a travesty. Oh fuck the UI. I'll get into the UI too. But for the most part, it should be simpler to go with physics. We just disable the rigid body after a certain period of a time. Make sure there's no gravity affecting it, and thus it's no longer moving. And if it stays still for like for enough time, we keep it still. We need to adjust the physics surface of it, I think is what it's called. Basically, the way that it feels as a physics object. So right now, I think I have it feeling like mud, which I don't think is actually the correct thing to use. I think I have it feeling like mud. Where is it? Well, okay, maybe that's why, because I removed it. But it did have the mud surface before, but I don't know if this is the thing that controls the physics feel of it, or if this is the thing that controls how it handles, say, lighting or shadows or something. So I don't really know. But the goal is to do something like that, such that it'll feel good for when the player rolls it, so it feels like snow. I want you to think that this is an actual like place, like a snowy place, right? I want you to feel like you've been transported to the middle of like, I don't know, Canada, of like French Canada. Because for some reason we have no snow in like Ontario. Well, at least Southern Ontario, Northern Ontario's got a lot, but let's just say Southern Ontario is kind of drier. And then we just do that. We also need to do the UI. And I'm terrified of UI because I think I have it in my notes, actually. I think I have it in my notes. UI, this is going to be ungodly because who the fuck uses Blazor? I wrote that at like 2 a.m. sometime this week, so we're going to see how it goes. But I feel comfortable with HTML in general. Not like, I mean, obviously HTML, I've said this before, with the syntax of HTML is really simple. The syntax of HTML and CSS is really simple. in that it's just this, and then it's just like selectors, and then like this. The hard part is that every single thing that you use is a new API, like mix something. What was it? Mix, blend, mix mode, and then this thing has its own thing that's completely different from like, say, like a display or like a say like a background or like a. All of these are completely different from like a transition. It's like stuff like that. So even though I'm comfortable with it, I'm still gonna be lost anyways. In Blazor, like the model doesn't really make sense in my mind the way it works. I still don't know how you get like an actual razor file to work in your project. Like I don't know why, but our razor file doesn't do anything. So we need to figure out like a whole bunch of things here. It's gonna be fun, and then once we're done that, we need to do the rest of this. So, but for now, focus on the snowball that we have. We have snowball throwing, kind of. We have the ability to push it forward, but we have no ability to actually handle it like a normal throwable thing. So maybe we should do this first. No, we have the ability to push it. That's fine. To handle the reaction to pushing, sometimes it's funny to have balls just laying around, right? So we'll focus on the snowball stuff first. Snowball melting is in. With the snowball is rolling, but it ain't rolling nicely. So too much roll. What else was there? Yeah, we got okay. We're doomed. Let's see how far we get, chat. Now, what's funny is that my license for Rider is eventually gonna run out, right? Because Rider, I think the license is like what? I think the trial is like for like a month. So at some point, it's gonna like disappear. Who? This is cool. Like it fits with their color scheme, but this, I don't know. Like this doesn't tell me much. Like this reminds me. You know what this reminds me of? Reminds me of a developer thinking, yeah, this will get the point across. But then I look at this and I go, like, I don't know where the fuck my eyes are supposed to go. Eventually I'll like get it, and eventually I'll read it all. But I don't know if I would have preferred this or I would have preferred just like a basic list, right? There's something about the way that web design has moved towards large cards and like a mobile first design, but also like this idea of like hero pages and like visuals of a content that I feel like is rotting me. Because remember the Orange Juice Liberation Front? Look, hero page, all content. And then testimonials. Continuous improver at Aviva Solutions. What? What does that mean? Continuous improver. What? I'm a continuous improver. Every day I get better. Should I get that title? I don't know what that means. What does that mean? I'm a continuous improver. Is it? But are you and I the same? I don't know if we're the same. What does that mean? Anyways, fuck it. We'll just figure it out. But this trial will eventually run out. So, and if I want to buy it, it's like 150. So, which isn't bad. That's like not a. This is honestly IMO. Like it's a lot of money in an objective sense, but relative to the value that you get, you cannot discount the power of a good development tool like JetBrains. And I'm already paying for JetBrains something else. So does it really matter? Not really. I already pay for Sea Lion. So what the fuck is JetBrains AI? $100 for this shit? What is this? I've had younger or like junior coworkers ask me like, what do I think about AI? And then I was like, would you trust code written by yourself? And they're like, no. And then, as like a joke. But then I was also like, that's kind of like what happens when you use the AI tools to write code, is that they're really good at getting the boilerplate out of the way. And there's a lot of boilerplate, especially for things like web development, even like backend stuff. There's like a lot of boilerplate. I mean, boilerplate is the natural result of what happens when you build an abstraction that's so good that it covers all of your use cases, right? Because then you use the boilerplate to save yourself time in the long run doing even more complex things under the hood, such that you could focus only on your business domain. The problem is that that's all it's really good for at the moment, and I haven't really seen it do very, very well at going further than that. So you use that stuff, and I don't know if you really want to. Anyways, we'll just focus on this. We know what to do. Our license is going to run out eventually. We need to fix this snowball by... Well, what are we doing? I need to organize this list. Step one, organize the list. Step one, where is Snowjob? Where's that to-do list? August 13th. Yeah, fuck no. This is never gonna happen. August 13th? Fuck no. What a pipe dream. I didn't know that work would get so like hectic very, very quickly. Sorry, chat. I was also like I was really hoping to stream more like for this month too, but I just it was nice to get a job again, obviously, because then I can get more stuff for you guys. But it's just a reality that like, goddamn, I didn't expect it to be that rough in terms of like how much stuff I needed to do. Because again, I'm like now a de facto lead on the front end stuff, which really sucks. But also like, it's not bad. It's not the worst thing. It's just like okay, like it means that I gotta do a lot more. So all of this. Okay, so all of these. Okay, so I need to do all of these too. I don't know what these are. What have we done from this list? Let's actually double check here. What even is sandboxing? Okay, so we know this. I see code now. What did Neo say in The Matrix? What was his line? Neo, I see code. What is this again? I can see the Matrix or something. I don't know. Well, I see code now, so I know what Sandbox has and how it kind of works under the hood now. And it actually is nice. Okay, what have we done? At the bare minimum for the MVP, multiple people building together. Call them Snow Patriots. maybe rethink this. This is going to get nasty very quickly. I can predict how online people are going to take the term Snow Patriots and how quickly they're gonna try to co-opt this and how quickly it's gonna devolve into memery that borders on uncomfortable vibes. So maybe not Snow Patriots. So we'll move away from that term. Snowjob is already a risky term. Okay, Snowjob. I don't even know if I can submit it to the game jam with the name Snowjob. But on the front page of Sandbox, actually think about it, on the front page of Sandbox, they advertise a game called. Wait, what's on the front page? It was somewhere here where they advertised a game called Suka game. Suka game. So maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine. It should be okay. Should be fine. So if they can have Suka game, I can have Snowjob. I need my coffee. Built-in networking stuff. Yep. This is simple, but then we do it by I actually scoped this out a bit more further down here, but basically what I want to have is such that you always try to join the server that's open before making your own. If it's a player cap, there's a problem with the server where it's like I can imagine what happens, like because there's technically no load balancing. I don't think it's just whatever server is you should join first. Or maybe we can implement that as part of the getting people to join automatically. But I know that you're able to open the server browser. But I want people to do is just to quickly join like a lobby. Join the lobby that's already open. If it gets full though, and you open another server and then a third server, and then the first and second server start to pull in users, that third server will eventually die. And it sucks because like the snow structures only live on the server. Like as soon as the server is gone, it's just gone. Like forever. So that's also a problem too of like when the server dies, like everyone's work is like gone. And I don't know how to like stop that necessarily without making our own server. And I don't think it makes sense for people to like save it to their like save states. I don't even know if there is there save state? Like is there like a way for you to get like a player's saving stuff? I don't know, like I gotta go stats. This is there how you submit data to get player stats. What's this? Package identity, long Steam ID. Okay, increment set value. We can only set numbers. Well, that's okay. Well, so this says a lot. I mean, this says exactly what you think it says. You can only set numbers. And for me to serialize something like, say, a snow structure, I would need to serialize at the minimum how many snow structures are there, the position of each one. So, and in every position is 3 components. So you need 3 numbers. Or you do bit packing into, into a 64-bit. Wait, is this 64-bit double? No, it'd be a 128-bit double. So you split that thing by like 30. Like, it's just too much. It's just too much. So okay, yeah. So saving is gonna be like weird. It's only gonna be on the server. That was always gonna be the case until I make our own custom server for it, which I have to for like the later portions of it for the Christmas stuff. But we'll see how it goes. So this will mean that the server that everything will disappear once players leave, but that's a problem for the me of tomorrow. And also because Christmas is still like a couple months away. That's why I said about this like game jam. I said about this game jam. I was like, oh yeah, this we still have time for this game jam. It's gonna be a while until the game jam really kicks off. What a fool I was. What a fool I was. Why can't I do the release longer than a second? I really wish I could. So let's see. We do that. Server auto join. We just do this. I really should think about the structure of this file. This is getting very annoying. And at some point, this will be on my website. Again, I haven't had time to update anything at all. It's just been so busy. But again, the plans for the website is still there. We are going to make a Sims-like thing for chat members to join into, which is it'll be funny. Just imagine, right? Somebody like woohoo someone, or like someone takes a shit in like someone else's house, but like another chat member's house. That'd be funny to me. And I could even make it so that the amount of money that you have in your bank is how many channel points you have. Like Sims channel points equal their bank points. Can do custom redeems of any amount via the API, not tied to anything on the channel itself. Which means can theoretically make a store where your currency to increase your virtual lifestyle is based on how often you watch me. Oh, that's the ultimate parasocial angle. I like this. It reinforces the parasociality. Let's just say that. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's genius. That's good. See, that's actually good. Fucking genius. Yeah, yeah. Will I type again? Oh, yeah. So we got that. But that's a problem for me tomorrow, so people will just disappear. It's fine. Server auto join. Keep players thing. Okay, how do I... Okay, so server auto join. Just always auto join. Depending on how we can slot players automatically into existing lobbies. I mean, that's not really server auto join. It's lobbies. I just use the term server because like whether you do it in your own server or like in the game's lobby system, that's still technically servers just being hosted somewhere. So depending on how we can slot players automatically into existing servers, some servers might never see new players and will just die naturally due to lack of attrition. Or what's attrition? What's the opposite of attrition? Hey, you've got a delivery for a V-stick thong of a German poo water. Oh boy, my German poo water. So for context, if you're not in the Discord channel, then you're missing out. In the Discord, we have a channel called Poop in Progress where people can post their food because it's poop in progress. Fellow streamer Narf posted German poo. And this is a coffee maker. For context, this is just a very normal thing in like Asian stores, okay? Even back home for me, like, no, hell, even here, like a lot of Asian stores, you'll go in and they'll have the funniest names for things, and it's like, why is it named this? It's so funny to me. So yeah, just know that it happens. Just know that boy oh boy is it funny. It's actually pretty funny. Anyways, can you leave it by my toilet? Thanks. I showed the German poo water on stream, by the way. Why do they have that? Why is it like? How did it get translated to German poo? The word, like the actual word, it like the word that I see there, in Chinese, it doesn't mean that. Wait, was it Chinese? Yeah, it was. Yeah, it's like the word. Well, I mean, I guess it's. I mean, you don't really know. It's kind of hard. Well, no, you kind of know. Like you know, but like it's. I'm trying to. This. Do you know there's CJK? Okay. Some places use CJK even though they could just use whatever natural script they have. Some places just go all the way with CJK. So there's some shared meaning. Because at least here, it's like that. Here, like everything is in CJK, even though it's like a whole different language. They just like do it just to make sure that more people can like read it. Let's see. Problem me tomorrow. Depending on how we slot players in, and say spawn point in the middle of the map. Okay, good. As you move, large snowball, the harder the roll. Other people help you push a snowball. Train system. Over time, snowball will melt if it stops moving for a certain period of time. Scales with the mass of the snowball. And yeah, scales with the mass of snowball, both in terms of how much distance to move to stop it from melting, as well as how fast it melts. Larger snowball melts slower than small snowball. Snowy map. We need particles. FPS controls. Button to push hands out that will then push whatever it is in front of it forward. So I'm gonna so this I've rethought this. I think it should be like a distinct push. Like it shouldn't just be a push force that you just push out from your hands. Like I don't want people to like Voldemort or like what's his name from the Darth something? No, not what's his name from Star Wars? I don't want people to like Palpatine, things across the like map. That'd be weird. I want it to be like an actual thing using the highlight feature. So we'll use the highlight feature in order to make it work. No, not Harry. I don't even think he has any hair anymore. I'm pretty sure as he goes to the dark side. It is have you noticed this actually? Most of the dudes on the dark side had no hair. Why is that? Think about that. Think about that. Is bald evil? I'm bald, by the way. Or I'm balding. Harry Palpatine. Honestly, the word Harry Palpatine sounds like a fruit. Like it sounds like durian or like lychee or something. Like it sounds like a variety of fruit. And it's like it sounds tasty, but like not tasty too. So button to initiate push motion on whatever player is looking at if it's within a particular range. So we already have this, can also be done on players, and then all objects have a resistance that is used to face against the push force known as the mass. And then this is separate from the physics mass. And then when the player moves backwards, or the distance between the player and the pushed object. Well, I guess in general, when the distance between the pusher, between the plower and the plowable get too far apart, automatically disconnect them. You sound tasty, but like not tasty. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it sounds tasty, but like not tasty. You're a snack, but not really though. I'm just kidding. I'm cringe. Sorry, give me a second. I need to check my phone. Okay, good. Okay, I think that's actually most of the notes. I think that's most of what we changed. Snowballs can melt, so we have the snowball melting now. So we have the logic for this thing. We need throwable things. Because I really want to organize this now so that we have a good game plan of what we're doing. So we need to. So let's see. Multiple people. As you move, you can choose to roll a snowball. Can push things. Can roll a snowball. Will my game have a pregnancy toggle? We could. I don't know if it would do anything, but sure. You know what? I'll just add it. Fuck it. I'll just add it. Snowy map. We need particles as well as the actual terrain of the map. So this is the thing that I want to look into. Attempt to use the terrain system in a dynamic way such that I can deform the surface depending on what's stepping on it. E.g., uh, the phone surface as snowballs roll over it. So when people walk, footprint decal, very simple, has like a surface. Can you do? Can you do what's that like normal mapping? Can you do normal mapping on like a decal? I don't know. Because if you could, then you could do like a pseudo 3D effect, right? But otherwise we just do a decal on the floor, kind of cartoony. It kind of floats, but that's fine. But the key is that I want to deform it as snowballs roll over it up to like a certain amount, and then attempt to use terrain system to dynamically adjust floor level over time as snowfall drops. Because I think that'd be interesting. But this also has some gameplay rules around it, e.g., how close to existing structures, etc., that may make it more annoying than fun. Yeah, we have the kind of FPS controls already. We don't we kind of have this. We have the highlight of it. So we have the highlight things when looking at them. We actually kind of have this. It just wasn't fully working because I need to add something one more thing. So we have the way to track the push strength. Well, we kind of do. It's this is mostly this will mostly be in the train game system. So it's kind of there, but not really. Like the game system exists, but it's not fully done yet. Player models. So I've decided on the artistic vision of this game. This is the final send off for Terry. I'm gonna do a final send off for Terry because he's disappearing after this. We're going towards like dudes, like normal dudes, like like Jimmy from The Office or something. So final send off for Terry. We just dress him up in some nice winter clothes and we see him off. We make some animations and he's good to go. I refuse to lose Terry. Oh, yeah. So we do that building mechanic to build snow charges off. We have to do this. The balls must be able to roll off. I actually don't think this should be the case anymore. I think it should be. It should just be that the balls can just stick onto the structure. So there's no need to worry about placing it correctly because then we get into this complication of like, how do you make it sticky enough? How do you like? What is the limit? Like, how do you define the rules around it in a way that isn't just physics? Because by default, physics is like if it's not perfectly balanced, it'll fall off. But in a game, you want some leeway to make it feel fun, and that's too much to solve. So we need to keep the balls loose. Sorry, we need to keep the balls tight. So the balls will be tight on the on the shaft. So we have the loading the snowball in actually. So we have the loading the snowball. We don't have impact stuff. This is actually a generic throwable impact system for all projectiles, even e.g. items. Man, you hate when your balls stick onto my structure. That's good. That's really good. So this is not done yet, but we have it. We have something to like make for this, so we're gonna make that. Snowballs, when dropped, will fade over time. So actually, this is the melting thing that I mentioned. Over time, snowball will melt. So actually, that's done up there. So large ones disappear. Large ones can disappear over time, but slowly. Must be done with force and in an arc of sorts. We didn't really fully scope out what that was yet, but it's not too bad. So this is done. This is a very messy document, but it's fine. Can be used and stick to structures as they're thrown on. So there's actually a generic throwable. So once we're done, that's good. Camera system for screenshots for like in-game camera system. This one we'll just have to wait. Like this will be a Monday if we can get to it kind of thing, not a MVP thing. Because what's the point of a camera system if there's nothing to take a photo of, right? Like it's it's one of those catch-22s, right? Like which came first, the chicken or the egg? But instead of the chicken and an egg, it's my game or like the built-in camera system. So this will wait. This will wait. It's not complicated to do, but there's better things to spend time on. And even though it's not complicated, control of it and mapping control of it in a way that makes sense for the player is annoying. Oh, I love coffee. Sorry about that. So, actually, Ken, uh, it is actually, yeah, it is definitely, it's not probably, it is absolutely as simple as a secondary camera, and then player can interact with the camera to move it around. Think tripod, and when the player moves out of it, and then when the player disconnects from it, it'll keep its existing viewport this way, and then like a remote like camera button thingy or something, right? It's okay, so that's easy. Random shit around the map to find distinct to your structure. Think of how people find the perfect three-pronged branch to hand an arm or something. To hand an arm? What? To add an arm or something. So roll your snowball. So we need to add this actually as part of this. But when we do this, rolling the snowball will find things. Large variety of items. So we have cosmetics. I still think Jacqueline Monroe is like a stupid enough idea that isn't tasteless. Is it tasteless to have a thing called Jacqueline Monroe? I was thinking about this, right? Is it tasteless to have it called Jacqueline Monroe? Because I just think of like a very fleshy colored, like, because me and my wife, again, like the whole story behind this was my wife and I went to like a nail store, and then and then we found these like fake practice like feet and like hands, and then I was thinking in my head that's like perfect, and then I wrote it down on my phone like this is my Jacqueline Monroe, and I was like this should be in my game. But is that tasteless? Like, is it insensitive in some way? It's not a reference to like anyone is. Do I know what jelking is? I know what jelking is. It's why it's called Jacqueline Monroe. It's funny. Wait, who is Jacqueline Monroe? Maybe that's the name that is similar to that. Jacqueline Fernandez. No. Jacqueline Monroe was an actress and the host of a podcast. What? Jack Monroe was a British writer and food person. Jackie Monroe is on NBC as a news anchor. Okay, well, Jacqueline Monroe is not a real person, so there's no reference to a real person because that's the closest name that I could think of to Jacqueline. And Monroe is, I think, a very like interesting last name to have. So I think Jacqueline Monroe is good. So yeah, this game is so Canadian. That's exactly what. See, I'm glad that you think so. You know who else thinks so? The tabernacle. Yeah, this is exactly what I mean. That's a vibe that I'm going for, right? Is this idea of just like life as a kid in Canada with like snow. I don't know. Like I did this. I rolled snowballs at school. Like I was known as the dude who like rolled the biggest snowball. Like it got to the point where I just kept on like rolling it over and over and over, and then like I recruited more people into rolling the snowball with me. Like I recruited like literally my entire grade plus one grade up and down, and it was like a 5 grade school. Snowball Andy. Look, it was so fun though. Listen, when you don't know fun when you have like 15 kids. Well, okay, listen, I was also a kid. Just for context, I was also a kid at the time. I was in school at the time. You don't know fun when you and your fellow kids are rolling a snowball like we're all Sisyphus. And if and up a hill, like I actually liked the game. It was so fucking funny because we failed, and it broke in half, and then we just built it again. I'm just saying, like you guys have never lived. You've never lived. Simple networking. Okay, so the map itself. Okay, snow, fall from sky, land on floor. See if we can make it affect terrain dynamic. Actually, I have all these notes over here. Okay, so how the snowball rolls. We need to fix that. We need to fix how the snowball rolls. So remove that. Snowball. Wait, there's already snowy map at the top. I guess this was for the snow fall from sky. Watching the stream makes me feel like Sisyphus. You're not the one doing the work rolling the ball. What the? You're like the other. You are one of the. Listen, chat. You are one of the members of the rest of the pantheon who has condemned Sisyphus to rolling this stupid ball up a mountain. Okay, you are watchers. You're cucks. You're cucks watching me roll the ball. I'm the one doing the work. You feel like the ball. I'm the one doing the work. Oh man, that's funny. That's actually funny. I'm the one doing the work. Well, how did Snowball tweak how the Snowball rolls? Right now, physically, we want to control this kind of on our own. So, disable motion. As long as gravity isn't affecting it. This is like the physics body plus linear velocity check. A check within error margin, or like check within margin times ball mass. And then we'll do it like that. And then the rest of the systems, like every system is sort of its own thing, and they should all interact with each other in a very natural way. You try sitting through the stream. I'm living it. I'm living it. You try sitting through the streams. You try sitting through this stream, streamer. Try to see it from my perspective, buddy. I'm living it. And I hate it. I hate it. That's the UI. Well, not that I hate it, but you know what? We have very little time left, to say the least. We're very, very tight on time. This is gonna be ungodly because who the fuck uses Blazor? Nice to haves. Okay, we'll just try to. We'll forget nice to haves shit thing. We'll actually no. Nice to have this thing. Yeah, system that catches things that fall off the world. Again, sorry. Lots of planning. Like this is all very important here. UI planning is actually 99% of your work in most programming projects. I've been spending the last week in my job planning, and if things are going well, and like once I'm done planning, I can pump out code. Like I pump out, like I pump. You know what I mean? But like until then, all you do is plan to like get things done. So, is there an easy way? Initial idea is to try a map-wide trigger at 0Z with 9999 height, width, length, with minus 99999 and then 9999 with length. With trigger listeners that handle this per thing. Problem: is there a way for the trigger to report back things that touches it automatically without a listener? That way we only have to mark things as important and everything else can just be deleted. That's my thinking on that. That's what I think can happen. I just don't know how triggers work in Sandbox. I just don't know. Okay, so we now need... Okay, so throwable thing. What have I done here? That's like done. Let's see. I don't know. So, okay, so throwable thing. Okay, similar in everything. Delegate for when impact. Those impacted by can determine what to do. Well, not even like a delegate. Even like really just a collision listener. So, throw... There we go. See that? That's why we have terms, chat. That's why we have terms. That's why we think about these things. You know what I mean? This is why. Delegate... handle collision reaction on the impact side, not the throwable side. I guess like a collision listener of sorts that handles specifically our throwables and can pull info from the throwable on what to do at that moment. Is that stupid? No, that's stupid. No, yeah, that's stupid. It should just be handle collision reaction on the throwable itself, because if we do it on everything has to be aware of it. Whereas on the throwable itself, if it defines other things like it Like it defines okay what happens in the stuff. Or like what should happen, like paint a decal or add something or to deform mesh. It should be on the throwable itself. Okay. Snowball throw, so much snowball roll, too much roll. Trains. Where's my trains? I wanna run a train on you. Gonna roll a snowball. Train system. There we go. Tweak how the snowball rolls. Other people can help push a snowball. The train system. So train system is there. There was another place that I said train system. This. So we already have the thing. It's technically a plowable. So we already have this. So anything that has the plowable components. Okay. Okay, so we're actually better off than I thought we were. I was correct that we're actually mostly done. Which is interesting, actually. Attaching the form structures, we have that. Attachment system is a key piece. Items that do these things, move these. Okay, crouch and rotation fix. Right, so now there's the bug side of like, okay, well, bugs. Bugs. Rotation fix. Parents not following camera. I had an intuition about this. That was correct, but I forgot it. So continue in my day until it strikes my head again. FPS controls includes crouching. Oh jeez, oh heck. Oh jeez, oh heck. Oh jeez, oh heck. Crouching. Here we go. You know what's sad? I'm the only person that's been streaming this game. Except for somebody who's like a, I don't know, server owner and vet. I'm very curious to see what is like going on. And then somebody who like had like a Gary Newman is a cuckold as like an image on the stream. I don't know what's going on. I just know that something weird's going on, and I just know that I'm the only person that's like trying to make something. Maybe I don't know if I'm the only person actually. Actually, at least on stream, there's actually a lot of entries. I think there's like 50 entries. So I'm so curious to see everyone else's game too. I can't wait to see what they've done with it because I almost feel like maybe my idea is like very, very weak and not fun. So intro with the person smashing. Oh yeah, this was for sorry, that was for this. That was for the stream. Every single time we start the stream, we do the Carlis, the Tabernacle, the Carlis, the Carlis, the Tabernacle, the Christos, the Tabernacle, Calvaire, the Carlis, the Tabernacle, the Carlis, the Tabernacle, the Carlis, the Tabernacle. Whatever's missing the day before. Dynamic terrain deformation, we have this. Wait, do we have that kind of? The map itself and the players. Replicate networking. Networking. Okay, first off, map. Snowy map. Attempt to use in such a form. As players walk over it, do footprint decal. In future, maybe deform it to shape a foot. Might be too complicated and not add much. Networking. So replication and RPCs for very bits of game logic. This. My idea is that it shouldn't be too hard to add these, but the RPC side is going to be the weird part because I don't even know who wants to own certain things. Like ownership of like different game objects. That's really a problem at the moment. I don't know what to do. I don't even know like what makes sense from like a actual good practice perspective. So we'll figure that out. And then also I had something about the map. Oh yeah, different types of snow. Okay, so in the future, different types of snow result in different levels of structural integrity. Okay, refer to my story about crushed snow versus the slop that falls off the tires that drive on these wintry roads. All right. So how can I change the way to some things? Is anything here necessary? How can I change the way player grants a sphere? I already know that. I know this. I know this. I have that written down. I have this written down. I do need to make a snowball collider actually. Hmm. Well, I guess the collider doesn't matter. We'll stick with the sphere collider because it's like mostly fine, and we just use a bunch of tricks to make it work well. Emote posing system. Emotes. Did I write that down? It's nice to have. Posing system. Yep, that's there. In-game camera system. That's there. I was gonna make all of this work within like a week. Jesus Christ. Colored snow. We have that written down. Snowball throwing. Conform snowball will grow. Need to have a camera. Snowball rotate around center point. That's already done as part of like just making it apparent. It's already stuck to the parent. It'd be sticky enough that they don't need that pixel perfect aim. So I switched the model away from having to aim your thing towards the trading because that's stupid. It's more fun to have it automatically attached, and only if you get detached then it feels weird, right? Because I want that feeling of like you're rolling the snowball and then you don't feel the snowball anymore and you're like, what happened, right? And you see it rolling down the hill, careening towards like some like small animal that it's about to smash into and like break the bones of. And all you and like but like you don't know this because you were turning your because you turn your head and like you were talking to your neighbor the entire time, which is easier done if you just make it sticky. Okay, so we have this. Build a state machine. I not well, kind of. So we have the highlight outline. They already made it for us. Thank you, Gary. Thank you, Gary. Save this link because I'm gonna need it later. I didn't even press Control C. Good. Cursor so we can see the middle of the screen. Okay, cool. All right. Devlog. I'm fucked. Yeah, that's good. All right, let's go. Let's go down this list and make it work. What's it gonna do again? Oh fuck. Snowball rolling. Right. We need to actually roll the snowball, which is gonna be a mix of stick when he takes his shit. That's a devlog. That's good. That's actually really good. We need the ability to actually like look at things and highlight things and then lock onto them. So the looking at things and highlighting, that's sort of the function of something else. Like realistically, the function of looking at something and then highlighting it is a function of something else. And then firing a ray trace to do stuff, that's a whole different thing. So what's weird is that it feels like they're two different responsibilities in a way, if that makes sense. Like, because like you looking at something and highlighting it, it was like eye emoji. Eye emoji. Yeah, but like you looking at something and like staring at it to like look at what it's like doing, to then highlight the thing to look like a certain way. It's like technically a different concern from the clicking to start the push motion. However, that one also interacts with this because you should only highlight things that the player can interact with. Maybe we just do it all in one, even though theoretically they're two different things that's happening at the same time. That might be good in two different components to like mix and match. But then you need to have like a third thing, a third abstraction that handles the sending out a ray trace and giving the results back. And it's just too complicated. So let's do it in Snowballer is what person who throws a plower. I think we do it inside plower. Yeah. We do it inside plower. So we get the direction. I mean, I think we just do it like this again. Have I used like a highlight anywhere? Highlight. Symbols. Text. Use find in files. Oh, thank God. Highlight. Scope my project. Current highlight. Components. It's in Snowplow controller. The fuck is this? What is this? Snowplow controller. What's the point of a plower? Oh right, I guess the plower was only to hold data, but then what's the point of having it hold data? Like it should just be a part of this. Yeah, it's too complicated. I'm gonna move it all into one. That doesn't make any sense. What am I smoking? You know what I mean? Like, what am I smoking? You would hold data from Star Trek. You know that one scene where he's like playing chess with like all the like major figures of like life? It was so cute to think about, right? Because like all he really cares about is just hanging out with like all the greatest minds, right? And he feels like that those are the only people who he can interact with because he's a narcissist. And so he's like playing chess with like Albert Einstein, Stephen Hawking, who like did his like cameo and stuff. And he's like, yeah, these are the only people who like understand me. If I say that, I get ridiculed. If he says that, all of a sudden it's cool. Like, come on, come on. Anyways, what is all this? This should be way simpler than this is. This should be way simpler than this is. What am I even doing here? What's the hotkey to comment things? Comment, 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 comment. Comment with line block. Control slash or control shift slash. That's awful. Well, no, I like the hotkey. I actually like the hotkey in the way that it interacts with things. So, Plower. Anyways, this is dead now. Delete. Okay? I'm gonna say this. It's gonna be a productive day when we delete code, because then we simplified the model, right? Then we've actually built something that's actually like useful and understandable. When you delete, hey, if you see a developer and all they've done is delete your code base, don't yell at them. Don't think I have to sue this guy because now we have no more product. Don't think my business is like ruined because it's all gone. Thank him. Thank them. They freed you. Me when I'm trying to convince the like judge not to throw me in jail. Highlighting is a very different. I had this exact same question. I just had the same question. Maybe do this in a different place. Highlighting is a very different concern. Doesn't work. Why, man? What happened? What happened to the me of last week? What happened to us? Oh god, this is Windows 96's album called Yes Da Da Da. Oh, it's a really good album. Please listen to it. Oh fuck. Okay, well, current highlight equals. Right, because you only want to highlight one thing as you're looking at it. Right. You need to know what you're currently looking at, so this line makes sense. So you do a trace from the screen center. Whatever you're highlighting is there. This should be a fixed step. On fixed update, I think it was, yeah. Realistically, I wonder if you can do like a separate stepping. No, you probably can't do a separate stepping amount for each thing because like this really only needs to happen sometimes, not all the time on every update, but on a fixed amount, I think is fine enough and still responsive enough. IMO. But also, actually, does fixed update is fixed update the same as a update in that you can lose updates? Like, can updates be lost? Which is why you have like delta time, like, because I don't want fixed update to mean like it has to block until it does this thing. I'm gonna assume you can lose it. But I'll have to look into it because I don't know. I know what the game system is though, so I know somewhat of the structure. The engine structure is actually very simple. It reminds me a lot of like Godot in the way that like you can very easily inspect things. The only I guess like black box is that layer is the source engine layer. Obviously, for licensing issues, they just have to build like a layer on top of it, and they only expose the bare minimum information. And then it's more about do you have information to the docs to know what these things mean? Like what is like gravity scale? It's very bare bones on like what that means, but you can infer a lot. Okay, it's result that hit trace from screen center. Assert not null camera component. Well, I mean, really, this should be like a direction source actually. Why did I do it like? Why did I do like a thing here? Put this on one line. There we go. There we go. Yeah, okay. So we do it like that, and we gotta go here, So yeah, maybe here is fine. So on the update, we assert that it simply exists, and if it does, then we should be good to go. I think. Right? Maybe. I don't know. It really depends on what I'm trying to do here, but I think this makes sense. I think. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Sorry, my brain had I just kind of like stopped thinking. Sometimes it's nice to stop thinking for a moment to just let yourself like be, right? Sometimes it's nice to just not think about anything, really. And just just worry about what's gonna go on. Oh, but you need the camera component to do the screen pixel to array. Why is this saying no? How do you see the error with like the idea of him? I don't have it set up. Can't access non-static method in static context. Right, because we needed the screen pixel. Right. Okay, fuck it. We just do it all in one thing. Camera component. Okay, we do it all like this. Okay, fuck it. We do it like this. Go like this. Stop that. Go like this. And we go like this. Camera component. This can be null. It's fine. I don't know if you should... Should you initialize to null? I'm assuming it's like a non-cost thing. Yeah. Non-cost thing. Get rid of these. Okay, I didn't know about the get set thing. Okay, I had no clue. And I don't want to use them because it feels like magic that doesn't feel good. It's the kind of magic that makes you go like, you know, it's not like David Blaine, right? It's like dude who comes up to your table while you're sitting at the buffet. And then they like do like a trick and then you're supposed to be like, oh wow, and then they charge you $50. It just doesn't feel good. So screen pixel to array, you get the screen size divided by 2. And then this is a vector 3. We should have only y and x. It may be that this value, the axis is different. No, actually the axis shouldn't matter. Well, I guess it matters. Because it could be like going like this and then like this. And maybe this function expects it to go like this and like this. Like, do I need to do like a division by a minus value to flip the sign? Maybe. But anyways, should run 50 feet, maybe like 100, 500 F. I think F is like a very, very small amount. Like 1 F in terms of a unit, in terms of distance, is fairly small. IMO. Kind of small, man. I don't know why I did that separately, but let's do it here. There we go. Yeah, it's good. We run that, then we return the screen trace results. Okay. Find plow target. I don't know what this is. We'll read this later. Let's figure out and see if the let's see if the highlighting works. What other errors do you have? Huh? Cannot be empty. What the fuck? Oh, right. Okay, so ignore all of this. There we go. Okay, not all code paths return a value. Find plow target. Okay, well, just don't have this. Just don't exist. Die. Just don't exist. Die. Disappear from this world. I don't even want to know you, man. Equal uint.nan. I guess like int.nan. How do you get like an integer and not a number? You know what I mean? Like how do you get like a number JavaScript.js type? That's disgusting. I never want to see that ever again. Oh, whatever. If the value isn't set, then it's just bad. I don't know. Base strength, bonus strength. It's plowing is false. Remove this for now because I think we're moving towards the player state in order to get everything to work across multiple systems. Hey, Red Schnipper Panda. I still remember your pronunciation of your name. You're gonna do some look. Still in your epic quest to finish all of your Steam library. It's you're gonna in 5 years from now, you're still gonna type the same thing over and over. Still in that quest. I'm halfway through. That's actually funny. But welcome and thanks for showing up. Good luck, Godspeed. Actually, what's your current game right now? Like, what's your current thing that you're going on now? Oh my God, he said your name. Okay, well, I have to be nice to some people because, like, listen, I'm not nice to the regular chatters. Okay, to like keep it simple, but they've been rating me every single time, and my time zones don't line up, so I feel bad. I'm gonna say their name because they keep on rating me because they deserve it. But you're right though. I actually should have said hello chat. I should have said hello chat. Sorry. Yeah, slip the tongue. Slip the tongue. You're an irregular chat. Okay, well, I didn't mean it like that. Like when you say it like that, it sounds mean. Age of Empires 3. You're 2/3 of the way through at the moment. Damn, that's actually pretty good actually. Uh, I actually miss Age of Empires a lot. Wait, was 3 the one? I can't remember. What was the one that like? There was one that people really liked and one that people really didn't like. This is the one. Yeah, I remember Age of Empires 3 was my jam for a very long time. Wait, was it this one? Yes, it was. Yes. This is the one with the Skull Warriors, right? And like the Aztec clans? Or was that Age of Empires 4? No, Age of Empires 4 is the new one. Yeah. Yeah, Age of Empires 3 is really good. A lot of people like didn't like it and I don't know why. But to me it was always very very fun to like play. Especially because of the addition of like the heroes and like stuff. I actually really enjoyed like having the card system. This was the one with the card system, right? I think. But I thought the card system and like being able to like build your deck of things to like play with to customize your particular playstyle was really nice. Obviously, there's a meta, right? But before the definitive edition and the meta sort of like spawned, it was really fun to just build cards to then build like I really enjoyed playing one of the civilized one of the empires had like a dude. The unit was a siege unit. They came from the log house. Two dudes behind a piece of wood throwing axes, and that thing was so broken because it's so funny to look at. Two dudes behind a piece of wood throwing axes beats a gunpowder cannon as well as a castle, and it was so funny to see them demolish a castle in 5 seconds. I still think of that build fondly. You like Age of Mythology? That one's also good. I actually think that one's good. Is there a new one? I don't think there's a new one, right? Of your whole library, 90 out of 322. Though you haven't necessarily removed the games that have no finished state. That's a good point. Yeah, because it's like if you include like, do you include RimWorld? In which case, I won't see you for like 20 years, right? So like, there's a limit. Wait, there's a new one. Wait, look. Age of Mythology Retold from the creators of the award-winning Age of franchise. There's a new one, September 4th. Oh my god. Chat, we might have a new stream. We are going to have a new stream game very, very soon. Very soon. But yeah, 322 games is a lot. Hopefully it's like smaller games. Yeah, it was also super cheap, so you could spam the hell out of that. Yeah, it was so cheap to have them. Like, it's such a good unit. The two dudes behind a piece of wood. RimWorld is included if you can finish it. You mean things like Jackbox. That's fair. But do you really ever finish RimWorld? Like I know Factorio, you can build a rocket, right? But like I've just spent like the last maybe like 10 sessions refactoring our factory. So, hello chat. Welcome. See, I didn't slip up this time. See? Now we have the right names. Welcome back. You can technically win RimWorld if you leave the planet. Well, you can also win if you like quit, I guess. You also hope that they're short games. It's not proving to be the case though. Oh. Maybe it's time to be like maybe only do one so they pass like a threshold, right? Because if I tried that, I think I'd be stuck here like for a long time too. Let me see actually. Because I also fall victim or like well not everything, but I fall prey to the sales and I keep buying games on like sale. Yeah, I have like 567. I'm never gonna get through these. Like I've never opened once Tideless. I've never opened Tell Me Why. I've never opened Waveform or Warp. I don't even know what those games are. I've never opened what is Witchwood? Well, why do I have this? Oh god, I had to sneeze. Gibby. Sorry, I didn't mute. I'm so sorry. Sucky. Sucky. But yeah, I showed the German poo water, so thank you for that. We all had a good laugh. You have over 1,000 games that you need to take a year off to do what they're doing. I mean, I don't even think within a year it's like doable, right? Like, what's your average game length? Like 2 hours. How many hours in a year? How many hours in a year? Average game. Okay, there's only 8,000 hours in a year, right? Average game. Let's say your average game has at least 4 hours, right? So 1,000 times that's 4,000 hours. You would have to spend 6 months of 24/7. By the way, so hours in a year. There's 8,000 hours, but divide by 2/3 because you need to have the rest of your time for sleeping, right? Divided by 2/3. Sorry, divided times 0.66, right? Times 0.66. So you have 5,000 hours. So the amount of time that you're awake is 5,000 hours, okay? So if you're just being generous with most games being like maybe like 4 hours at the most, and that's on average because then some games may take like 20, 30, right? That's still 4,000 hours. Like you wake up, you eat, you take a shit, you play games. You wake up, you eat. Where's the image? Where is the image? It's called Good Morning. GM in the group chat. Here we go. You wake up at 2:58 a.m. Type Good Morning in the group chat. You shit your pants. Then you open your Steam library. Then you open your Steam library at 3:08 a.m. every single day. Every single day, this is you. Every single day. It's supposed to be German pool. Oh, it's a brand. Oh, see, we were wondering what it meant the entire time because it was like, I don't know what that means, right? Because like German poo is like a mistranslation, but then I look at the letters and like it is a mistranslation. Like it doesn't mean German poo. Like so, I was curious what it meant, but now it makes sense. It's German pool. You're in your third year of doing the series line. You started at about 22 games finished. See, 3 years. 3 years. Streamathon, beating all of my Steam games. You know, like at that point, right? You might as well just go full time streaming. Like that's what's this is. It's why I stream. I stream so I can get stuff done. It's a way to focus my energy. I say as I get sidetracked. Your current on-off demon is Darkest Dungeon. Yeah, I've heard many things about the game. I remember playing it a lot, but the problem is that like it's that same problem of like I don't want to get too deep into it because yeah, you can spend a lot of time playing it. And there's a fan mod for it, which apparently makes it even longer. Like there's a fan expansion for it, which makes it go even further. And then there's Dark of Dungeon 2, which is like crazy. You have 1,359 games? Just play one. Just use one, okay? You know what it is? Chat. Go on Steam, delete your current account, make a new account, buy one game, play it, and then leave. It's good, but it's very, very tough. Yeah, that's why I remember too. I didn't get super far in it. I don't think. I actually think I got super far in it. I've actually been meaning to play it on stream to see if I can finish it quickly, but because I do enjoy those games. But yeah, exactly. Without digging very hard into its mechanics, like if you don't. Like I like that when a game tests you on your knowledge of the mechanics and like tests you on your creativity with them. But I also recognize that like it's a very different experience to like play it and like actually show it too. So we'll see how it goes. But good luck, Godspeed. Use null propagation. Yeah, I should probably do that. That's a good choice. What's this? Invert if. Wow. How did it see that? But I didn't see that. Yeah, I actually wanted to do that, but how did it know that? That's actually impressive. Damn, whatever they use for the analyzer is really good, actually. Because this is usually the pattern that I like to do, which is like I invert the ifs to prevent huge amounts of nesting, because I really hate code nesting. I just usually never see it. And then, but this thing saw it. Maybe I am going to be out of a job soon. Maybe I am going to be replaced by I too will be replaced by a machine. First, they came for the auto factory workers, and I didn't say anything. Then they came for the people at Tim Hortons who like bake donuts, and then I didn't say anything. Then they came for me, and there was no one to say anything for me. What are we doing again? Oh yeah, highlighting. Sorry, we got a little. It's fun to be distracted sometimes. It's fun. It's fun. Wait, if result dot hit or current highlight equals, if there's no hit, actually what it should do is it should do this. Realistically, if there's no hit, what it should do is this. It should make the current highlight null. So whatever is currently being highlighted, remove the highlight from it. So current highlight dot components dot delete. I don't know. How do you remove a component? Oh, I guess we just get the component. Okay, get. Try to get this component. Get a component. What? Try get. Get. Try get. Why would you ever use try get? Oh, it's like that pattern. There's a pattern in like very old code where it's like you have these in-out parameters, and then it feels like very very old style C code. It's very painful to work with. Ragefin Necrostaff. Oh, wrong tab. This guy's using Wowhead. This chatter is using Wowhead. Hey, Red, do you play WoW, actually? I actually don't know much about you. Despite us having, like, hung out, but do you play any MMOs? Or are you too afraid to start because of the time that they take? Because I feel like an MMO is the equivalent of like a 2,000 game library. Yeah, you found this thing in your bag and you don't know what to do. Have you tried using it? Just like use it and just see what happens. Red, he said your name again. Well, I'm specifically addressing them because I don't know them yet, right? You tried WoW once, you just couldn't get into it. You played quite a lot of Eve at one point. Yes, my fellow Eve player. Okay, I got really into Eve, but it was when I was young, and I never got. I couldn't afford a subscription, but then when I got a job, I was thinking about playing it, and then I suggested it to my wife, and then she was like, "Why would you?" She was like, "Why would you subject that? Like, why would you subject yourself to it?" And I was like, "I don't know actually, but it sounds kind of fun." You don't know me, streamer. That's true. I also don't know you. But I feel like I know you more than like them, okay? Like we don't know each other, obviously. But we know each other in terms of like baseline interest, okay? Look, I'm just saying the Discord server is popping, alright? We talk every day, basically, alright? That's parasocial. Minus three VIP points. Don't get cocky. We're gonna get the highlight outline. What is wrong with this component? How come this one doesn't really work? Maybe there's a way to use it. Maybe the API docs say. But yeah, I feel like I know quite a few of you to some level. Obviously, we don't know each other, right? It's like those idea of like acquaintances or like what's that term? It's like above acquaintances, but like way below friendship, right? Like we're like we're still in that. Is it called getting steady? It's not called getting steady, is it? Getting steady meaning to have a romantic. Sorry, wrong phrase. Collaborate. We find a WildStar server and fuck about. I was just thinking about WildStar. Yeah, I was actually thinking about like what to do. Like, cause like WildStar was a very very fun. While it was going like while it was still alive, I thought it was a very very fun game. They just kind of had difficulties trying to make the concept work. But I think we're overdue for an MMO like Terra or like WildStar that has that mechanic, right? And I was actually thinking of even playing what's that Diablo game that's like a shooter? What's it called again? What's that Diablo shooter game that's literally made by David Brevik? Or like he was the producer or like the thing on it. Diablo shooter game. It died, by the way, a long time ago. David Brevik. Fuck, what was it called? Warframe? No, it's not. I don't think he ever consulted on like Warframe. Yeah, I don't think he ever consulted. Hellgate London. I thought that game was fantastic until I saw that they used none of the shooting to make anything real, and it was just an RPG game. But I've been meaning to actually so for context. By the way, I don't know why this is the Wikipedia page for it, but the game itself, right? The game itself is interesting because it's basically just Diablo, but as a shooter. So you have to aim correctly, but all the stats work as like an as like a Diablo game. So it's like if your attack rating is like low, then you just miss. So, but it there's a single player mode of it now. It used to be like online MMO, but now there's a single player version of it that you can just buy and play. Painkiller would also work very well as a Diablo shooter. I'm 99% certain that I found a mod for it a long time ago. I'm like 99% certain. I know that Doom has an RPG mod. I'm pretty sure I found a similar mod for Painkiller 2, where it's like it has that same vibe of like you level up and you go through these like gauntlet rooms. You still play it now with the original disc. Fun game. See, that's why. Like it's a fun game. It just failed to really make a full splash. So Athol has a little time away in September, so you're gonna hijack the channel and do Red's Retro Revolution. Okay, I'll be sure to show up because that sounds fun. Do you have an idea of the list, or or are you thinking of keeping a secret? I don't mind if you keep a secret. I just, I just, what's like a good retro game to propose to you? I guess because it can't be like long, right? I'm trying to think of like what's a good retro game. I guess Secret of Mana is like always good. I really enjoyed that like game a lot. I was seeing the highlight component to the camera. You want to render the outline, so we have the highlight component on the camera, I think. But yeah, I'll be sure to check that out actually because that is fun. Actually, to the other streamers here, what else are you? To all the other streamers, what other games are you all going to be doing? You're gonna do some Heroes 3, good choice. Actually, you might like this. There's a Heroes 3 clone that came out recently. I need to figure out how do I sort this list. Page 4. It's probably on page 4. Fuck, it's sorted by thing. How do I sort by add date? How do I sort this by the date that I added things? Fuck. There was a new one. There was a new one. Games like Heroes of Might and Magic. Can Google find it? Let's see. Theme. Similar games. Okay, here we go. It just released too. Like there was a new one that just released. No fucking way. Yo! My wife is gonna love this. Some good Genesis games. You know what's funny? I've never played a single Genesis game. I just never got access to that console. So I'm actually curious about that, yeah. I'm actually very curious what games that they had there. Battlefield West not. No, not that one. I'm trying to find this. There was a new one that released recently, which seemed pretty cool. Was it? Yeah, here we go. Well, I don't know if it released recently necessarily, but Songs of Conquest, this one seemed pretty good. I think this is like kind of a banger, and I've been meaning to play it, but and what I saw seemed pretty good. I think it was in early access, and then now it's fully out with the DLC coming soon as like an expansion. But if anything, it looks gorgeous, and people really do enjoy it. And everyone that I've spoken to that has played this game has really enjoyed this. So, pretty sure it's on my list somewhere. Songs of Conquest. Yeah, it is. Yeah, maybe some Diablo 1. Okay, I'm surprised that you're going Diablo 1 and not full on Diablo 2. Like I tried to go back into Diablo 1, but then it's like I don't know. It just maybe I'm spoiled. Maybe I'm too young to enjoy it, right? But hopefully you get to play with the Hellfire DLC too. You keep meaning to go back to Golden Sun. Isn't there like I swear there's like a remake of it, right? What's the I swear there's a remake of this. Wait, is the Golden Sun the one that I'm thinking of, or is this like a whole different thing? This might be a whole different game. Golden Sun gameplay. Let me just check this. The Game Boy Advance. What? Yeah, sorry. This is a whole different game that I was thinking of. But I think I played this a bit because my friend had it. No, no, not a remake. No, it's your absolute favorite RPG. Okay, you know what? I'll add this to the list because I'm actually curious about this now. But oh, you know what? I was thinking of the gameplay as Golden Axe. I was thinking of Golden Axe. Sorry. But I think there was a Golden Axe remake or like a Gauntlet remake recently, which was kind of cool. I think. Is it Golden Axe? I think it is, right? Yeah, it's Golden Axe. Why aren't there more games like I guess there is a game like Golden Axe and it's just Castle Crashers. Yeah. I'm gonna add this for my wife. I'm gonna buy this for her because she will enjoy this. Golden Axe. You played way too much of that game. It's very addictive. Like there's something about the flow of it that feels nice. It's very very good at what it does, and it does it very very well. It's just such. It's just a very very fun like hack like almost like hack and slash ish. Okay, add that there. It's good. I'll add Golden Sun too. Golden Sun. Chat recommended this. Well, I'll just put your name here. Nagi recommended this. Diablo 2 is great. You never managed to finish Diablo 1. It's the only one that you've not beaten. That's okay, you know what? Yeah, that's true. If you're trying to beat it, then like yeah, it makes sense. But I'm curious about these like games. Yeah. Hopefully, I mean, there's just too many games. There's too many games. There's not enough time. I'm gonna focus on making my game. And you know what it is? If there's too many games for you to play, you might as well just make your own game to then clog up the the list. It's a very long game, really. Golden Sun playtime. What the fuck? Oh, sorry, 28 hours. Wait, no, but all play styles. Completion is 73 hours. Damn. Music done by the Dark Souls man before the Dark Souls series. No shit. So do you get to hear like the crazy like do you get to hear like those like epic orchestral pieces as they happen? That's interesting actually. That is kind of cool. Huh. Okay, I'll save that to play in 2027. I'll just wait for like a very long time. I don't think we'll ever get time to play it, but I'll see chat. I'll see. I'll make it happen. I'll make it happen. So if there's no hit, then we get rid of the highlights. If result dot game object not equal current highlight, and so this should be an else if actually. Else yeah, we'll do it like that. Yeah, but like on a GBA sound card. That's impressive if you think about it, right? Because like, have you ever heard like a GBA sound card? It's like very very surprisingly limited in what it can do, but also very very good if you know how to tweak it. Like, there's a really good song here. This is more of the NES, but they have a similar pattern and like a similar makeup. I posted this inside of my Discord, but I'll post it here as well. Fear of Dark, Coffee Zone. This actually is an amazing song that's like actually made in the exact same thing that you would actually listen to. So this song can actually be played on like hardware. So this song is fantastic, IMO. When done well, it's almost like an entirely different experience. Which is crazy to me because it's like, how did this sound like this? And then when you play Gargoyle or something, or like that like game where the gargoyle flies up and down, all you hear is like bloop, bloop, ba-doop, 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 boop, right? It's like there's no way that these are kind of made on the same sets of hardware almost, or like at least very very close in terms of capability. It just doesn't make any sense. And then there's also a video that I posted on the Discord channel as well of this YouTuber named Kyle, KXLBN. They did a very good breakdown of how to fix the sound card in a way that kept a lot of the harmonics of the sounds. Because the way that it sounds like you have these like peaks that like do like almost like a what's that term? A micro note? It's not a micro note. I'm pretty sure that's like a joke. But it's pretty interesting how that like how they do things. Yeah. But I will check it out because it does sound interesting. I'm always down to play games that have like very weird histories and also very weird stuff. I've actually been thinking of playing Kingsfield as well. So we played Lunacid top tier. I think it's one of my top games, right? And then that game made me realize like maybe I should just go back and play all the original Kings of Fields. There's even like a mouse look mod which like really breaks the gameplay design, but is interesting to use to look around the map with. So, but that's like a future plan. There's a whole bunch of things I need to figure out. So, a lot of old games. I'm pretty sure it's on my list actually. What am I doing here again? Oh yeah, if it's not the current highlight, but we've hit something. equal result.game object. And then we need to add the component to it. So we get the components, and then we destroy on component destroy. No, we just destroy the highlight outline if it's there. If it has it, and then we set it to null afterwards. Okay. If what is it? What are you saying? Redundant check before assignments. Huh? Oh, because we might never assign current highlight. Well, that's not really a problem. I don't really care about that. That's actually exactly what I want to have. And then I do current highlight dot components dot get or creates highlight outline. There we go. And then there we go. I don't know what I was thinking before. Like whatever my code was doing last time was just bad. So now if there's no hit, so if it doesn't hit anything, we're no longer highlighting it, so there's no point highlighting it. Um, can you modify the highlight actually? Is there a way to make it look different? You know what? That's probably why. It probably had no width of anything, and the color is transparent. So it's like, how could you know what? No, but there is a color of the outline. It's white. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Here we go. Let's try this out, chat. Let's see if it works. Oh, he doesn't. He can't plow. But yeah, it's crazy to think that people can make such amazing music on such old hardware. And in fact, what's that thing called? I found it like last night. It was so good. Where is it? Shit. This thing. This tool is very interesting. So this is effectively like a piano roll for chiptune music, but it uses emulators under the hood to actually play the songs back. So you actually get to actually play the songs off of like effectively real hardware. Like it's not, I mean, obviously it's an emulator, but it sounds like 99% of the same. And the idea is that you would actually be able to mix and match them across, different pieces of hardware too. So you have this like whole scope of what you can do in terms of the soundscape across an entire like generation of devices. And it actually seems like a pretty cool project, and it seems smart to use like the emulators too, because then you get like a really close to actual feel of how it actually sounded like that you can actually translate into something that you could play on the actual device itself. So you just say, for instance, the Genesis, the Game Boy, PC, NES, Commodore 64, Arcade, Neo Geo, and whatever these things are, and whatever the FM, and then text, and then text message. I don't know what the fuck this is. Text message, but it seems pretty cool. Like pretty neat. I was actually gonna use this for our game today because I was like, I wonder what we could make with it because tomorrow is the music and the art day for the game. But then I was like, I don't know if it sounds good with chiptune. Again, I have a bunch of demos that we can try out of songs on my phone that I'm gonna collect and then basically play for all of you, and we'll see which ones we like and which ones we can mix and match to make something interesting. But tomorrow's gonna be a very free form day in terms of whatever genre we have and whatever style we might want. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. If I can even make it past the programming part. Hey, chat posted this. That was too loud. Sorry, that one's way too loud. I need to duck it down even more. But let's see what chat wants me to see here. Well, what is this, chat? Golden Sun, The Elemental Stars by Hideo Miyazaki. I'm just kidding. What's his name? It's Sakuraba. There we go. From Camelot Software Planning's Golden Sun. Why does the company name sound so intense? This does sound very, very nice. Damn. Nice to see people that still love this marvelous game. Such an underrated RPG. Kraden, what is this place? I've gotten older over the years, but I've never gotten tired of hearing the song. Sounds like God's trying to explain to you the universe with a musical metaphor. Huh. They make the Mario sports games now. What the fuck do you... Wait, what? Pause the music. What? Camelot planning software. Pause the music. Pause the music. Pause the music. Pause the music. What do you mean? What the fuck? They make Mario sports games, as well as the Golden Sun series. Wow. And Shining Force. I've heard of Shining Force. Wow. Huh. We Love Golf by Capcom. Yeah. I don't. I'm surprised this even got like a 75. This got a higher score than Dark Messiah of Might and Magic. That's pretty impressive, actually. If you guys have never played that game, you absolutely should. No way, they made Mario Tennis Aces. I love this game. No, no, no. This is not a fall from greatness. You only say that because you've never played Mario Tennis Aces. You've never played this. It is one of the best-selling games on the Switch. This is a masterpiece. And I will not accept slander for people who say otherwise. They've simply gotten better. They've realized that they were being held back making Golden Sun, and Golden Sun was holding them back from making something good, like Mario Tennis Aces. And mobile golf. You have actually. Well, then clearly your taste is wrong because it is not as good as Golden. I'm just kidding. I just go back and forth. I'm just contrarian for the sake of being contrarian. I'm like, then you don't know what you're talking about. It's not the same. I can see hints of the song though. I can definitely feel that very, very complex. You know what it is? It's like because like all the Dark Souls songs, it feels like they tell a story of their own, right? It's effectively taking the story and telling it through everything. Because it's not the same as like other game, like even other media background music. A lot of media background music. The inside of the process is that they go into a room and then they say, "I want this type of sound. Can you give me that sound?" And like that's like cool and all, but then you like lack that like cohesive integration, right? And then you get things like Cowboy Bebop or like I don't know what's like a TV show. I don't know, or like games where the music is there to tell a story, where it's not just there as a set piece, it's there to actually integrate with the themes of the game itself, or with the themes of the show itself, right? And I featured songs from Cowboy Bebop before on this channel, but that's what this feels like, and it's felt like that in like every Dark Souls game. So I can see the DNA was like there, that DNA of like make something truly cohesive, make it a part of something. And not just noise to be heard that fills in space. It's good. It's really good. It's actually my main complaint of cyberpunk songs, where a lot of cyberpunk songs feel like just noise to fill the space. And I feel like it was such a strange choice because when you get to the cutscenes of that game, at least the ones that we've seen, their music choices during those cutscenes are fantastic. They actually help tell kind of like a story, but even then it's still very much like a soundscape sort of deal. But like stuff like the radio, for instance, it's like very, very just like there. And then even when it does try to tell a story, it feels like the music is being held back in order to give like presence and like stage to the visuals as well as the gameplay in like certain zones, right? Not entirely. There's like places where it works very, very well. Like, even right from the get-go, I do think that like Siege and Arasaka works very, very well with the music tracks that they kind of have. But like I kind of wish that it had more like not just cohesiveness in terms of the identity and like the mouthfeel, but cohesiveness as a piece of the storytelling too, right? Because even some of the side quests have it really, really good, but then you can kind of tell that they reuse pieces that were already there from last time. Hard to explain, really. Basically, I'm right and you're wrong. Okay, so where's the camera? You can't distract me any further, chat. We've got things to do. I've got things to make happen. We've got to make this work. We need to highlight things. Okay, something highlighted. I think I'm highlighted. Oh geez. Oh heck, something happened to the snowball. Something went very wrong with the snowball. Something's going very wrong with the snowball. It's highlighting and it's disappearing. What happens to it? You see that? It like flickers. So I see what's wrong with the highlight. It's highlighting the player character, which isn't actually supposed to happen. Like I have the highlight outline. It's because the camera is inside the player. So I need some way to do a ray trace ignoring the player. How do you get the ray trace to ignore you? Can I give Tony some pants? His name is Terry. I mean his name is Tommy. Thank you very much, Tommy. I will tomorrow as part of the asset. So tomorrow is where we actually get the art designs in as well as the mapping. Well, I mean no. Today is mapping, and then tomorrow is when we do a lot of the art assets plus the music. So basically the look and the feel. Well, basically the look. The feel is today we feel. Today we have emotion. Today we open our hearts and our minds. Tomorrow we open our eyes to look upon the travesty that we put up upon this earth. Yeah. How do I do array that ignores things? Scene trace.array on duckduckgo.com. I don't think this will give us anything. Wait, it actually returned something for Sandbox. Over 4,000 RTX games available. 600. What is this? Why did this link show up? Dune Awakening. Dune Awakening. Indiana Jones. Why with a GPU and Indiana Jones and the Great Circle backplates? Dragon Age the Veilguard launches October 3rd. Really? Holy shit, that's fast. Half-Life 2 RTX. Huh. Yo! Wait, chat, this looks amazing. Wait, I kind of want to try this mod, actually. I'm actually curious what this looks like. It doesn't change anything about the gameplay, but it looks cool. Yeah, the Wukong game. I mean, again, we talked about this last time. I'm gonna stay away until the controversy kind of dies down about it because I don't want to get involved. Star Wars Outlaws. Why does this pop up? I don't even care about that stuff. I care about my game. How do you actually use this? Is that the right offset? I think so. Okay, so create a ray up to a certain given distance. No, you know what? It's not the responsibility of the ray. Maybe it is. Because array is a scene trace. Is there a way to include certain things? Include random meshes. Ignore single object. Ignore hierarchy. Oh, like, okay, so that's how you ignore things, is you use the ignore hierarchy. And then you build up like a series of things to ignore. So if I look at the ignore side, needs filter callback. Ignore, do not hit this object. Do not hit this object with the hierarchy. And then I'm assuming the ignore hierarchy. So if I look at the ignore hierarchy thing, when it goes to do the filter, what it probably does is it goes through each and every ancestor. Right, here we go. Object is an ancestor of an object that we're ignoring the hierarchy of. Do we need this? Probably. Okay, so we'll use that. We'll use this. Okay. Wait, I remember us talking about this. How there's no user specified filter, which makes sense, but also not really. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so we gotta do this. Let me do ignore game object hierarchy. Game object. The game object that this component belongs to. So the one that we belong to is the one that we need to ignore. Because that is technically like because that's Tony, right? That's like Tommy. Because that's Tammy, right? Because like if like Tammy is in the way, then you don't want to highlight Tony. Because if you highlight Tommy, then what happens is that Tracy will never be highlighted. Will be highlighted over like over like a plane or something. Yeah. Okay, so that makes sense. Huh. I'm no longer highlighted. My snowball is now disappearing, and I don't know why. Why are you disappearing? You were working last night. What happened? What changed? A2 Brutus. What happened? What have I done? I bet you it's this. I bet you it's whatever the snowball thing is doing. Whatever this is doing is really killing it here. That's why. Fuck. It clipped me. It's kind of buggy. It's kind of really buggy. So whatever I did with the code of this thing, whatever I did with the code of the snowball is breaking it. So whatever the snowball is doing is breaking it. What did we add last night that broke this? Because we left this knowing that it worked. So what happened? Why you no work, huh? Why you no work anymore, huh? Show me. Show me your moves. See? What happened? Boy. Exception when calling fix update on player. When calling update on snowballer. Null reference. Object reference not set to a reference of some kind. What? Fixed update on plower. Object should not be null. Okay, well, I have a reference. I'm using a plowable that doesn't exist. Right, yeah. I think because last time I quit the thing and I didn't save the asset. Which is weird because I should have saved. So I know exactly what's wrong. Plowable and snowball, it's there. Why do you complain? Why do you complain? It works! Is it the surface? It might be the surface. It didn't have a surface last time. I want no surface. Cancel surface. Cancel. Clear. Clear the surface. Let's try this. If it's the surface, then I don't know what to do. Nope. I see. I'm making snowballs everywhere. Is it not? Oh, because the scale. It's because they scale down so quick. Wait, they're falling. Falling. Huh. Why is it falling? No, it's not falling. It's scaling downwards. That's why. So it is a scaling. It is a scaling. It shouldn't be scaling down in your hands, though. Can melt is by default true, when it should be false. That was why. I think that's exactly why. So can melt must be false. Snowball. When we make the snowball, while it's in our hands, we don't start melting it until we throw it away. That was exactly why. So that's exactly why. It was just melting too early within our hands. Okay. It was just a default value. Good. Simple fix. So the surface is actually not the problem. So hopefully that mud surface makes it feel a bit better too. Because, I mean, really, mud is very similar to snow. Just one is cold and, like, moist. Oh. Yeah. Well, yeah. Okay, I don't know what that comment was for. We have that. Flower, why are you mad? Bunch of things on fixed update on flower. Something must not be null. Which means whatever this is like dying. Wait, is there an assert? Well, assert not null camera components. It's there. Oh, I have two flowers. Oh, oops. How do you assert that you can only have one such component on something? Is there a way to specify from like a component level of like there should be a single component at all times, or is that just a function of your game code? Hmm. Hmm. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. We'll just leave it. Good. Okay, wrong button. Sorry. Yep, that's a problem. Highlighting the plane, which I don't want. That's silly. It's very silly. Whoa, exception calling update on what? Snowball. Object should not be null. On the assert at line 17. I feel like I'm going insane. Why are you asserting that it's not it's not null? It's there. So on Snowballer, there's an issue at line 17. Assert that the plower isn't null. On null. Plower on null. Because we used to have a plower on this. Wait, because I was referencing the first plower. That's why. Okay. But now it should work? Okay, well the snowball is still being a little shit, but... Actually, they're invisible. Oh. I'm not deleting them. I'm not deleting them. And I think on the... Even though I set the default value there, it's because... No, but the default value here is... No. So it shouldn't be melting. This was working last time. What changed? Was it because of fixed update? What did I do math-wise? I moved this inside of that bracket. Does that doesn't change anything though? If can melt, we do that based on the delta of when your last movement was. What changed? What changed? What changed? Okay, one of these pieces of code is not like the other. What happened? Why would that make a difference? I wonder. Because you give it a float. No, that's not it. It's like it's scaling down too fast and it's dying way too fast. So it must be within this. You know what it is? I think because it counts the press. Because if I'm empty-handed and I press the button, is there a delay between the second one? Like, does that... No, but that doesn't make sense. Yeah, because that shouldn't even happen. There's still an error. What? Exception when calling update on player. Object reference set to null is not an object reference. What? Oh, you know what? I think I need to like disable this immediately. Right? So it is going to that. And because I don't have it anymore, it doesn't exist. Because the snowball dies in my hands. Like, why is the snowball dying in my hands? I don't understand. Can melt should always be false when it starts. Unless breaking it from the prefab breaks that. Basically, can melt determines whether or not it starts to melt. So something is causing this thing to melt instantly. And thus, it gets destroyed immediately. So what is the... But what is doing that? What's this fixed update problem now? 21. Line 21 on the plower. The fuck is going on? Current highlight. Oh, I see. There we go. Sorry. Why don't you work? False here, false here. There's something with the way that it's like... There's something with the way that it's a prefab. There's something wrong with the way that it's a prefab that's making it weird. I thought the prefab... Okay, if I remove the fact that it gets destroyed, what happens? So I'm gonna see the snowball appear in my hands. All right. Now we look at this thing. Can melt is false. Scale is 0, but that shouldn't be the case. Oh, because the default mass is 0. I see why now. I see the problem. I see the problem. Because the mass of this thing is 0 by default. It should be like 3. Sorry, that's why. The mass of the snowball was just way too small. There we go. Shit's huge. It's actually way too huge. Okay, well that was why. Because obviously it would disappear immediately because there's no mass on it. Is there a way to make that easier for me to know to set all of that? Like, this is the problem with... Like, this is why games tend to run into bugs, right? It's like... There's no level of typing that could get you to a point where you can sort of enforce rules of your game and rules of your game system through the code that you write it with. I don't think. Like, there's no way that you can encode all of the various different decisions that you have to make except through very, very, very defined API interfaces. Like, say, like, you know, DSL, not the lips, but like, you know, the actual, like, a domain specific language, or like the idea of constructors, for instance, to guarantee state. But because that model doesn't work with, like, say, a component model where the component itself is just kind of there, and then you fill in each like detail on its own, there's no way to guarantee it. You just have to hope that people call the right thing. Almost always, it feels like you go down to the documentation. And not just for games, but like anything that has complex business logic that feels almost separated from the system in which you build it in is always going to run into this issue where the system can't capture all of these little complexities that you need to have, right? Like, what is should the value be above a certain threshold, right? Like, the default should be above a certain threshold on like start, and then you have to build like a whole thing to map that to like to make that happen, to throw like an error. So basically, I'm tired. I'm tired. So okay, maybe times 0.1, like a fraction of the total mass. So if it's 3 mass, it'll be 0.3 scale. I mean, 0. I think like 1. There we go. Okay, so now it's good. Now it's good. It's good again. I don't know why it broke since last night. Now the melting should be able to work now. It doesn't melt immediately. It's above the threshold when it starts, so it should be fine. Maybe even that deletion should really be if you can melt, right? If can melt, and there we go. Because then if it's 0, sure, you won't see it, but it also won't immediately disappear and then feel weird. There's still that lag time between you creating it and the resizing, though. And I don't know what to do about that. We actually had to do that probably at the start as well. Actually, what are the life cycles again? There was something about the life cycles. Documentation. Thank you. Why is it so hard to find these docs? Again, I feel like they should update this. This goes to a wiki, which is not the same as this. Life cycle. Opponent? Versioning. Fuck that. Called every frame right before, called after animation bones have been calculated. So if you need animation bones, but you want to add like effects to it, based on where the bones are, you would do it here. On enabled, called when the component is enabled. On start, called when it's enabled for the first time. On awake, called once when the component is created, but only if our parent game object is enabled. Called whenever a property is changed in the editor and after deserialization. A good place to enforce property limits. So maybe this is where we would do it. So we would do on validate here, and then we would throw an error to say like the value should be above 1. Okay, so maybe there is a system, I just didn't use it. I'm wrong once again. I hate being wrong. Yeah, man. I didn't become a programmer to be wrong. I'm a programmer to be right. To feed the ego in my mind. To make the id happy and complacent. Hmm. Hmm. We do it in on start. Save this for something else. Okay. Dope. Hey, chap. Welcome, welcome. How are you on this fine day of, I don't know what the hell's going on in my code, everything's breaking. But how are you on this fine day? I hope that you're doing well. Aren't I so nice now? I'm so nice to you all. Maybe I'm too nice. Next person to say hello gets permanently banned. What am I doing again? I need to do the calculation of like melting. Private void melt. Yeah, melt. Hmm. You want private void scale. Scale by mass. There you go. Hello, hello. Keep it going, guys. Keep it going. It's funny whenever like people just like type hello. I've actually had a few chatters come in and they just say hello. It feels so formal. Like it's just funny to see like because like hi gamers is like funny, right? Or like hi gamers feels nice. Or like other chat members when they come in and they say like, hey, I have I have some German poo for you. What'd you say again? Hey, I've got a delivery for a restink thong of a German poo water. Like these are pretty good intros, right? Hello reminds me of like those like art bots. Like it's like hello, and then they wait for you to like say something, right? And then they like type, haha, my day doing good. Haha. You VTuber, me do VTuber art. You want 3D style? I do here, and then they post a link to the Twitter. Hello. I'll I'll type it too for solidarity. Hello. Why is there no hello emote? Maybe hello should just be like a alias, an alias of like stare. Hello. Your mobile internet is poo poo. Oh, wait. Try watching on YouTube then. I mean, there's a sorry, per my contract, I can't say anything, but I've heard that there's a YouTube stream that should theoretically load better because it's on their servers and has low latency. So you can keep the chat open here to interact with the chat, but you can watch over there for better viewing, for possibly better latency. Haha, hee hee, haha. There is a there is a high email, but I made it 10k bits. They actually. I did that. That's actually funny. Like it's funny when I laugh at it, but I also laugh at everything. So like, is it really funny? I don't know. Viewer rewards emotes. 10k bits. I'm rich. Yeah, it's the I'm rich emote. Yeah, this one. You guys can't use this. None of you can use this unless you give $100. Like it's. Listen, it's just there as a joke. Again, I make six figures. You don't need to. It's just a joke. Okay, just don't spend that don't spend that much money. But I think it's funny that it's called I'm Rich and it's just a high. That's good. Anyways, we'll do like a. That's a perfect hello. I love that. That's perfect. Okay, try it again, chat. Try hello again. Look at it. So cute, so kawaii. Hello, hello. Okay, now the bots. Okay, maybe now the bots are actually like nice. I kind of want to get the bots now because when they join, it'll be like a wall of cats. What did you do? You you broke it. What did you do? What did you do? It's your British keyboard. It's sorry. We don't sorry. The emote only works for American English and not British English. What a shame. I know I say that as a Canadian, but Canadians be like, even though we use a mix of both. What is wrong with you? Help! I don't know how to help you. I don't know how to help you. I don't know. It doesn't work for you. People scared. That's actually really nice too. Wait, no, this one has too many connotations. That's way too many connotations. That's gonna be bad. You really don't. You really don't. That's good though. For Halloween, that's like really good. Hannah High. Duck Hay. Okay, we gotta stop with the emotes. There are so many emotes. Okay, well, just figure it out. You can. Something's wrong with your hello. It's maybe maybe the Canadians are more English than you. I'm saying. So we do that, and then we do here. We do the scale by mass over here, and then immediately on start, you do scale by mass. This way, it doesn't have that weird pop-in issue at the very start. We use life cycles to work around that. Why do I have two emotes of this woman? One because chat wanted me to. The second one because I just saw it and it looked like funny. Well, not look funny, but like it's funny now because we have two of them now, right? It's like you wouldn't get it. You just wouldn't get it. It's too highbrow humor for you. Still flashes. When is a good time to do that, actually? Oh no, it still has a bouncing issue. Oh fuck, it still has a bouncing issue. Maybe we should clamp this at like. Well, if it's clamped at 1 anyways, does it really matter? 1F times thing. And then clamp it at 1F. 23. There we go. It's still kind of bouncy. Maybe we do like, I don't know, 1.2 or 0.8. There's a value which prevents. Well, I guess you can't really prevent the bouncing. It still doesn't work for you. How come it still doesn't work for you? What is wrong with your keyboard? See, most of them work well. It's just some of them will bounce in like a weird way. I need to make them less bouncy. Like a lot less bouncy. So what I can actually do is I can change the physics body. Did I exempt you? No. I don't even know how to. So it's funny if I did by accident and it just stayed like that. But yeah, what I need to do is to do needs to adjust the physics body mass. Need to adjust the physics body mass to be a lot heavier, like snow would be. But is that a result of the snowball component? I guess it should be. On start, it's still a bit too late to do the thing too. Is there an even like faster? Because I don't want every frame. I want to make it as soon as it's made, almost on a wake. After deserialization, after loading. Maybe it should be on a wake. Can I exempt people from certain emotes? Like, can I give you like a whole different set of emotes as like a single chatter? Because listen, if I could do that, right? Because remember our jail idea? We have like an ad jail. The ad hell system, where like so like any bad chatter goes to like ad hell, where they have to watch ads in order to come back into like the chat. So I make money from having to moderate them, and so therefore I have a perverse in the incentive to like ban people. Because if I could do that, I could even change your emotes inside of chat so that people know that you've been to like jail. So we know they were in jail. At jail? Yes, chat. At jail. Also, welcome. Yeah, at jail. So at jail. So the idea of this is that you have to be inside of. So if you're a naughty chat member, you go to ad jail and you have to write a summary that we run through an AI that it tries to match up with what it thinks was what the ad was about. So you have to actually watch the ad to write a summary that matches pretty pretty accurately, right? And if you don't, you just stay in ad jail for even longer. So not only do I make money off of you, off of the hard work of having to moderate you, I also inflict mental damage on you. It's so good. Psychic damage. Ah. Wait, now your hello doesn't work. What's wrong with your hellos? What is that hello? What did you do? You have a different code unit. It's your O. It's your L's. It's your L's. You have a different code unit on your L's or your H's, or like all of them actually. Scarper chat, he's onto me. You have a different code unit there. I'm not fixing anything. You're going to ad jail. But welcome, chat. Everyone's distracting me away from my job. Okay, I actually had this idea. Like, why don't I just stream myself working? But then I realized, like, I have a contract, right? So one day somebody's gonna hire me based on my programming on stream. Then I can join their company and work under my streamer name, right? And when that happens, I'm gonna ask them, can I stream my day in the life of the job? And I just blur the whole screen to the point where you can't reverse engineer it, but that way you at least feel what's like going on. And then I apply like a filter on the voices too, so that when I have to get into a call, you can't hear anything. That was my idea, at least. But then I realized like it sounds very or Orwellian, and so I was like, I don't know if it's worth it. But I like 1984. It's kind of a cool place. There we go. It was On Awake. So On Awake is before anything. So it's like right as it's being made. Don't mind the body. Hello. Why is your hello being weird too? How does that make you feel? How's this make you feel, chat? How's this make you feel? Huh? You like that? You cracked the code. What's the code? I'm so confused now. What's the code? What do you have on your keyboard that I don't have? Happy. What's on the UK keyboard that we don't have on the Canadian? We use UK spelling. Share with us. Share it with us. Let us know. Maybe we also melt if it's no. We should just build the system to like throw it away. I think we just make the system to break things as they get further down below. But this is pretty good. We have the update system as well. What do you get in return? Happiness. On some level, happiness. I need to know where I'm like tracing to. Is there like a debug ray? Can I do like a debug ray? You get the ability to be treated well. You know what? I'll treat you better than I would have otherwise. How does that make you feel? Is that a debug trace? Wait, cheat sheet. I think I treat you guys too well. Actually, I'm gonna be more mean to you all. Draw the screen, Gizmo. To draw a screen. You feel adequate. My nephew, my sister. She's a teacher. It's so funny to see the way that she raises her like kids. She's very, very into having clear language because of, let's just say, experiences trying to raise me. I think like as she raised me, she was like, yeah, like this, like some kids need a little bit more help being a bit more clear. And I was like, yeah, okay, fine. I only learned nuance later, but basically when she trained my nephew, and I say trained, in a very, very teasing way, but basically when he doesn't want something, he doesn't say no I don't, or like I don't want her. He just says I am content. And I was like, what? Like the first time that I heard him say that, I was like, what? And he was like, I am content. And I was like, have you been doing, like, are you into Zen or like something? And he was like, no, mom just said that I had to say, I am content now. I was like, all right, okay. You'll tell me if I get a sleep stream. Well, you're gonna get a sleep stream today because I'm gonna go as long as I can. Like, I'm gonna go until I pass out. And if I pass out on stream, then yeah, you'll get like a sleep stream. But I haven't made the sword yet. You know what I mean? Like I haven't made the like sword view yet. So post processing. Why am I here? What? I need trace. How do you do? We'll draw. Can we get a WoW Starter Edition stream where we all RP in Goldshire in? What's crazy is that you're missing one letter from that to make it like accurate. It's not just RP. We all know what's happening on the bed upstairs. Then I'll tell you if you carry on with the peacock. Yeah, all right, fine. Yeah, okay, yeah. No, that's actually fair. I've actually been meaning to. Okay, fine. Next week. Oh yeah, next week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I'm actually off because I'll be busy. I know it's crazy, but yeah, I'll be busy. Maybe Saturday, Sunday we'll do the peacock. Yeah. Okay, fine. Saturday we'll do peacock. Sunday I have another thing planned. I actually have a new setup for the peacock. Actually, the camera is still shit, but the lighting is so much better now. You're gonna love the lighting. You're gonna love what I've done with the place. You're gonna love what I've done with. You're gonna love what I've done with the place. Draw shape using the Gizmo library. Can I? This only draws a line. Arrow. Oh, this is actually world space. So this is actually a world space draw. Nice. This is great. Perfect. Yeah, you just swapped the L for capital I. You son of a gun. I was wondering. I was like, it looks a bit too low there. It's very demure. I like how you use that word because I don't know. I don't remember what that means. Very demure. It is a very modest place. Yes, Goldshire Inn is a very demure place. As if. Okay, fine. Next Saturday we'll do Peacock. It's good too because I have the new lighting. I've been meaning to get a new camera actually, but I've been looking at prices of like cameras. I'm like, Jesus, like here. Why did you tell? They're weak because they're weak. They're not like us. They're not built like us. Okay, well, not these cameras, but um, not this too. What's the camera I was looking at? There's like a specific camera that I was looking at that was kind of good. Professor? No. Live production cameras? Yes, it was one of these. Yeah. I think it was like the Micro Studio, but I was looking at these cameras. This is kind of my holy grail of like cameras for like doing live interesting stuff. Particularly the cinema camera because I've been meaning to again, like I told you like my idea of like I really want to get into like I guess like filming things for the sake of filming things. It's been like a very interesting. I have some ideas in mind of things I've been wanting to like film, but it's still also 2,000. It's 2,000 Canadian dollars. So I'm like, I don't know if it's really worth it. But then I looked at other cameras, right? Because this camera, it's actually really good because it doesn't overheat. To if you go long, like Sony cameras, if you go for a very long time, they overheat and then they like die. And they also turn off after 23 hours because I don't know why they do this. If a camera records for more than 24 hours, it's considered a video camera, which pays higher taxes. But if it records for only 23 hours, then it's not a video camera, it's a photo camera. And so they pay less taxes. So there's a software switch in the Sony cameras that turns them off after 23 hours. It's so stupid. But these ones don't have that, and they're built to handle the overheating. So eventually, but this is what I want to do, like more cool stuff. The Phantom Flex camera. What's the Phantom Flex? That's blackmail. I don't know. Well, listen, I'm just saying. You'll have to remember not to tell secrets. Exactly. See, that's what happens. Look, I'm just saying. Okay, somebody wanted blood. I didn't know who. I just said, all right, I'll think about it. Is it the Phantom high speed? We're not gonna get a high speed camera. What am I gonna do with a high speed camera? High speed camera. Look at me program, and then I can like go down to like 1 frame like a second as you see my hand slowly press like the space bar. Like that'd be stupid. This thing probably like costs like $1 billion too. Like a red camera. You know the red cameras are like expensive. They're cheap. They're not cheap. There's no way this thing is cheap. Absolutely no way these things are cheap. I don't believe you. Let me buy you. Whereby? Phantom Flex camera buy. For sale, hire, or rent for 87,000 US dollars. I'm good. Cheap, you say? Cheap, you say? Cheap. See, it's only $87,000. Mr. Six Fingers. No. The Six Finger Maidens. Look, it may be 6 figures, all right, but I'm supporting 3 families here, okay? It's kind of hard for me to like afford anything, okay? It's kind of hard for me to afford a $100,000 camera here. I'm the breadwinner for like 3 families, guys. You got me and my wife. You got her family, my family, and then now chat. Now I have to provide for all of you. I'm giving you all up for like adoption. Any streamers in my chat want to adopt my chat for the rest of for like just for like a couple of months. I'm gonna go work overseas. Okay. If you're willing to adopt my chat, please send me an email at me@stickthing.space and explain to me your qualifications for taking over my chat. Thank you. There's no way to convert a ray into an arrow with the vectors, so I need to figure out how to do this myself. Draw a line with an arrow on the end. Maybe I just do a line. Way easier. From A to B. In line, outline. What? Line. What? Draw a line from A to B as a vector? Why does it do this? I guess I could get the end of the ray and then the beginning of the ray, but what's a line? It represents a line in 3D space. Can I go from ray to line? Can I do that? Is there a way to go ray from ray to line? I just want to be able to trace whatever I'm looking at. I'm in the wrong class. I just want to look at what I'm looking at. I want to see with my own eyes. Maybe I could. Let's see. So we'll pull out the ray itself here. So var ray equals. And that was not a plea for like money. It's just it's I'm fine. But I am gonna give you all up for like adoption. That wasn't a joke. Like how would I know where this is? You know what I mean? Like I don't know how to convert this to a line. Like I have a ray, and a ray is just it's a direction plus a magnitude, technically. I have the position of where it starts, right? That's straightforward. But then how do I get the end of the ray in order to get the thing? The chance of points on the ray at a given distance. Oh, right, because a ray is an infinite. Right, a ray is an infinite. It's just a direction, technically. And the position of where it starts. It's basically just a vector, but with a start position. Right. Wait, this is simple then. It's simple to convert into like a line, or not even like a line, just into like the actual like vector A, vector B. Because to and from and to, we know where from, the position of the ray, And then we know how far because it's the distance. So we just do ray dot project, and then the distance is 500f, which basically gets us the same amount. Okay, so that should draw a line so we can see what we're looking at to see why it doesn't. So you see that line? Whatever's in front of that line should be highlighted. Why is he not melting? Right, he's not supposed to melt. So it has a highlight outline. See that? So it's currently being highlighted. If I look away, it's still being highlighted. That's not good. Excuse? Hey, Snowball. Why are you being highlighted? Stop that. Stop that. Shit. That's kind of weird how the ray works. Like, look at the ray. It doesn't do well when you move. No, actually, that kind of makes sense because that's on a fixed update versus movement, which is on the update. To the fixed step update, that this is the delay that we're seeing. Email sent. I'm not gonna show it on stream. Let's see. This is this is like you know what this is. It's like when you're trying to find like a nanny for your children. Hi. I'm not qualified to adopt your chat, but if I'm the only one to email, then I win your chat. Kind regards, Heb. You're in the running. I'm going to tell you right now, you're currently in the lead to take over. Whether or not you want to, that's a whole different matter, but you're currently winning. God bless. Good luck. That's good. That's really good. 10 out of 10 comedy. You want Heb to adopt us. What's wrong with me? What did I do to all of you? Highlight Snowball. So highlight is Snowball. It's there. Problem is that if I look away, the highlight doesn't go away off the Snowball. That's kind of weird. I wonder if there's like a flow issue. Maybe I bet you it's when you look at something else. Right? Right, because we only remove it off of when it hits something. When it should also remove it if it changes target too. If result minus hit or result.game object not equal current highlight, and then current highlight is equal to result.game object. Okay, now I remember why it looked kind of weird. Now I remember why it looked very, very weird. The way that the logic was. Yeah, sorry. Actually, so whatever I had before worked. You want Heb to adopt this. It's a bank. Wait, do you guys also have... Do you guys have Labor Day? We have a Labor Day on Monday. And it's a holiday for me. Because Wait. When's Labor Day? We can do a Labor Day stream. I have the perfect game for Labor Day. Wait, is Labor Day even a day off? Any Canadians, can you tell me if Labor Day is a work holiday? It's a public holiday. It's not a federal. Statutory public holiday. Yes! So, on the September 1st, we'll have our... Okay, so September 2nd. We'll have some stuff. Wait, is this September 2nd or September 1st? Yes, okay, yeah. So the first Monday of September. Okay, cool. September 1st, we're going to have a Labor Day celebration. We're going to celebrate the history of what is Labor Day. What is Labor Day? What is the history of it? Tradition. The origins can be brought back to local demonstrations when April in support of striking printers, in support of people striking, in support of labor. We like to labor. We don't want to labor. We don't want to labor. I don't want to labor. I don't want to labor. Wait, yeah, if it's no, it doesn't matter. And if it's there, we do all of this. If it's not there, we don't do anything. Right, here we go. Okay, I think it's good. Yeah, then we just do that. Okay, yeah. This makes sense, okay. Yeah, don't go into work. But if you do, then you get time and a half, right? Wait, are you allowed to go in? I don't think you're allowed to go in to work on any holiday, no? Like any public holiday, you have to be off. There we go. So now it works to get rid of the code. See? So now even if I look at something new, it gets rid of the highlight. Good. Highlight is very, very small. We can change that. I think we'll maximize the width by like a lot. I think that's good. And whatever the highlight does, it's kind of what you need anyways to do the idea of like a dynamic mesh deformation. Means you need to do the outside of it. Wait a minute. Okay, wait. Dynamic? Oh god, sorry. I keep thinking that this is not my Vim thing. Okay. In a dynamic way such that I can look into highlights outline. It does an edge trace thing that we can probably learn and co-opt for the sake of dynamic terrain generation plus other fun edging activities. I like that. Because the highlight outline does edging. So we can learn how to edge from the highlight outline. You're just checking your schedule. Yeah, check your schedule. It'd be a shame to go to work on a day that you don't have to work. If you're a streamer, right? Depends. Shops and food places tend to still be open on bank holidays. Oh. Okay, to be fair though, that's actually true though. But it's not because it's not because they're supposed to be open. It's because those days are the highest revenue days. So because my family has a restaurant, right? Whenever we open for holidays, that's our busiest times. Holidays is like a money making day. But not your work. The doors would be locked if you tried to go. See, that's actually good though. That sounds like they have it under control in terms of like not wanting to, force people to like work. You have to say like 10 euros in like field, you guys. Wait, 10 euros in field? Holy shit! Do you work like 5 hours away or something? Wait, maybe my idea of like gas prices is like off now. Actually, in a modern day, that's like a 5-minute drive. That's how much fuel it costs now. Actually. Oh, pound. Sorry, pound. Sorry. Listen, listen. Maybe you guys should have chose a different letter that didn't look like a weird sad E. Okay, it looks like a very sad E. Look at these two side by side. Look, one is confident, right? You have like here. Look. Look. Where version E's. That's so small I can't even get it in here. You have $. Okay, well, you're not wrong. Here, look. How do I do font size? Maximize. XL. Look. You have the Chad E, okay? This is the Chad E. Chad. Confident, okay? Chad, really confident. Then you have the pound, okay? This is the beta E. This is the beta. You have $5. You even have your own currency. Yeah, you know what's crazy? Canadian currency used to be like actual like beaver pelts. So like everything back then was just done in beaver pelts. The reason why we stopped is because we started to run out of like you can't hunt beavers forever. At some point you run out. About 45 minutes there and back. Damn. So we all live far from like work. If I ever have to go into the office, actually, the office is like a good hour 30 from me. So I'm like, dude, your money is an S with a vertical strike through. Yeah, at least it's at least I have to pee. I know it looks like I threatened them. That message was meant to be sent in a DM. I was not threatening them. I wasn't gonna DM them. Well, I was gonna DM them. It was just gonna be a joke. I wasn't trying to threaten them. Anyways, hi chat. Bullied by chat to go pee. Empty your bladder. Empty your bladder, you little cuck. I stun locked him. You really did because like I have nothing. You're right. Canada is an amalgamation of everything that we've ever been. We're not unique. The only cool thing we had were like beaver pelts, and then we traded for like a piece of bread that we call a beaver tail that tastes like it's actually really good. Actually, I really I like the snack. Okay, so now we have a way to debug this. 500 distance is actually not that far. Like 500 distance, if you look at the way it looks right now. So if you look at this ray, oh no, the sun isn't strong enough. Chat, the sun isn't strong enough. We need more power on the sun. How do you increase the power of the sun? Fog enabled. Disable. Chat, how do you increase the power of the sun? You finally found the schedule. You have Monday off. Let's go! Okay, so look at the ray. 500 is actually a ridiculously far away distance. Jesus Christ. Okay, maybe we don't do 500. Maybe we do like a lot closer. Maybe like 50. Nuclear fission. The sun has gone out. We now live in a cold wintry. We now live in a cold, dead winter. You know this? It needs to be long enough such that if I look at the floor, it can touch the floor. Like it needs to be able to touch the floor from my height. It's almost like I want it to be based on the height of the player. So how far away the camera is from the floor, that's the maximum distance at like a certain angle. I could do that actually. I could do a position of the camera away from the floor, normalized, with no yaw, with only the yaw, with zero pitch or roll and yaw. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter for the yaw. Then we do a look at the floor, see how far away we are, because then dynamically that would be the distance. So if the player gets larger, they can still highlight things. Yeah, it's good. Yes, Queen. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Where is the sun? Yeah, why is it like a nuclear fission? Why is it? Oh my god. I rotated the wrong way. Oh my god. The sun is here. Dun, dun. Sorry. I just I rotated the sun in the wrong way. It's a bit of a prank. It's just a bit of a wrong prank. The sunlight was facing the wrong way. Sorry. Kind of funny. Okay, so that works. Okay, so we'll do 50. Well, I mean, so distance must be dynamic. Okay, so to do this in debug, and then var camera. I mean, I guess it's not really actually, yeah. var camera var ray distance trace distance. Well, I guess just distance is the camera itself, the way it's currently looking, transform, the rotation normalized. Okay, so how do I do this? So I need the thing dot. Wait. Is there like an if let or like a let complex or like a let expression? Is there like a let expression in C sharp? Let expression. Yo, there's a let clause. In a query expression, sometimes it's nice to do things, okay? Equals sentence in what the fuck? I've never seen this. Query expression. Some use the sort of result of a sub-expression in order to use it. Query keywords from an arranged variable. From sentence and strings. Let words equals. Oh, Jesus Christ. Is there something like this, but that's not a query? Can I do this, but not a query? You know what I mean? Okay, well, I guess not. So, because what I want to do is like this. The transform or transform equals this. And I'm going to do transform. How do I get a copy of something? I guess it would be the rotation. And then it would be like down? Yeah. The downwards direction of this rotation. Well, no, it wouldn't be the downwards. It'd be the position. Well, I guess the position is always. Actually, the position is no care about rotation. Those are two different things, right? So I can actually just do position dot down. Left? Oh, fuck. Wait, no. Because direction is rotation. Wait, I'm stupid. Just do this. Z. Camera distance equals Z plus so now the amount of value that we add to it needs to be some measure of how much we want to capture. Because like right now the way it is like this. The Yap God. Okay, move away from the Yap God. I need to make the fan. Wait, sorry, I have to turn the fan on my PC. It's about to die. Okay, clear. Crash averted. Crash averted. Sorry. I keep forgetting about the like fan. Exclamation mark clip. What is that command supposed to do? Because I see other streamers here that have that command. I'm like, what is that command supposed to do? Like, wouldn't it just open up the like clip window? Or does it auto clip? Is there a way to make it auto clip? I don't know. Anyways, because right now, the way that we handle that distance, you take the camera position, this is the floor, it's just this value, all the way to the floor, right? But we want to capture some level of radius as you churn, such that you almost have a sphere of influence around which it can still work. So it may go a bit further, but what happens is that you can then look at things that are slightly further away. So if you look at something over here, it'll still highlight, but too far and it won't. It's like your range, basically. I should make that configurable. Makes a clip. Yeah, but like, what does that mean? You can't do this to me. You know I want details. You can't do this to me. I'm in the mode. My brain is in the mode with the details. See, this is why I didn't want the highlight to be a part of this. Like, it feels like a whole different thing that's unrelated to highlighting. Private float. I don't know. Like interactive distance. Or like reach. Yeah, reach. That's a good word. Reach. Yeah, it's good. Plus your reach. Which has to be a number. And we only want to do this in debug, but now we can do camera distance, like here. Well, just distance. So based on the Z, which is always accurate, down to the floor, we do the distance of that plus thing. L minus 2. What does that mean? It wasn't a joke. Cut my life into pieces. We'll do a distance of 50. Now, if we look at it. See? The sun did not save. The sun did not save. I repeat. The sun is still looking the wrong way. 45-degree angle. I can't see! There we go. See that? So now I actually have a fair amount of distance. See? So here, look. So now, just like that, my radius, I can target things like somewhere over there, but any further, and it'll be too far away for my character to reach. And I can modify this until it feels nice. So I might even be like, let's say like 20. Like 20. Can I give the guy sunglasses? I don't actually know how. So we're going to get to the point where I build attachment points, right? I'm going to build some attachment point stuff because we have to do that for building stuff anyways, and we can use that for equipment. So you are correct that we're working on it today, but just fuck you. No, yes, no. What is with my shadow? There is no way. If you stand in front of someone, you don't make them disappear. That simply isn't possible. That's not possible. It's like those rooms. Like, those like fun houses where they do those like, interesting rooms where like people are like hidden. Or like the optical illusion thing. This is what that feels like. Oh, I can't even see it. Okay, so we're done that. So we're done this. I kind of want to move this to a whole different thing, and I think I should. I think we'll do like a. Should we do it in the look controller? No, it's very specific to a thing. Okay, for now, leave it all in one, but I want to separate it out eventually because this one also has to do stuff like figuring out what to plow, which should be the same distance as your reach, as your highlight reach. Hmm. I'm a genius. Look at this. Look. We do a selector, right? Selector. Yeah, we do it like this. Oh yeah, oh yeah. You know that scene in SpongeBob where he has like pencil. This is me. This is me. And then look, this is the magic. This is the magic. Okay. I've lost it. I've lost it. What was I thinking of? No, no, no. I still have it. I still have it. Like this, okay? And then look, look, look. This is the magic. This is the magic. Look, look. Boom. That's all you need to do. Make it public. That's all you need to do. Now, how do you communicate that the player is looking at something that it can reach? Well, that's easy. All you need to do is look at the current highlight. What's it currently looking at? Programmers aren't cool. We're just not cool. The reality of it is that we're just not cool. Camera there, do that. The middle of the screen, okay. I now have the trace. I don't need to do the trace then. I don't need to do the trace again. I actually have the result of the trace being stored as a current highlight. Then I can do all this input stuff for the actual plowing. Let's plow this bad boy by doing this. So this is all just to push the snowball. Hey, you're back. Because anything inherently lazy isn't cool, and programming is about making it so you don't have to do things later. So true, I don't even know what that point is about, but I'm going to agree with you because you sound like you know what you're talking about, and I don't. I don't remember what I talked about 5 seconds ago. I'm sorry. My brain is currently moving at 1,000,000 miles per minute, so I don't know what you're referencing. Oh, I said programmers aren't cool. I see what you mean. Sorry. You're correct. Because anything inherently lazy isn't, because programming is late. I get it now. I get the connection. I understood, but I didn't understand, right? I understood the words, but I didn't understand the meaning of it. You should write a book. I feel spiritually enlightened by what you said. Like, yes, it makes sense. I feel it. I mean, that's the weird part, right? I wonder why we condemn laziness. Realistically, laziness is a function of many different things, right? But you should feel happy and like okay and like proud to be lazy. Like life and like the idea of like pushing through suffering is like very, very, I don't know, archaic. Like you should be allowed to just sit on the sofa and do nothing. That is life. The best piece of coding advice that you were ever given was you're trying so hard to make it perfect and not accepting the fact that it already works. So true. So true. I've heard it said in an so I've heard that same sentence said in another way, like let good not be the enemy of like perfect. But I like that way of saying it more, like your way, because it even implies that even if it's bad, at least it works. Because like, do you really need it to be good? Even not necessarily. POV. I'm trying to explain to my boss why I'm not done and why nothing's working. So why did I have all this? Primary. Oh right, I need the player now. So now I need the player. Internal. Right, this was internal for me to access later. Selector, current highlight. I guess this should be internal too, actually. I don't know if I want it to be like public. That's like my thing. Right, it's not an is plowing anymore. It's like the player state. Okay, so it should be player state. Private player. And then I gotta do assert, not null, player. This should be on the validate, I guess. Protected override, validate. There we go. Over there, go like that. Okay, cool. Then we check if the player is currently plowing. Player dot mode is not equal to player dot plowing. I already had that set up. That's actually interesting. But it is true though. As long as it works, that's like really the key of it. It's just so hard to like get out of the mindset of like perfectionism, or like rather like trying to make it the best that you can. It's like I'm so worried about these like details, but it's like the game jam ends in 2 days, and like we don't really have something playable yet. As simple of a game as it is, I'm complecting it to be like a ball of to almost be like a snowball. I was meant to make this game. This game is a metaphor for my approach to doing anything. I complete everything I touch. I'm like Anti-Midas, right? Like how Midas makes gold. I don't make gold. I turn it to like, shit, like just human, but not even like, like straight up like human shit. Straight from someone's asshole. Straight from the sewers. School is all on the grade. Programming is just pass or fail. So true. Actually, I'm actually curious about this. The program is in my chat. I was having a conversation about this with my coworker because they were asking about how I felt about like paper tests. So like, it's actually so funny to like think about. But I enjoy programming like tests that are done on paper, so long as they don't care about the syntax, because it takes me away from having to make something perfect, and it just lets me focus on making something work conceptually. Even if the syntax like is like completely pseudocode, as long as the logic works, then that's when I really like that. But I'm curious to see what other people's thoughts are. You thought that I was Sisyphus. Well, no, I am Sisyphus. I'm both. He can be multiple things. Maybe Sisyphus, works. Sisyphus, right, has a laptop attached to his chest. I'm going to show you. Where's the link for this? It was a really cool blog post, actually. It was a really, really cool blog post. This guy. Look. Maybe Sisyphus is like this guy. Look. Maybe, okay, Sisyphus has a laptop strapped to his chest so he can code remotely. There's nothing stopping him from working two different jobs, okay? One he's condemned to by the gods, and the other he's condemned to by capitalism. A man's gotta eat, all right? If he has to work, then he has to work. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. It's doable. This is me right now. This is me. This could be me. What if one day I do this and I take you guys on like a IRL programming trip? That'd be kind of funny, actually, right? Chad, we should try this. I'm gonna try this. One day, I'm gonna make this. I'm gonna bring you all on an IRL programming trip, and we'll program by like the beach or something. I don't know. Well, I would need a 5-hour delay on the stream so that nobody could find me, because I would be afraid, and I would have to like, you know what? No, I'm too afraid of you all. Your favorite exam was an exam with a couple of basic questions followed by, "This is the problem. Now create me your solution." You did a robotics degree, so you're the reason why the toothpaste robot exists. This company wants to automate solutions in delivering sandwiches to employees' desk. That's interesting, actually. That's actually nice, because that's like very freeform. Like it just lets you like go wild with what you think. I like that too, actually. I do enjoy that too. I really enjoy those open-ended questions, because it kind of lets you go as creative as you want, and then but like there's like a natural complexity to it where it's like the more creative your solution, the more details you have to add to your problem space. So it's, in a way, it's like the ultimate question, because if you can make a simple solution work well, then by God, like you should be making robots. Like you should be making, like you are the person that we need to make a robot. That's actually cool. You know what? If I ever teach a class, hopefully not, because like, what am I gonna teach them? Then I'm gonna like steal that. What do I do here? Okay, now we need to figure out what this was. I don't even remember what half this stuff was. Like, what is all this? Especially the find plow target. Like, why am I plowing someone? Ways to add strength temporarily based on shit you find around the map. Why'd I do that? So on update, that's important stuff. Well, I guess the API stuff that you can use goes over here. Yeah, okay, so stuff like that. Some way to add to your strength. Realistically, this is better done as like an inventory of some kind. Or like a buff system. But then now we have to make it like a dynamic buff system. Which actually isn't that hard. You can kind of define like an effect system, and then you define like the effect type, and then you just program for each type. And then you just collate it all into like a single thing. Basically the way it's done in every single game. It's not that bad actually. That's weird. Programming the game stuff is easier than like programming stuff like, angles and stuff. Because I don't know the math. I'm so bad at like the knowledge pieces. Eh? Okay, here we go. What do I do here? What do I do here? Why am I finding a plow target? Okay, you know what? Wait. So if I'm currently not plowing, find someone to plow. Find something to plow. And wait, this is also simple because I have something that's being plowed. Well, there's no need to find something to plow. Right, because I've remodeled this whole thing. There's no need to find something to plow anymore. I just need to update what my movement model is based off of. Right. So, if I don't have a plow target, so if this and this, and then there's no, well, yeah, and then if there's a current highlights on the selector, yeah. So if the selector has somebody, we use that as our plow target. Yeah, so we just plow them. What does that mean to plow someone? What does it mean to plow someone? To have sexual intercourse with. That was accidental. Listen, that was accidental. I didn't know. I've heard vague references to it, to this thing called sex. Never had it, so I didn't know that it meant to have sex. Okay, well, I guess it makes sense to be like a snow job and then plow someone. It's pretty funny actually. You thought it was on purpose this whole time? No, I didn't know. I didn't know at all. Like snow job kind of was, right? But plow, because like I think of a snow plow. You know what I mean? I'm a Canadian. I'm not a sex freak. I'm a Canadian. You know when people are saying they're trying for a baby? Okay. That, right? Whenever people say that they're trying for a baby, all I can imagine is that you just told me that you guys are having copious amounts of sex and you're nutting in her every single night. Yeah, like exactly. Exactly. It's like I don't want to know that they're raw dogging. Exactly. It's like thank you for letting me like imagine saying that to your parents, like mom, dad, we're trying for a baby. And it's like I don't want to know that, man. Keep it to yourself. It's not weird or anything, but it's like I don't know if I would tell my parents like, "Hey, I'm coming in her every single night, and one day one of my cummies is gonna be yummies." You better wait out. Watch out. What have I done? What have I done? They're never gonna let me into the game jam. They're waiting for me to they're waiting for me to submit so they have my email, and then they'll ban me by my email plus my IP address, and then they'll tell me to never ever bother with this ever again. So good, so good. What is this? Oh, if it doesn't equal no, then we have it. So now we need to update okay, here we go. So now we don't need to do the trace anymore. That's actually useless. But what we need to do is we need to update the source of the movement to the thing. Okay, because now you want to attach the player to make it so that they rotate and move based on the thing that they're rolling. Yeah. At stick wife. Who did you at? Who did you at? Is that a real user account? Slash user stick wife. Oh my god, chat, that is not my wife's account. Who is this person? Account created March 19th, 2023. I'm gonna ban them. I'm gonna ban them. I'm gonna ban them preemptively so that they don't join this like chat and then they're like, what the fuck is going on? Just ban them. I'm sorry for what my chat has done to you. I'm gonna ban them preemptively. Let's just not bother them. I don't want to bother them. It's for your own safety. If you're watching this in the future and you have that account, like it's for your own safety, okay? Like yeah. That's so good. That's actually so funny. Oh man. Oh man, that's funny. That's actually funny. Well, I didn't think I'd be doing that today. That's good. That's really good. Holy cannoli, that's actually funny. Woo-wee. Watch the clip. I don't want to listen to myself. I really hate listening to myself. It's my least favorite thing to do. That's what I sound like. It's so good. One day, one of my cummies is gonna be yummies. Oh man, that's good. That's really good. Holy moly, that's really good. Oh man, that's really good. Oh Jesus. Private private plowable plow target. Plowable. So what I'm currently plowing. Gotcha. Here we go. Stick out of context. It's a good clip. It's a very good clip. I'm just ashamed of myself. I'm ashamed of myself. Okay, so we have this. I don't even know what to think anymore. I don't even know what to think anymore, guys. Get the game object here. Okay. Why can't I do this? Returns a temporary value. That's fine. I'll just do a temporary value then. I don't really care about the ref. Ref doesn't really matter here. Use a temporary value. We then update it. So this is really about updating the plow target. And then we do plowable equals selector dot current highlight. It? Oh, I need to make sure that it's plowable. Right, if it can't be plowed, then there's no point. You know what? That's what I was missing. That's what I'm missing. If I can't plow it, I can't even use it. Oh my god, that's so true, King. So true, King or Queen. Okay, wait. So I need to make sure that this thing actually is a plowable thing. So if I can get the components that get... Hear me out. You think Golden Sun overworld music can rival Hyrule Field? I think you're correct because like every time I think of Hyrule Field, I think like it's just a very... Not that it's boring, but it very much... The only reason it's so famous is because it was everyone's childhood game, right? Like it is like the game that people grew up with. It has sentimentality, but it's not the most complex thing. It's meant to be a very simple piece that's just meant to convey a certain feeling. Now, did you link the overworld music? You did. Let's listen. Well, let's see. What's like a game that's around the same age? Like what? Golden Sun release date. Ocarina of Time release date. Holy shit! It's even older. Okay, well, Ocarina of Time is like before. Yeah. Minish Cap. Okay, well, Minish Cap is a bit too modern. I think. Let's see Ocarina of Time and then some Minish Cap. Yeah. Okay, maybe I'll do both. Yeah. It does sound very explorer, which is exactly kind of what you want from probably that type of game. How about this one? Yeah, see like this. The only reason people really like this is because they grew up on it. Not to say that it's bad, but like it. Well, yeah, just think about it. Just feels very maybe okay. Maybe the Minish Cap version is better. Hyrule Fields. Is it Koji Kondo? He is good. I don't know. It is. It's Koji Kondo. You know what? Okay, maybe the Ocarina of Time one is like good. There was one where I was like, I don't know if it feels particularly like good. Like there was one version of the song that I remember feeling like, okay, this is the weakest version of it. But so, I don't remember which one it was. Maybe it was a Game Boy Advance one too. Maybe it was a Link to the Past. Yeah, yeah. Or like this composition. It always struck me. Okay, that's the thing. It always struck me as more of a almost like a royalty song. Like you're going into like a royal palace or like a thing. It never really struck me as an exploration song, or it struck me as a victory ensemble of sorts. Of like this is you on the road to victory. It never really struck me as like a time for adventure. I actually think that the in a weird way, the Breath of the Wild silence and like very, very sparse soundscape felt more exploration-y than anything so far that they've done. But I think just because of the way the game was, I think it just worked so well that I can't divorce the two. But the one from Ocarina of like Time, that version in particular, I think captures that feeling of like time to go on an adventure to like save the. Is it the princess? What's her name again? Princess Peach. Just kidding. It's Princess Link. Princess Link. How do you know the names of all these composers? Like I can never remember them. I'll never remember like who these people are. I mean, it's just hard. You know what I mean? There's just so many names. If what was the syntax again for this? There was a syntax of like some cool selector thing that I was doing before. Probably here that I did it. There we go. It's the is thing. You like music. Also, did you know gaming videos makes excellent background noise? That's interesting. I don't know. Did you know gaming? I think I that's not familiar to me though. So maybe I just can't recall them. And I do like music, but see, my problem with the music has always been I hear the song and I'm like, cool song, good the beats. I like that like dudes, and I never really remember the names of people. I just remember what the song made me feel like. Like even now, if you ask me for like a song, like that waterfall song, or like the I love you song, I'd be like, I don't know who like made it, but I love the artist and every song and the way that they sound like, but I just don't know. Or the two dudes who like made made a song. I'm gonna leave the door open. I don't know them anymore. I'm just bad with like names. It's why the music segment I don't do it every single time because I need preparation. Otherwise, I'm just pulling things out of my ass and I can't even find links to like songs. So it's also why music is not a spontaneous thing here because I can't remember the names of things for the life of me. I'm just weak. That is your secret power, chat. Your power is knowledge. Do I need the plowable? I don't think I need the plowable. Why would I ever need the plowable? Yes, I kind of do need the plowable. Useless trivia man. I'm a useless trivia man. So true, though. So true. Even for like programming stuff, like I actually don't like. I mean, you just saw me go back to my old code. Like I don't remember things. I just gonna deal with them as they come. I don't know why. It's just hard for me to like remember things. Maybe I do have like pain. Maybe I do have like brain pain. Something's wrong with your brain, Stick. It doesn't work the way it used to. Do you even know where you are? Man, it's what? COVID? What? Happy Hippo Twitch? Wake up, man. It's 2006. Come on. Let's go roll that snowball. It's like, okay. Okay, so the plowable's there, and while we're plowing it, it's good. So we have the plow. I don't even need to use find plow target. Like realistically, I just do this here. So we do it here, and we have the game object as well. We can do just selector dot current highlights immediately, because these two are technically the same. Although, maybe better to do it off the plowable. That way we know for sure what it is, right? Typo in word plowable. No, that's not a typo. This is an adjective that is waiting to be defined inside of the Webster's dictionary. Okay? When I look at a fine honey, I go, damn, you look plowable. That's so stupid. That's such a stupid word. Like, I didn't know that, like, the plowing. You ever see a snow plow, chat? Like, I didn't know it meant to have sex. Like, dude, a snowplow at Home Depot is $2,000. I'm making money moves. I'm not making it quiver. I'm making money moves. What's wrong? They'll never accept my game. When you plow to field, you get it ready to sow your seed. When you plow the field, you get it ready to sow your seed. You're right. I forgot about plowing the fields with your hoe to get it ready to sow my seed. You're absolutely right. Okay, so we have this. We update it. Well, I'm sowing the seeds of our game here. It's been 3 hours and we've done very little, so we have to hurry it up here. Get the highlight. We have the highlight. That's the current target that we have. We then make it the source. We update the direction source of the thing so that the camera can move. When you detach, we need to restore the original source, which is the camera, and then rotate it to fit that. And then we may have to do like a lerp so it doesn't feel weird, which is fine. And that would have to be local rotation. Basically, I see the problem actually. This needs to do a translation from local. This has to translate from local to world and vice versa, such that we can rotate it independently but accurately and without affecting all the children in certain situations, like when trying to bring it back into the same rotation angle as the direction source on relinking. Yeah. So we gotta do that, and then we gotta do this, and the plower needs to do this. So right now you're plowing it. What happens when you're plowing it? What does that mean? So we check this. We make sure that this is good. So if you're doing primary and you're not plowing, well, actually specifically it should be empty-handed. It shouldn't just be like a plowing. You should be empty-handed. Because to do anything, you must be from empty. And then if this and we want to just do this too. And that highlight isn't null, we then do this. Okay, so we set the target to plow. And we just do all of this. Just do all of this. Okay, then we do this. That's a very long condition, but it's fine. Why did you just type your name? I'm not falling for it. I am a master at defending myself from pure socialism. You don't even know my birthday. You don't even know how old I am. I could be like a 13-year-old kid for all you know, or I could be like 50, right? Like I could be anything. I am closer to like 50 though. Dang. Almost got him. Almost fooled him. I'm 29. How do you know that? I'll tell you right now, chat. The only thing I've ever been truthful to you about is what I eat. And guess what? All those food photos, every time I post them, those photos, specifically those food photos, these have been from at least a month ago. Yeah. Because one day, I'm going to order food. This was my fear, right? That one day, if I posted the food photo on the same day, I would post it. And then one of you would be my, food delivery driver. And you would know because you put a signal into every single food that you have. And you would see like your signal, like your one grain of rice that like has like a marker on it. And then you would know that it was me. And so you would know where I live and then it'd be over. I have never been truthful to you once. The only thing that I've been honest about is my behavior. That's why if you stay, something's wrong with you. Because I'm weird. 29? How do you really know, huh? That food was a month ago. I could have been 29 10 years ago. You have no clue. You have no clue. You have no idea what's going on. Nothing. Nothing. What am I doing again? Oh yeah, so now we're plowing something. So player mode. Plowing. See, the problem now is that if two things act on primary empty-handed, then things will break. It's like some things can only happen in certain cases. And I want to control that from action graph to be like, okay, this thing should disable this thing. So you've been raw dogging? That's my mod, by the way. That's my mod, by the way. So you've been raw dogging? Oh, that's funny. That's actually funny. How would you know? Yeah, it's funny. How would you know? I wonder if there's a way to propagate the input in a different way. You killed him, mod. You killed him. It's just really good. That was funny. You know what I need to do? I need to think about this. There's a problem here. What other inputs am I going to need? I might even have inputs where it's like, you might touch a radio to like change the music being played, right? And that requires you to look at it, but that's going to use the primary button too. I need a way to inform like an input graph of like what's possible. Because sure, we have the player mode, but this isn't enough. Because we still deal with conflicts. Having the player mode doesn't solve the conflict thing. It simply solves the, is it possible to do so at this moment? But it doesn't enable or disable certain input modes. Like this layer, this stuff right here, should actually be split into two things. One, the input, and the other, updating these components to run their functionality. Like actually moving the thing and sticking to the camera, right? And then, like, forcing the angle of the camera to be like a certain way too. Hmm. Okay, I'll have to think about that. To do split this into input plus game logic. Input must be a layered system such that we can inform the player of what input modes are available contextually. Game logic can then be done independently and won't be affected by the input mode as well as the contextual layer that's currently active. Yeah. Or like you might even be looking at like another, I don't know, player. Well, no, another player is the same thing. For now, it doesn't really matter, I think. But for later on, if we add items, we have to think about this. So when we add items, we have to think about that. So for now, why do today what can be left for tomorrow? Let's just raw dog this. So we update the direction source. You're already looking at it. So what we can do is this. So now we, instead of being update, there should be like a lock. There should be lock direction source. Yeah, it should be lock. Okay, so we'll lock the direction source. Yes. Lock direction source. We'll give it like an angle. Well, by default, we'll have like a lock angle. And so we lock it to this new thing. I still don't know how it interacts with the game, with the garbage collector. I'm assuming it's fine. And if it ever disappears, we'll figure it out, I guess. Presumably it would disappear because it's a copy. Or maybe just a reference to it. I don't know. And when you lock it, we then pop it. We then say, okay, what is the lock angle? Private float. Lock. Look angle equals lock look angle equals some number. And what I want to do is that such that if you're locked into the snowball, you can't do a Chucky and spin your head around, right? You have to look left or right, but you can't see directly behind you. Well, you kind of can, really close to. Okay, so we do lock look angle. We can set that as a thing. And we need to know if we're locked at the moment. So how do I know if I'm locked? I guess like a boolean. Yeah, heck it. Private. I guess it's a property too, because I kind of want to see this to make sure it all works. Is locked equal false? Yeah. And then this one would make it is locked equal true. This song is so funny to me because it sounds like somebody's trying to say something, but like they're saying it in like a fake made up language. Like, just listen. It's like somebody took a cat and was like trying to make it meow and then just remixed like a cat to meow. It's such a good song because it sounds so perfect for what it's trying to like do too. Meow, meow, meow. Sorry. Listen. It feels like a shitpost. It's like somebody took someone's like. It sounds like somebody took like someone yelling for like toilet paper and then remixed it into a song. Wow, wow, wow. Okay, I think we're mostly good in terms of what we need. We have the restore direction source. We have this. We have that. We then lock it to the thing. We need to now implement the movement of the plowing, which is going to be interesting. If input released primary. Well, first off, and player.mode equals player.the plowing. Player.player mode the plowing. So if we're currently plowing and we've released the button to then do something else. And realistically, that should be the first check, I think. Because if the input isn't correct, they shouldn't even bother checking the second one. Do compilers do this optimization themselves? Because like usually the way that I order this is I order it in terms of like the thing that predicates everything else. So it checks that and then it short circuits immediately. So it would first check this, and then it wouldn't bother running this method of looking up the input tree, right? But I don't know if that's still like a concern with the way things are. I don't know. And that's gonna be allowable if it exists. Otherwise, if it doesn't, then it's gone. And then if we release it, then we do that. Else, do I want to do an if else? Technically, you can't be both, right? So yeah, it would be an else if. And you released it, then you do the restore directions source. Okay, good. So now I need to set a lock angle onto this. I need to then handle the lock angle on the look controller itself too. Is locked, look angle, 70 degrees only. It's weird because like that's not really the concern of this thing. This doesn't really handle looking. It's more about this thing. But then this thing can just read values from it, so it doesn't really matter. Is there a cycle? I don't think there's a cycle. When is the game going to be available on the App Store? I actually don't know. That's a good question. Can you even make this game? Like, what's the export here? Roadmap. Can you even, like, I wonder what you can even export to. Standalone. So they're working on it. So maybe in like 3 years. But you can actually get s&box right now. You actually don't even have to join the game jam. You just go to this site. So here, I'll post a link instead of chat. You're actually, okay, can you all get this actually? Because you're going to be involved in beta testing. You're all going to be beta. You're all going to be beta chat members starting tomorrow. So get s&box just in case to prepare. Download it. It's very small. And then to prepare for tomorrow. Because tomorrow we have to do the first rounds of network testing. And I'm going to need all of you to join and see if it works. So if you want to join in the network testing, surely at this point it's alpha testing. No. Only alpha males get to do alpha testing. All the beta males will do the beta testing. We'll join on mobile. I don't think this thing will ever run on mobile. I don't even think it's possible. Hi, welcome to Snowjob. Today, welcome to Snowjob. Today we're gonna build a mobile version of the game. We're gonna modify the engine. Please hire me, Gary. We have this. Should this thing just read the value from this? Seems silly. Silly maze here. Seems kind of silly. But surely that would be best. Or maybe we do like a delegate here. Like realistically, I would want to do a delegate here, and then I would do it in like Ashen Graph, right? That would be a lot nicer. Because then this thing could just inform whatever it needs to inform. But for now, because I don't understand Ashen Graph, just do this. Because I don't understand Ashen Graph yet, just do this. Look controller. So while it's locked, we do the look controller. Because is locked is only really the concern of the look controller itself. Okay, so now the look controller. This is getting very complicated. The point where it's like I don't even know where things are anymore. Or like what the graph of dependencies is. Like the graph of dependencies has now gotten too far. We've gone too far. What is that? Orangutan. Why did you post that? Okay, now we do. Well, I should leave the light cycle stuff at the very top. I'm gonna do public void look angle and then float angle. And then the angle is going to be on top of the current angle. So plus or minus whatever the current angle is. Yeah. Lock angle. And actually, realistically, I don't even need it here. Look angle should be a part of this. Probably private float. Yeah. Look angle. Look angle offset equals 70F. Sure. There we go. And we get it from this thing, and then we say, okay, so whatever the current angle is, lock it such that it doesn't go past beyond these values afterwards. So I almost need to store the existing angle and make sure that it doesn't... Well, I can just calculate the max and the min and make sure that it stays within that range. Yeah. I can be like private float minimum look angle equals not a number, and then same thing with maximum. You know what? It'll be a miracle if I can even get this onto the sandbox store. Okay, it'll be a miracle if we even make it in time for the game jam. I don't even think that's possible. We're doomed. We're doomed. Word unlock look angle. And then minimum look angle equal maximum look angle equals float dot not a number. There we go. So drop it to not a number, and then if it's not a number as you churn, we don't lock it. We don't clamp it over here. And then we do all the logic over here. So we calculate it based on the current angle. Yeah. It's not really a function of this then. Really, I'd want like a higher level delegate to like pass these down as like events to make it easier to manage. It's like because right now the event model is kind of like this. Right now everything affects everything kind of all willy nilly. So like mentally the model of all like shit here, like this is the player circle, right? And this is all the shit that it has. Like each of these is like a component that it uses, right? Right now, everything affects something like this. It kind of goes all over the place, and it's like kind of hard to tell like what we've already done and like what we're doing again. Realistically, whereas I would want something that orchestrates all of that. So I would want like an orchestrator here that then handles orchestrating to these things that are all necessary for the flow of it, but that handle player events on its own. Such that you can define the relationships based on the events that are being emitted from this thing. So it'd be like an event digest of some kind. Yeah, an event digest, and then each one could handle it if it needs to or if it wants to. And the events would be like, oh, is like now plowing. Okay, well then do this and that on this thing, which is what the action graph and the delegates would be good for. They'd be so good for that, actually. Fuck. Oh well, I'll figure it out later. Oh well. Okay, so what is the current rotation? So transform dot rotation dot. Be right back. My wife is texting me. The code must be written. We must get it done. Sorry about that. That took a while. What am I gonna do here? What am I doing again? Oh yeah, so I get the current angle. And then I just calculate how much further they can churn. I don't care about looking up and down. I only care about the Y, the yaw axis. The yaw axis. So I just take like the max yaw. Can I BRB again? Alright, fine. I mean, if you want, but I'm just kidding. Can you BRB again? It was so nice when it was quiet. I'm just kidding. It was so nice when it was quiet. One thing that's weird about yaw, I'm realizing, right, is that yaw is technically like a weird value. I think it's 180 to 180. I think what happens is that the max is 180 in either angle. So I need to know to like clamp the value and like calculate it correctly too. And I don't want to mess with the quaternion itself because the quaternion is like more of a direction. So look at the top right. If I go over here and I churn 180 and then see that when I go to 180, it flips to minus 180. Because we're now on the back curve. So I need to know that 180 is the inflection point. So if I go from 0, Basically, at 0 and 180, it changes the sign because that's the inflection point of the value. Because it's trying to encode an angle based on your facing. So it's like if you're behind or if you're looking behind you, it's minus. If you're in front, it's all positive. 180 to minus 180, which is 360 as a whole. And the sign is what lets you know at a glance, like, are you looking at a particular facing? But I don't know why they would do that. Well, it makes sense from a, I guess, like a usability reason, but then how do you get the angle without the sign? And how do you adjust it afterwards? Or how do you do it easily? You know what? I'll do the math. I can do math, right? I've done math before. We'll do the math. Can this value ever be more than something? I actually don't know. What if I just do, okay, what if I just calculate that? Transform dot rotation. But y'all, we do info log dot info. I want to get this value to see what this is. And see what this value ends up being. Because is that value the same as I expect? Yes. So the yaw is the same as what I see it there. Why is there an error on update on Plower? 38. What? Reference not set to something. 38. What's the reference? What? Oh. I never set the selector onto the Plower. See, is there a way to do this well, where I can have like a set of components? Basically, I'm asking for archetypes. I'm asking for archetypes in like a traditional ECS style of things. Is there a way to do like a set of archetypes that can then define all these relationships beforehand? Huh. Really, that's like step 2 is like you kind of want archetypes to help you manage these components. Because granular functions on a component level is nice. But then like managing relationships between these things gets more and more difficult. Man, I'm plowing. In fact, the plower has nothing. It has no player. It has nothing. Okay, so I need to add the player. Where's the player? Yo, dog. Where's the? Okay, here we go. There's the player. We add the selector, land movement controller, and the plowable is for itself. And also, is there a way to specify the properties such that one is meant to be like a view, just a read only, and then one is meant to be like a thing? I'm pretty sure there's like a read only property somewhere. Properties. Component editor. You'll need the what? We've got an experimental library that lets you build component types in the editor. What? No. What is the property? Property. See, there's only property and a require component. Whereas, like, I want property that's like a read only, so it's just a view into something versus something that you can actually drag into it. So there's one more thing. I can actually just make it myself. Just make it myself. Fuck it. I'm doing it live. Okay, so that's good. Add plowable to dictionary. Yes. Okay. Okay. So and then the angle is gonna be. Okay. I think I have an idea of what the angle is gonna be like. So this, we then do distance. So it's like if it's, it's kind of weird. How am I going to do this actually? Wait. I need to add until it's 180, and then every other value needs to go to minus. Well, no, that's silly. This gives me a float, right? So what I can do is just this. I could then flip the sign, and then minus until 180. Minus from 180 the difference of the current value, right? How many do this? So var yaw equals that. Then yaw plus equal maximum look angle equals yaw plus equal look angle offset. Yes. Then it would be if maximum look angle is there to get like a way to get the absolute value away from the sign? Probably. Math dot absolute. If a signed integer, shit, can I do it for floats? Yes, I can. Okay, good. If I look at this and I go, okay, well, if this is greater than 180, then we would flip the sign. Because we only care about the minus, we only care about the positive way. The 180 flip is the only one that we care about. The minus kind of handles itself. My ear is so itchy. Yeah, okay, so if it's greater than 180, that's the only thing that we care about is the 180 thing. Because below 0, it would just stay a negative number. Then what we would do is we would do fuck, my head hurts. I'm trying to think about this. You would take the difference, go flip the sign, and then add that into the difference. Yeah. So you would take maximum look angle equals math, not abs. Maximum look angle minus 180. So it'd be like this, and then like this, and then maximum look angle plus equals plus that. So do all of this first, and then do times minus 1 to flip the sign. And that's your maximum. And the minimum is like the same thing. Is the minimum the same thing? Minimum look angle. Is there ever a point where you can do this? There is. If you go minus to minus 180, then you need to do the same thing, but on the opposite end. Okay? So it's literally the same thing, but for the minus side. This feels overly complicated for no reason. And I don't know why. I feel like there's an easier way to do this, but I can't think of it. Math? The numbers... What do the numbers mean, Mason? Maybe when Mason was locked up in that, set in a jail cell, he was like, okay, well, I don't know what the numbers mean, but if I don't say something, they're gonna be mad at me. Get the absolute, we then minus 180, that's a value. We then take this, we then minus it. No, we always do plus, always. I think we always do plus, even if it's minus, because the value will just be that. Okay. Then, oh, oops. Equals that plus that. Okay, so equals that plus that. Okay, we'll see if this works. We'll just look at the value. If it's wrong, I'll know where to update it. And if it's not wrong, then I don't really know. Can I do like a multiple assignment like this, actually? Is there an easy way to do it like this? You can't. So we have to go like this. Okay, it's fine. That should be from right to left evaluation. If it's left to right, then I don't know what to do. Okay, so we do... And then this thing needs to clamp it, but we'll clamp it afterwards. Don't clamp it yet. Let's just look at the value and see what happens. Curious. We have the look controller. I'm gonna hard code it to maybe just force it. I don't even have the look controller, do I? Ooh la la, wee wee. How do I bring this in to this thing? No. How do I show these two things? I want to see the inspector for two things. How do you do that? What the fuck? Wait, how do you see the inspection for two different objects? Oh shit. How am I supposed to drag that value in? uh, is there a way for me to specify this? I don't know how to specify this. Uh, uh, copy? Paste? Like, I guess paste? How do I, oh my god, wait, how do you do that? How are you supposed to drag it in from another component? Oh, you know what? Just drag it in. Maybe it'll find it. Look controller on main camera. Oh, okay. So that solves that. Okay, so that makes sense. It'll just find it by itself by the type. I need some way to activate this so that I can see it work. Like I need to activate this immediately. 70. What if I just do is locked immediately? No, I need to call it. We'll jump. The jump button will be the thing to lock it. Okay. So we'll just lock direction source to, I don't know, to this. It's gonna be stupid, but it's fine. Okay, so now it's locked. Locked angle offset. I didn't make these properties. I don't even know what the value is. Okay, so we got. I just want to see what this is. Is it so hard? Is it too much to ask for it to see what this value is gonna be like? I don't know, chat. Let's see. All right, what's your values? Show me. That's wrong. Minimum look angle should be minus. It should be minus. Yeah. Okay, so maybe my intuition was wrong, and it should be minus. So you minus that value times -1. Right? Do this. You jump. Still 70. What do I do? Oh, you know what? Since it's the minimum, it would just be that. Well, let's say my yaw is over here, okay? Let's say my yaw is like here, 150. 17 and 17. 51 and 51. Something's wrong. Oh, let's see that? Okay, now the value the value at 180 gets kind of weird. The closer it is to 0, the worse it gets. The calculation's wrong. What is this calculation doing? I need to get. I don't know why math is so hard for me. What is this? I need to. What I'm trying to do. What am I trying to do? Okay, maybe step number 1 is figuring out what to do. Player looks over here. This is their view volume, right? Yeah. This is their yaw. Like, effectively, this is their yaw. Let's say. It's the angle that they're currently looking at, which is like pretty much the middle, like effectively where they're looking at. This is their forward, is their yaw. Just expressed in radians. Is it radians? I think that's the unit. What I want to then specify is that they can only look this much towards here and this much towards here. So like the min and the max. So if it's like -70, so it's 70 per, right? 70 per on top of the unit. Let's say they're looking at like 50. Well, what's a unit that'll overflow into, I think, 120, right? Then their max should equal over here. It should then equal -70. It should be 50. And then this should be -10. So they can only move between 50 and -10. How do I enforce that? That's an easy enforcement. You'd only be able to move towards that. But calculating this, why is it so hard for me to calculate? What's wrong about my mathematics? I don't know math. It's so hard. I don't want to do math anymore. Game dev would be easy if there was no math. If math didn't exist, If math didn't exist, World of Warcraft would have been killed a long time ago because I would have made something like it. Stupid calculations. Okay. 120 plus 70. If it's over 180, needs to wrap around. So it needs to be the value minus 180. I don't know what I was thinking here. Wait. Is that always true? I think that's always true. Yeah, it always has to be like this value minus 180. And then you just flip the sign, right? Because if you do this, let's say it's 120, it then becomes 190 here. You minus 180, it's then 10, but it should be minus 10 because it's now flipped the sign because it's on the opposite end. Yeah. And it doesn't matter what this is. Like, the order doesn't matter because it's all commutative. It, like, doesn't matter. And in fact, it's the same over here, too. Because now you do the minimum look angle. So you have to do the minus over here. And then the same thing if it's... Well, is that true? It can't be a check on less than 180. You know what it is? There's another angle that makes this complicated. Same situation where you're at minus 120. Because then 70 over here would then become 10. And over here it'd be minus 50. So does this math work out? Like, is my signing correct? In the maximum case, it would be, let's just pretend like it was minus 120. I would then add 70, which is not correct. It would then go to whatever. Oh, is that correct? Yeah, it would just add 70. But it has to add in a way that is like, it's going to keep the sign of the thing. It has to be the exact same sign as the... like, by the way... But that's the only way that it would work. Yeah, it would have to add and minus around the same values. Although I guess the add, I'm only looking at it from like this, right? But realistically, if you look at it as a full circle, then it doesn't really matter whether you add it or you don't. Your inflection points are these. Why don't I just treat it like a 360 value? I'm overcomplicating this. Just treat it like a 360. It's the same logic anyways of 360, right? It's 360 degrees. If it's, above one, so greater than 180. So greater than 180 equals minus the difference, right? Less than 0 equals minus the it's all minus the difference. Is that true? Yeah. Times minus the difference. Yeah, times minus the difference. Right? Because then this calculation makes more sense. Because then it's like, you'd have 190 minus 180 times minus 1. And you'd have the same for 0. If it's below 0, it's a negative number. No, but then the yaw that we get is already normalized to 180 and 180. So I would have no way to convert it to a 360 value. So this would only work if it was a full circle, but we don't have that value. So we have to go through this. Where it's like, I don't fucking get it. What's wrong with my brain? Does it matter? We can do the same calculation on both sides. It's the same. It doesn't really care about this. It's actually the same calculation on both sides. Okay, well, fuck it. So same thing, if I look at this. Minimum look angle. But what am I scoping this to? lower than minus 180. Then it's plus 180. Times minus 1 to flip the sign again. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Let's see if I'm correct. I don't think I'm correct. God, I hate doing the math off it. Maybe doing the math off the yaw is not the best choice. Maybe that's the worst possible choice, right? It died. So I'm at, okay, let's get a good number. Let's go for 120. A minus 120 should put me at, that's already minus 202. That's a problem. Okay, plus 120 should work though. It should give me 10 max. That's also a problem. What the fuck is going on? Okay, 120. Son of a bitch! $120 jump 190 minus 50. The minus 50 is not correct. Well, the minus 50 is not correct. That's a huge value difference. What? Plus 70? Oh, I did this. Wait, plus 70. Yeah, plus 70. Was our math just wrong? What's 70 plus 20 is 90. 190. 180 is the inflection point. So it should be minus 10. Why did it get all weird? Why is it minus 190? That's the value before it's done the subtraction. Well, the maximum is 50. I don't know where I got that much from. But that's the value that I expected from this side. I need to flip the operation. So same thing, just jump. Nothing I do makes sense. Am I just bad at math? I might just be bad at math. Am I bad at encoding this? I don't know. Maybe there's an easier way to do this. Maybe there's an easier way to do this. Maybe there's an easier way to calculate this. Like, is there a way to calculate the yaw plus a thing? I guess I could do like a rotation. Like, I could rotate it and get the yaw. Let's just do it based on rotation and not by calculating based off the yaw, okay? Let's just do it the easy way. So we have the transform the rotation of this. And then we can just do rotations that then take this value and calculate it off of that. So for instance, I can do a transform.rotation. Rotation equals this, and then we do rotation dot not from to rotation. But then I would need to figure out the value. Oh fuck. It's like you'd want to do it in a way that rotates it around. Angles. Is angles the same as thing? I guess it kind of is, right? Angles.yaw. Angles. Euler angles can support multiple revolutions, but suffer from issues like gimbal lock and lack of a defined up vector. I think I do want angles. Do I convert it to angles then backwards? Or is that too much conversions? Like, is there an easier way? Surely there's an easier way. Create one from pitch, yaw, roll. Degree to radian. As a degree, 180 degrees is pi. Yeah. But what if I go above 180? Does it do the calculation still? I'm assuming no. The difference. Return the difference between two rotations as a rotation. Distance. The degree angular distance between this and that. So angular distance being the angle itself. This is a float number. Return this rotation as yaw, pitch, roll angles. I guess I could just do that. But then, like, what's a minus angle? Like, the minus angle, see? Math dot sine. Mm. Clamp. Wait, what? Clamp to within degrees of past. Oh my god. Clamp to within degrees of past rotation. Okay, well. Within degrees? What does that mean? Clamp it within the degrees. Clamp to within degrees of past rotation. Also passes out the change in degrees, if any. How does this work? Does this add on to the degrees that's there? Do degrees need to be... Is this a 0 to 360? Because that's kind of what I want. And does it do it based on where it is? This actually might be the solution. It may even be easier. We just clamp it. But then how do you clamp it? Like, you still need the current rotation wherever it is, and you clamp it based on that. Rotation 2. Clamp to within degrees of past rotation. So we need to copy this rotation. I guess you... Is it a value or is it a reference of something? Do I just clone it? I don't know. Property... Private rotation. Initial... Anchor rotation. Yeah, sure, anchor. Let's do like anchor equals... Yeah. Do an anchor. And when we lock it, I wonder if that works. Maybe it does work. Maybe do like, okay. Anchor equals no. And then we do... Can I convert source type no to... Oh, because it's a struct. How do you unset a struct? How do you do like an optional... Maybe I can't do it like this. Okay, maybe we'll just do it like this. Property... Yeah, is locked equal true, and then equal false. Hey, why are you mad? It's already there. Okay, so we do this. We do that. Is locked equal true, and then we do. The anchor needs to be the current rotation. But is this a struct? What is are structs passed by value? Or they pass by C# struct passed by value? I don't know, like everything is C# is passed by value. Everything? Wait, actually, okay, I do like this model. It's a much simpler model. A class instance has a reference type on a value type. Arguments to function pass by value by default. It means passing a copy of the variable. Pass by reference means passing thing. Yep. Oh, wait, that means a copy of the variable. For value struct types, a copy of the values passes to the method. For reference types, a copy of the references passes to the method. I see. So it always copies. That's why when you do ref, it takes the same reference instead of making a copy of that reference. But you're not passing the entire thing. You're just passing a reference. Yeah, okay. So it does match my mental model. Okay, so actually, so this is fine. So I do this. I now have a copy of these values. Then I just clamp it. That seems easy enough. From the clamp, the anchor, and then the look angle offset. Well, wait, hold up. Okay, so there we go. We'll do like this. New rotation equals this. Okay, let's do this. And then if is locked. Oh god, this feels like a disaster. I don't know what I'm doing here. We were on such a good roll earlier, and then I think because now we're really getting into like the weeds with like math stuff. This is where I'm very weak with the math stuff. Just something about trying to decipher what's going on. That's the hardest part for me. I mean, everybody has like a weak spot, right? That's the reality of it, is that we'll always be weak in somewhere. It's important to recognize that when to give up. Like, just if you're weak at something, it's not wrong, but maybe it's time for us to give up and move on. Wait, so does this make a new return this dot clamp? Does this give a new rotation? It slips it. So it gives me a new one. So it slips it and it gives me a new rotation. So equals new rotation dot clamp. Because it doesn't modify it. It's a static. It eventually calls a static slip to do that. And then I do new rotation equals this. Okay, let's see if this works. I mean, that should be the implementation then. Fuck math. I don't need math. Oh, it does work. See that? Now I'm locked. Now I can't go any further. It's nice. It's good. No matter how hard I try, too, Terry cannot look away. My mouse is broken. I don't know why. Please stop breaking. Please. I'm begging you. Churn. Please! Why do you fail me, my mouse? 3D modeling when? Tomorrow. Tomorrow is the day. Tomorrow is the day with plus the music stuff. So tomorrow is the day when I show you all the demo songs I've been saving on my thing, and we'll see if it works, and we'll see how far we get in terms of making them sound nice, to say the least. Also, 70 is actually quite a small angle. Oh no, it does that weird thing. It clamps on the X and Y axis too. That feels weird that it clamps on the X and Y axis too. Yay, music stream. Oh god, spatial audio? Oh, you'll believe it. There's gonna be all kinds of audio going on. I was thinking of making like an ASMR room in this as like a punishment room. So like the host could have a button to like put someone in like a timeout room if they're being mean. But then I realized like I don't want to deal with moderation. So the moderation tactic for when a host is being bothered by someone in their game is they leave, and then everyone loses their like progress. So the host holds power over somebody's fun because when they leave, the server closes. And I thought that was more effective than making like an ASMR like dungeon. Because that's the second game actually. I'm just gonna reveal it. Second game we're gonna make in Sandbox is the ASMR dungeon. Third game is gonna be a MOBA, but a PVE MOBA. So strictly PVE because I think the platform model works. But the ASMR dungeon thing, I figured might as well do it in like Sandbox, and I kind of wish that I thought of doing it. I actually should have thought of doing it for the game jam, but I didn't think about it. Why didn't I do the ASMR dungeon as the game? I don't know why. Either way, I'm just saying, the game after this is gonna be ASMR dungeon. This one is gonna be about rolling snowballs. Oh, you thought you kept hearing hose and was wondering how much the game concept changed. It's a whole new game. It's now a first-person shooter. Yay, music stream. It's now a first-person shooter. It's like, what are we playing? What's the game? This can actually be like first-person hose punishment game. The first hose type game. This is the first host type game. Okay, 360 is like too much almost. It's not really clamping. Something's slowing it down. I can feel it slowing down. I don't know why. Is clamp like a one-time thing I can just call? Or does this clamp, is it not a one-time thing? Clamp 2 degrees within rotation. It then slurps it and returns quaternion slurp. And the quaternion slurp does all this. But it doesn't apply a limit. You just do it at the moment. It may be that it's simply something else is probably lagging me. It's probably my machine dying. Probably my machine dying. It's okay. So this one is going to be 170. That's the degree. So you can look almost all the way, but you can't look behind you. See that? So you can't look behind you, like directly behind you. You just have to hope that whoever is behind you is being good to you. Does it have a profiler? I'm pretty sure it does, but I don't know where necessarily. Oh, it gets so weird when you look down. Like it does not like the idea of looking down. And I can actually break through the value if I spin fast enough. Huh. I don't like the way it feels, and I may just make my own clamper. Because I really only want to clamp within like a certain value, which feels better than doing it this way. I don't know. I'll think about this later. This is good enough for now that it just works, but yeah, there is a profile. I think I just don't know how to like access it again, but there's a way to profile how well your game is doing. I trust that it's not lagging. It's just words. These words can't hurt you. How could it possibly be lagging? It's just words. The words only hold power if you give them power, and by running them through a compiler. Okay, so where's the jump? There you go. We don't do this anymore. So we have that. We lock the angle when you plow something. So now we can do the lock direction sorts from here, from when you're empty-handed. So if you left click and there's a target in front of you that can be plowed, then we start to plow it. In fact, that's why the snowball can't be plowable. Snowball must not be plowable until it's ready to be plowed. But it also must be plowable. Oh shit. Because what if you start looking at the snowball in your hands as you're plowing it? No, but then when you're in that mode, you aren't empty-handed, so you can't interact. Okay, so we rely on contextual modal stuff to stop bugs, but at some point a bug is gonna bite us pretty bad. I can't move. Excusez? Object reference not set to an object. What? What did I delete? What have I done? What did I delete? What did I do? Please. Oh. Why does that keep getting unset? That's very weird. I set that before as part of the template. Oh, you know what? It's because I saved in the middle of gameplay. So it probably didn't know what to do. Okay, so now if I plow, there's nothing plowable, so I'm not getting stuck. This is plowable, but even if I look at it, it won't do anything yet. Once it's on the floor and I look at it, though, I can highlight it. Please highlight. Then I start plowing. So now I'm stuck plowing it. So now I'm plowing it. If I right-click, how do I stop plowing again? How do I stop plowing? Guys, I'm stuck plowing. I can't stop plowing it. How do I stop plowing? What's my hotkey? Son of a bitch. It doesn't let go. It doesn't let go. It doesn't let go. And then I need to then do the force on the thing that I'm pushing for snowball. Why won't you stop plowing? And it's input released primary. Oh, you know what? While I'm plowing, input pressed secondary. I think that's good. So right click to stop plowing. Okay. So we have the snowballs. Just spawn a bunch of them. Okay, they melt. They melt. Okay, you know what? It's a good thing that throwing a snowball is like broken at the moment, because otherwise we would never be able to like do this. It'd be impossible to like test this. We're very fortunate that the snowball melting is currently that the snowball throwing is currently broken. It's still very bouncy. I don't know what to do there. But also the movement, see, even a tiny bit of movement should actually make it stay stable. Gonna have to think about this more. I'm gonna have to think about this. This should be like a 0.8 or something. Are the physics part of the game engine, or is the movement coded? A little bit of both. It's coded, and then the collisions are part of the physics, because I didn't want to get too heavy into the like physics-based movement, just because it'd be too much. But then it still is affected by like gravity and stuff. So gravity itself is like still pushing everything downwards. So I selectively take parts of the physics engine to make it work. Because I was thinking about it more, and I was like, I don't know enough about the physics engine to make a physics-based movement system work well. Because it's not like it's like box 3D or something. And it's like I don't know how to tweak the values. Like I don't even know where to get the mass of the physics body. I know where to get the physics body, but I don't know how to like change the values on it such that it should reflect some level of, I guess, tuning on how it's supposed to feel. So instead, everything is like just simulated. Or most things are. The movie itself is kind of simulated, and then there's like it's based on the built-in character controller, which has like it has the basics of like okay, like checking if you're stuck in a wall, trying to unstuck, making sure that you can't move past like a boundary based on a collision listener and like stuff. And then gravity is just added as like part of that because I found a way to look into what your current velocity is in like gravity. But you can see it still feels kind of like weird. Like the initial jump force is like way too fast compared to the gravity of it. Like how fast you rise up still feels disconnected from how fast you fall down. I want that to be tuned towards graphics. Pre-patches physics are such pitfalls and it's very easy to rely on them because hey, this moves super cool without me doing anything. Then you're at the mercy of all the quirks and the behaviors of the engine. Yeah, I mean it's why it's like good for some games though, right? Like it's like they're pitfalls, but they're also very good to have if you can tune them. Because the quirks and the behaviors are kind of annoying, right? Because then you get this issue where like if you stand on an angle in a weird way, then you go flying. But in a way, that's also kind of what you want, right? Like because then you get like a really interesting model to like play with depending on your game. Like in Half-Life 2, right? If something is thrown at you, your character not only takes damage, but they actually move too. And like they can actually start to like slide around and then you can get to acceleration. And if you bounce off certain walls at a certain angle, you can go flying, right? Like it leads to like a whole gameplay paradigm of like say surfing in like CS, which is nice. And I would have done it, but again, it's just I don't know how to tune it. That's kind of the issue. And I wish I did because it would be cool. Okay, so something is not working now. Now the snowball is gone. Does that feel good? Okay, now see, is that a good ratio such that it doesn't melt while it's moving? Yes. The surface material I'll have to fix. It's not supposed to be mud. I don't think mud is the right one. Okay, so that's good. I think that's good. And then we need also actually there's one thing that I forgot to add. This thing can't happen yet. This thing has to wait until a certain amount of time has like passed. Like a certain amount of time has to pass, and then it has to start doing it. So it stays still for a bit, and then it starts to melt if it doesn't move for like say 20 frames or something. Well, I don't want to tie it to frame rate. Like I just want to tie it to like a time scale. So like I don't know, delta time. It's literally delta time last movement, and then another one. This is more of an internal thing then, I guess. Start melting. Can start melting. Or like is melting equals false. There we go. Okay, so while it's here, if it can melt, we look at this. I mean, realistically, we should just do this here. If can melt. So if it can melt, then do this. Otherwise, there's no point. We just set it to 0. Well, everything's really predicated on if it can melt. Yeah. Yeah, and then we do this. Okay. If it's not equal to the last frame, then we do this. If, and then we do that, and then we go like this. We do this. We do this. Nope. We do this. We then do if it's at this point, if delta time last movement greater than or equal to, I guess like greater than, yeah, greater than or equal to some value. I guess like what's like the threshold? God, so many different numbers. They don't want to tie it to frame rate. I want to tie it to how long we wait until it starts melting. Delta time last movement. Melt threshold. I don't know. Melt time threshold. There we go. Equals another, not a number. I was hoping to. There is one thing that we're going to use physics for, kind of. It's kind of for the throw. But even then, it's like, I don't know if it's possible because we have to pre-calculate the angle that it's going to end up at, such that I can then use that and display a preview of where your throw will go. But I was hoping to have it be affected by the physics because then it'd be funny. Because then you could also do complex things like, if there's like a wind force or just some force on the side that is affecting it, you could have it affect the throw. It's exactly as you say, right? It's like this move's super cool without me doing anything, but how do you actually interface with the engine in a way that makes sense? It sucks that most physics engines are kind of like that, where a lot of them are very difficult to, I guess, like pry open to get certain values out of. And oftentimes you just have to simulate something and you just do it without interacting with anything. And then you just keep track of things. Like it's like for the most part, the way that I've done physics stuff is I just do the thing and then I just track where it's gone and then I use that to then further my calculations on like my side. So I simulate the physics action, which is the physics action. I just then use those values in my other calculations. And I feel like there should be a way to simulate it by just doing the math yourself or getting interfacing with the engine to do the math for you. But I don't know how to do it ever. Especially with this one, because there's no way to look at the source. Like you just have to hope that it's there as like a abstract layer on top of the source engine. Melt time threshold is melting, and here we go. And then we do this, and we do if is melting equals true, and then delta time last movement equals 0f. Sure, equals 0. Yeah, 0f, sure. Well, it doesn't really matter. It'll do the conversion, it's fine. Then if is melting, we do this. Okay, so like this. Okay, we'll delete this. Yeah, it's good. Okay, there we go. So now we have some time before it starts to melt. Somewhat. That way it won't start melting immediately. It has to stay in the floor for like a bit. Let's say melt time threshold like 3 seconds. Yeah. That's good. Save that. Drop it on the floor. 3 seconds. Melt. There we go. So while it's on the floor, if it hasn't moved it in a while, it won't start melting until after 3 seconds. Is that too short? Make that still too short for the player to interact with it, to like look at it, to like do stuff. But now it's configurable, so it doesn't really matter. We'll do it like 10. 10 is a very decently long enough time. Like if you want to roll a snowball and you don't look at it in like time, that's on you, man. That's that's on you. Okay. So we have that. Now we need to propagate our movement. Sorry. Now we need to propagate our movement to the movement of this thing. Without it being a parent or a child of the player. Like it has to be its own entity that would just simply propagate movement too. I never thought about this. But it's going to involve the movement. Realistically, there should be something like a propagate movement thing. So I should also do like, I don't know, this. So like, I don't know, propagate movement to whatever this object is. And then it's like detach from this thing. So like attach and then detach from this thing. Yeah. I think that's fine. No, but then I wanted to do this as part of the train actually. How did I want to do the train actually? How did I want to do the train? Because this is where I wanted the system to come into play. Because there's like a bunch of characters and I didn't want to do it all one by one. Yeah, okay. I have the train system. I probably just need to set like a component on it or something. Be like, it's a part of this like train. Like register in train this thing over here. Well, technically start a train, technically. How do you get systems? I remember this. Okay, but how do you get systems? A copy of every system is defined and added to it. You don't need to do anything else. So when a scene is created, everything gets added. And I have access to the scene. Well, I should have access to the scene unless you're a prefab. But that's a whole different issue. Well, I don't know if that's true. Would you ever end up in a place where an update, one of these life cycles could be run, but it's not active in a scene? I guess that's part of a load. Like you could load something else in. It's not really a part of the scene yet. No, but if you load it in, then it's part of the scene. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of edge cases here. I don't think there's any, actually. Let's train conduct the system. What the fuck was I smoking here? What was I doing here? Edge, skibbity, edge, Riz, skibbity, edge, Riz. Where's the video? Skibbity, edge.
Edge. Have you ever been on an edging streak? Edge. Edge.
That's a good background to the song, I think. It's a very, very good... It feels nice with the song here.
Do they make you goon? Edge. Edge. Riz. Riz.
Was it like to hold someone? Was it like to hold someone that you love? Edge, edge, Riz. Yo, when it is on beat, exactly. When it's on beat, it's pretty good.
Edge, edge. Have you ever been on an edging streak? Edge, edge. Do they keep you in a state of edging? Edge, edge.
Oh, it's so close.
Performing your edging, do they make you goon? Edge, edge. Riz.
It's so close to being on the beat. It's just because sometimes the video like pauses in like a very... It has a variable pause. You know what it is? That video is not in a consistent time signature. It's in a comedic time signature. It's like question mark over something. Perfect comedy. The video was ever so slightly slower. Exactly. You know what? Well, why don't we have that? Okay, tomorrow. Okay, one of the songs. Okay, because I had to write down all the songs that we're going to make. The music. What have I done? Did I lose anything? No, I'm good. Okay, good. Music. I'm yeah, the devlog is we have T minus. We have 48 plus 15 hours. We have 53 hours to get this done. It's gonna be very tight here. Music. Skibbity, Edge, Riz, Dog Song. Whatever demos I have from the however many months I've been recording my song ideas, or like months/years. Like it's gonna be like a lot of time to go over these like demos. I have a fuck ton of these, but like 99% of them are just me humming out some beats, and they're unorganized. Some of them, so because I hear the instruments in my head. So one video I'm recording one instrument, another video I'm recording the other instrument. And then in my head I was like, I'm gonna overlay these in the future when I get to it. But then I realized that they're on my phone, so it's gonna sound awful. Oh man, some of these are gonna be really, really old. So Skip the Edge, Riz, Dog Song. I think that's a good song to have. As like a concept. Solid concept. This is all very complicated. I don't know if I want this. You do actually need a train of plowers. But then they also need to have like a plowable at the end. Where one of the nodes... can I specify a type for the head node? Can I specify a type for the head? Because the head could be a plowable. Like a snowball, because a snowball can't plow. It can be plowed, but it can't plow itself. Linked list T. Linked list node. the head. Son of a gun. Well, I guess it wouldn't be a linked list if you could have a variable type on each one, because then there would be no easy, consistent way to follow them. Like the memory structure would be all fucked. Time for a new data structure, the plow train. I go on to stage at like a conference. I'm like, I have found a new efficient data structure that I've called the plow train. Everyone cheers, and then I have to go to like training again because it's insensitive. Not again. I've never been insensitive. I'm just bad phrasing. Sorry, bad phrasing. Can you do? Union type templates. A discriminated union in C#. I don't want to discriminate. How do you do like template type multiple types for T? I don't know. Closed 11 years ago. Oh boy, this is gonna be bad. You know it's gonna be bad when it says closed 11 years ago. Yeah, here we go. How do I do this? Yeah. Oh hell. I need a generic type. How do you do a generic where the one type could be either or? Is that just not possible? I guess realistically, I would just do an indirection, right? Don't even ask about this. There's a whole lore piece that you're missing here. You missed a lot. I think of like, okay, maybe I just do maybe there's a not plower, but train passenger. Can it be some of the interface for like both? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it probably has to be. I want to minimize the amount of lookups, because if you do it like this, you have to look up from this, get the game object. Like you have to get this, then look up the game object that's there. I mean, fuck it. We'll just do it by a game object. We'll just do it by game object. Fuck it. It's already there. We'll just do it by game object, and then we look it up. Whoever's at the end has to be plowable. Everything in between must be plowable and the plower. And the person at the end, at the other end, at the tail, only has to be a plower. They don't have to be plowable, but they could be plowable if you want to plow them. They could. When you say end, you mean head. Yeah, sorry. So the head must be at least plowable. Tail must be at least plower. They can be both at the same time. Everything in between must be both. Oh man. And then build the system. I'm running a train on you. Why did I write this? And then, well, I guess it's a matter of definition. Could be either way. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's just, well, no, it can't be either way. It has to be at least that, because the definition is that the plower is the one that pushes. The plowable is the one that can be pushed. Well, no, I see what you mean. Sorry, whether it's head or like tail. Yeah, because it's like, realistically, it could be either, like, the direction could be either way that we look at it. But I imagine that the head is always the thing that we're pushing, because you're more likely to push onto the tail, which, I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter. Because a linked list, like, it doesn't matter where you push it onto from. And actually, a linked list, I don't even want I don't want a linked list. No, I do want a linked list, because it was supposed to be, because people can split off into their own trains. Yeah. Okay, so and then I want to see. Is it easy to look up any linked list? Yeah, whether you come from the front or the back. Yeah. Okay, I remember why we did this now. Now, is it easy to look things up? Why am I looking over here? There's a much better documentation for it. C#. Link to list. Oh yeah, I've actually been meaning to ask. What is there to do? Like what else is there to do in like VR chat? Because you mentioned that you primarily go on to hang out, right? And you showed me anarchy and like stuff. Any good suggestions that you might have for activities? I'm trying to think of getting more into VR chat as like a almost like a segment to really show off like the like depths of it. I feel like I did a decent job showing off like how far it can go, but not enough yet. And so I'm going to crowdsource. I'm crowdsourcing off of your ideas. Give me your methods. You end up games or hanging out or exploratory things. Yeah, okay. That's what I figured. In terms of games, the mini golf world. Holy shit! There's a mini golf world. No way. Fuck. Mini golf world. Putt putt pond. Okay, that sounds fun. Anything that is called putt putt, you know it's good. Because that is a term that all people who live and breathe mini golf know. Okay, you know what? Maybe a better question. Where do you find your worlds? Like, how do you find these things? Because I'm realizing I just go onto VR chat and I just look at the list, and but then I also use VRC list and like other places, but I can't seem to like find things the way that you would find like games almost. Like, it doesn't seem like there's a recommendation system necessarily that like works. It seems very random what they recommend you. Also, the word tourist and farten ner to race the Nürburgring. What is that? Nürbr Nürburgring. What the fuck? Holy shit! It's a massive race course. 150,000 capacity motorsports complex. Holy shit! Why is it tourist and farten? Does that mean like you like fart or something? Why does okay? Can you explain to me why does Narf's like status on like Discord is Camtar ich lieb dick? Doesn't that mean like I love dick? What does that mean? Since you're here and you can probably translate, I mean, meaning to ask you, like, what's that mean? It's a line from a song. Wait, so in a song they say that they love dick? It doesn't mean I love dick, right? Yeah, have you ever seen the Muppets movie? That's a very specific joke. In the Muppets movie, they go to their show in like Germany, and then it says, and then it's a sign that like says like the Muppets, but like die Muppets, like the Muppets, and then the like Muppets don't know what that means, so the guy goes like, "Well, it's over for us," or like something like, "That was fast. Like we're already done. Like they already hate us." That's a good joke. Kantar is a fake. It's a fake German made up by French people. What? Wait, what? It's a fake German. Ich lieb dich. Ich lieb dich means I love you. There's no way. I'm gonna say that from now on. It's a fake German word made up by French people. Why would they do that? It's kind of funny though. You ever see? Okay, have you ever seen that song? Actually, there's a song like that. Uh, Italian song of what English sounds like. This is gonna be super weird. If you listen to this one's gonna trip you out. This song was made by a person who like who like made a song that made it sound like what English sounded like to foreign ears. So when you're like ESL, this is what it sounds like. Does it sound like it sounds like a weird like fake English? It's so weird. Like, it feels like I should understand this, but I can't. They do such a good job of like making this fake English sound like English. Like they have all the key qualities of it. It's so perfect. You saw a video that tried such a thing as well. What English sounds like the foreign speakers. Yes. There was also one about no, it was exactly that. Yeah. And then they like go on a park bench or something. And it's like a man and a woman and they're talking or like something. Yeah, yeah. It's the exact same one. It's such a good like thing. They did a similar joke in The Simpsons where Bob has a tattoo that says "Die, Bart, die." I guarantee you, The Simpsons did it first. I am 100% certain The Simpsons did it first. Not that that's necessarily like I guess like a unique joke, but I guarantee you, the Muppets writers saw that and I went, "That's a good joke," and then they like introduced it to the wider audience. The Simpsons always does it first. Okay, it's easy to find a node. Yeah, finding worlds is a bit of a mess. It comes down to either spending a lot of time and knowing people who spend a lot of time. Okay. So that's what I was worried about. Yeah, because I was actually very curious. Like, it seems like there's a lot of worlds, but there's no easy way to find them. Like, there's no recommendation system. And VR chat feels like the one game experience where like having a recommendation system would change everything. Because those tabs that they have are trash. Yes, thank you for agreeing. Whatever tabs, like, because the tabs don't make any sense to me, right? There's like hot and like popular, which is like weird and like it's because it's like those will never change. And then there's like a weekly and a new and a recently changed and recently out of labs or like something. And then there's random, and then random is literally random. I don't know what that means. They've been showing the same things for years, sometimes overlapping. Yeah, yeah, that's what it felt like. Yeah, I mean that. It's like the same as like any system, right? Like if you go on Steam and you look only at the most popular games, it's like the same like games on like page one since forever ago. It never changes, and it just keeps growing larger and larger because that's people's like first exposure are those worlds. It's like you want a curated random. Whatever you know, it is whatever Steam does when you first sign on and they give you that like news list of things that are new. That's what you need for VR chat. I'm gonna work at VR chat. I'm gonna fix it myself. I'm doing it live. How does this work? How does this work? Find the first node that contains a specified value. How does it know to do the comparison? Or does it do the comparison because it's the same reference? I guess because the linked list just contains the reference itself. Yeah, so it's enumerators thing. You remove nodes and reinsert them at an endpoint, which results in no additional because it's an O1. Yep. Okay. Does not support chaining, splitting, cycles, or other features that leave the list in an inconsistent state. The list remains consistent on a single thread. What? It does not support chaining, splitting. Well, if it doesn't support this, then what's the point? What? The whole point of using a linked list is to support chaining and splitting. That's the whole reason for it existing. If it doesn't support that, why am I using a linked list? Well, I would just use like a vector type for like something, or like an array that can just any resizable array type. What? What do you mean I can't split it anywhere? This sucks. What's the point of having this? Okay, well now we know. Okay, well. Okay, well. Okay, well. Treehouse in the Shade is a bit of a vintage classic. Ooh. It's tragic in the sense that the creator died a few years ago. Aw. It's dated at this point, but they had some really trippy shaders as backgrounds to cycle through. Damn. Okay, well, I'll check it out. Treehouse in the Shade. So it's kind of like a heap or what? Yeah, it feels like it's useless. Or like it basically it feels like an overly complicated array that you can easily keep a reference to any node to then go back and forth from in almost like an O1 operation instead of having to go from anywhere else. But also you can do that with an array anyways. So what's the point? Like nothing about it makes sense. Like if you can't split and you can't chain, what's the point? Because you can just do the same functionality with an array by keeping like a pointer to it and just moving by memory address plus or minus like the size of your thing. I don't get it. It doesn't seem useful. Cycles make sense though. I don't know if you would ever want a cycle. Well, I take that back. I can see 1 or 2 cases, but they're very, very niche. Alright, I need to fix my chair. Okay. You know what? Game design change in order to work around the fact that I don't want to make my own linked list. We're just gonna do it simple. If anybody in the middle breaks away, everyone behind them too gets torn apart. They all die. Everyone just like dies at the back. I think that's fine. Train system. So how that train. This train system. Here we go. No, not $. When any person in the back of the train, when any person anywhere in the train lets go, everyone behind them also lets go. That kind of sucks because I was really hoping to have the ability to split off so that somebody could like, mess around and then bring everyone to a different snowball. Like you could pretend to help someone get like a whole crew going, and then you could break off to like use them to go elsewhere. But oh well. I'd rather do that than make a linked list. Like it's too late in the game to make a linked list now. It's not the most complicated thing, but in terms of testing it to make sure that it works and making sure that the performance fits whatever I want, it's just too much. So we just use a list of lists. It's a multi-directional. Is there a better type for a multi-dimensional list? Oh no. List multi-dimensional. Multi-dimensional list in C#. Modified 15 years ago. Why don't you use Thomas? This doesn't solve my problem here, Thomas. You understand, Thomas? I have many trains. There could be a train over here. There could be a train over there. This is a train station, okay? You got many trains going on. Thomas! No, fuck it. Fuck you, Thomas. I'll do it myself. With one word change. You just get rid of the word and everything changes. It's all a new thing now. How's this gonna work? What is a list? What is a list? Net 8? I don't know. What net version am I on? List. Let me eat this and read. This is why the music ducking is in. Oh wait, list is actually a class in C#. Everything is classes. Look, do you want to know something crazy that we found out? Actually, look at this. Your eyes are going to weep. The entry point of your program must go inside of a class. And honestly, I don't know why this is, because like this may be the only thing that goes into your entry point. Like I can't see a reason why this has to be inside of a class. Like maybe if you're making like a command line, you want to handle certain things, but like I don't know why it's like that. Oh, you meant as opposed to an interface. Yeah. I think they handle the interface part with like a generic. But I think the list is equivalent to the array list in Java. And then like an array in like any other language where it's like but it has the ability to like do stuff. Is list maybe what I want with the splitting? Unfortunately, a list is just an array. It's just an array. Like it has splitting. And you could technically do the splitting like this, but then it's just an array, so the performance is not exactly the best. So it's like if you do because like the benefit of a linked list is that if you split a lot, the performance works very, very well. The hell, man? Yeah. I don't know why they do these things, but it's the way that it is. You know what it is? I had this discussion yesterday too. I was like, why is everything named differently? Like, why can't we stick to one single naming? Okay, like array list to me feels like an abomination, but at least it says array. This doesn't even say array, but this is technically an array. Wait, maybe they have a new array type. Wait, no, they have an array type. What the fuck is a list? Wait, what's the difference then? It has the same methods. It has the same methods. What's the difference? Strongly typed list. Oh, it's meant for searching and sorting it and manipulating. So it provides, but then it's also for all arrays in the derived from implements. Yeah, you're used to writing something like list equals new array list because list is just an interface in Java. Oh, that makes sense. Wait, so maybe I'm wrong then. Because there's an array, but then these two are the exact same. Well, you know what it is? Stack Overflow. Or C#, list versus array. What are they? Wait, I know why. One's resizable and one's are not. Yep. Since resizing, yeah, okay. So, okay, list is your array, but list is like a vector in C++. Versus like an array, where it's like it's a static size. Yeah. Okay. God, we really need better names for like things, eh? Yeah, because that confusion of like lists is like so easy to make too. Because even I'm kind of confused, right? Because like it makes sense that it's an interface in like one, but why is it not the same over here? Maybe before I did all this, right? I should have maybe learned C#. Step 1, learn the programming language that you're going to be using. Step 2, cry. So I don't want to do any events anymore. If we just assume events don't exist, what do I need at a baseline? Well, I do need to do events. But what I want to do is this thing is always going to push, right? There is no events, technically. It's like, it's technically just going to propagate force. This is all it's going to do is propagate movement. How am I going to propagate movement in a way that's agnostic, in a way? Is this available for me to use? It is. Oh, this is available for me to use. I can just use this. Yeah, here we go. I can use this to calculate all of these and then propagate it down to something else. Internally, this is the wrong file. It's actually the wrong cache file. Shit. I really hate. The one thing that I will say is that I don't know why or how the decompiler works. So I don't know how to get rid of these or how to like fully decompile it. What's this? Okay. I can use this to handle the movement. I just need to calculate the movement velocity, which we said before was the sum of everything. Sum plus the average of some calculations. We have the velocity, which is simple. I can then get the gravity value of the thing that should be affected by the snowball. I need to propagate the mass back into the physics body. At some factor. So if I do like plowable, for instance. Maybe as a fixed step. Is there like a physics step? Is there a physics step as part of this? Oh, this song. Oh, this song. Yes. I got some new playlists going on here. Actually, if you do like this playlist, or if you feel like it tickles you in some way, yeah, it's by a dude named, it's by an artist named Windows 96. If you've heard of them before, then it's probably why it sounds similar. Because I was like, drum and bass is nice and all, but I get like very, very, I guess, bored of it. So I was like, time for something new. The Plume Valley album, exactly. It's gonna be hard to find an album for tomorrow too. Oh, I guess tomorrow is gonna be mostly silent, right? Because we're making our own music. And then, but like Monday is gonna be hard to find like an album. I guess Monday it doesn't matter. It's for 5 hours. I can play anything and you won't even know. And the VOD watchers get nothing, nothing anyways. Hmm. I guess that's just I guess that's just only fixed update. There's like no physics step. I guess this is technically like your physics step, quote unquote, that you would normally have otherwise. You just do fixed update. Okay, so I think I know what to do. Okay, so we do this on fixed update. Get the physics body of the game object. But it has to have a rigid... It has to have a rigid body. Maybe only on start. No, but the physics body can disappear at some point. Is a reference to the rigid body stable? Probably not, if it disappears, right? I still don't know how garbage collection works either. Like, if you have a property referencing something that's no longer valid, what happens when you try to access it? You know what? That's a bug for later. That's a bug for the Mia tomorrow. Let's do this, and then private. Rigid body. Rigid body. This will be something from the game object, so on override, on start. Get the game object dot components dot get the rigid body. I need to propagate this backwards. So rigid body, and then if rigid body, and then is rigid body. If we have a rigid body, then what I can do with this thing is update the mass of the physics body. How do you set this? Oh, you can just set this. Maybe it's not that hard to set this actually. Equals mass. But why are you mad? Conditional access expression cannot be assigned. Oh. Is thing physics body. Okay, and then physics body dot mass. There we go. Where and then there we go. What is this? Merge into pattern. What the fuck is this pattern? Is physics what game object is physics body, rigid body, physics body? Oh, like does it have it within the thing? God, I really don't know the match pattern in C#. That's such a weird fragment to read. But I guess it's accessing it and seeing what's inside of it. So one use is to see what the type is. Another use is to see what the properties are on the thing itself. And the difference is whether or not you use the colon, because that specifies if you're looking at the type of something, as like if you're looking at the property of its type, versus you're looking at the type of itself. I don't get it, man. I don't get it, man. Is it lunch break time? It's not even lunch break time. Oh shit, we have another like I don't know, like 4 hours until lunch break time. So it's already been 5 hours. We have 10 more hours left. This is bad. Wait, 10 more hours? What time would that be? 6 hours, 4 hours. That'd be 4 a.m. Is that stupid? No, it's not stupid. It has to be done. 4 a.m. Yeah. Just go as long as we can, because I need to finish this. Oh shit, do I have enough space on my hard drive? Yes, I do. Okay, good. So I'd like the mass like that. And then... Well... I need to do this constantly, right? So really, I should do rigid body. Really, it's not even this. It's just this is rigid rigid body, and then rigid body equals rigid body, right? And then yeah. Oh god, my hard drive cannot hold all these rigid bodies, all these physics bodies. It was crazy. I don't even know how to do the art assets tomorrow. Because like if I suck at 3D modeling and I have to go find like a model, right? Those things could be massive. Like I might be downloading on stream like gigabytes worth of stuff. In which case the stream ends because I don't think my connection can handle streaming plus that. So like what do I do? Right? What do I do? I might be doomed. I hope to God that I can make like if I can't model a pair of gloves, I'm not meant to make a winter game, right? I have to be able to model a pair of gloves and pants and shirts and like a beanie hat or something. I don't know. What's like a or like a toque? If I can't model a toque, then it's over. Everything must be Doom graphics to these sprite characters. You know what's crazy? I could. Because what I could do, worst case, I could have a 3D model of Terry, right? So I could have Terry as a 3D model. And I could do one of two things to make it easier for me, okay? To use simple stuff. I could have Terry like this. So this is the 3D character. I could then just have a sprite of his like clothing over here. And then depending on where you're looking, it would just move this thing around the head. So you're always looking at his clothes. But then at that point, it's like you would see the front of his shirt on his back. So you need some way to know if you're looking at the back. In which case, you now have two different versions of it. And then you've just basically re-implemented like a shitty 3D piece of clothing, right? The other option is I take the 3D character and I flatten him. And I render him in like an orthographic view. Such that he looks kind of like this. And I then I composite the clothing onto him. Kind of like we could do Paper Mario style. You know what I mean? Like we could do Paper Mario style, where it's like Mario over here, and it's like, you know what I mean? Like this, and then with his like hand over here. And then as he walks, he could go like he could go like this. Great drawing. Great drawing. His hands are a little broken, it's fine. No one said that rolling snowballs was easy, okay? No one said that it was easy. Fuck. There's too many bends in his foot. There's too many bends in that leg. That leg has been like punched. This is the leg of a spectator in like Street Fighter who accidentally walked into frame at the wrong moment. Holy shit. Kermit the Frog exit toilet. Hey kids, it's me, Kermit the Frog. Hey kids. I'm gonna take a shit now. Hey, fellas. But, like, not just a toilet, right? It's one of them squat toilets because it's really low. It just happens to have, like, a flush handle that's, like, up here. Basically it, yeah. And this is the piping. This is the piping that goes into the back of the toilet. And the one horse leg, yeah. One horse leg, yeah. Horse leg piping. You know this? It's his buddy. Was there a horse Muppet? Was there ever, if there was a horse Muppet, it could be the both of them inside the washroom, right? Okay, well, I've just drawn a capybara. I've just drawn like a shitty, like bluey, like Bojack, like horseman, like horse. This right here, that is, I could sell this for at least a couple $100. At least. Make him wear like a hat too. Whichever chatter said that, the one chatter who like said like whether you use a mouse or a tablet, you're still shit at art. Like I think about that. I think about that heavily. Oh yeah, that's good. Okay, well we have some options if it gets bad. This I think is easy to do, and it would look nice because then you only need to care about flipping it horizontally, right? Like there's no need to handle like a back and a front. You just flip the image horizontally, and you're basically good to go. And you always look at it from one angle. could also look visually appealing as a unique angle. You know what? Maybe I'll go with that. It just might be weird to know. Yeah, no, it should be fine. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, I'll go with it. Yeah, I'll do it. Why shouldn't I? And then if rigid body, no. If the rigid body is this, you brushing your teeth? No worries, chat. Physics body. We have a physics body there. We update the mask because the physics body might not exist in certain cases. And I'm curious to see how this feels like because I don't know what the mask correlates to. So it might be a mass times a certain factor to make it feel good. But you always think that what I make is shit. You're you're your own worst critic. See, that's the thing, right? It could just be that they were just, being a perfectionist and like hard on themselves. So you never really know. But I think it's at least true for me and not true for any of you. Because we've seen all of your art. And I mean, you just saw mine. So I feel like, listen, there's a huge world of difference between this thing and whatever I just made, right? So you should all be proud of what you've all done. Where is it? Oh shit, where's the character photos? Oh shit, I think I lost them. Wait a minute. Like this? Like, I want you to look at this. If anything, use me. There's a very clear difference between these two. Same, but different. So at least for me, it's correct. For the rest of you, I don't think it's correct. And then how do I do this? So I use this to push them. Right. So I get this. Push train events. I want to process train events. I want to plow. I want to run a train on something. So public, run a train. And then you choose who to run a train on. And then whatever the game object is. So it's like game object target, maybe as a reference if I can. And then reference game object source. Yeah, who you're running the train on and who wants to join the train. Oh, I mean, I guess you. Just you. Yeah, you. You want to join the train, so the you. Amount of time spent is different though. You made that over many lunch breaks. Yeah, but see, I would still you know what it is? No matter how many lunch breaks I get, it would never get better for me, right? And even then, even if like that's why I think it's good. Because to me, when I look at that image, right? It's why, you know what it is, chat? You're all too hard on yourself. Everyone here is talented. I just make fun of you all because it's funny, because we all make fun of each other, okay? But in truth, you're all very good at what you do. Because there's no amount of time that I could spend on whatever I make to make it look better. That's why tomorrow is going to be a disaster. Because tomorrow is the art day, and I don't know what to do. Even the music, I'm like, I don't even know what to do. So tomorrow, just be prepared for like a cacophony of disgustingness. An assault on the senses. My senses are tingling. But practice is important. If you don't spend the time, you won't improve. True. But then it all goes back to, I don't want to spend the time because it hurts me to look at my drawing. Actually, you know what's funny? I've been trying to get into it, right? But I think I get maybe like, I get too distracted, like I am now. Where it's like, because I get going and then like I kind of get distracted thinking about how this could look, and then I get distracted writing down other things, and then I get like lost. I think I need to buy that book, like that book, Drawing on the Right Side of the Brain, because I need like a system that can help me. Because otherwise, I don't think I can keep myself focused, right? And I've only ever heard good things about it too. But also, I don't know if that's actually true or not. Like, I don't actually know if the book is actually like a real book. But I mean, if they could look like this, then maybe. Oh, there's also this person here. Wait. What's the website? Shit, it's been so long since I had the website. But there was a website that was called Concept Artist or something, where somebody did like a daily drawing log, and they went from not being able to draw a cube to being able to draw like the Mona Lisa after like years. And I was like, damn, that's sick. But it's like I feel like even if I did that, I don't know if I have the brain to like decipher what it is that I'm missing, or like how to decipher how to get better. Because when I think of drawing, it's like that image of like the circle and the owl. I don't understand how to go from one to the other. I don't know how to break it down. It's my weakness. How do you run a train on someone? So first, look to see if train is already being ran. That includes this target. In which case include you in the train. If not, then make new train with both of you. And then in process train events, how's this gonna work? Like, what's the calculation? I know it's a factor of strength, so maybe like distance traveled, current position minus. You know what it is though. You're correct though, right? If we all just spent more time, because like I didn't know how to program. This thing took me like a year and a half to even like figure out, like to even get started feeling comfortable with like just typing things in. And then I had to learn how to like build stuff. So you're not wrong. But you know what it is in programming, right? The only thing that can hurt you is a tiny little red text that says something's wrong. In art, everyone can laugh at you. I'm not helping your anxiety, probably. I'm not helping anyone's. Listen, you should feel free to fail. I just feel kind of scared. But that's why tomorrow is going to be fun. It's when I get over my fears and I show you all how bad I am. Current position minus last position. So I need to. I would need to store the last position of everything here. Minus times the strength times cumulative strength of all members Go the trolley route then. It can't be bad if you meant it to look like that. You know what's funny? I swear I've seen that in so many different places, right? It's like that because like it's like the best defensive move. But is it good for me? I don't know if it's good for me. I think it's almost always better to be honest with yourself, to be like, okay, you know what? It looks bad, but then also being kind to yourself to be like, but it can be better over time. I just need to keep at it. Because I feel like even doing that is a slippery road down into like, oh, haha, it's kind of like an in-joke. And then how do you claw your way outside of the joke to get better? I don't know. Just don't say that you didn't mean it to look like that. I'm going to use it tomorrow. I'm going to say that tomorrow. Tomorrow, whatever happens, just know that I meant it to look like this. I'm actually able to... Banksy? I'm Banksy. I didn't want to say it, but I'm Banksy. I've been Banksy since I was born. Did Banksy become Banksy when they became Banksy? When they obtained the name? Or were they Banksy when they were born? I'm going to tell you right now, it's when they were born because I'm Banksy. This feels wrong. The amount of power that we push something with. Right? It's almost like, how much distance would we travel? It's not distance. It's my acceleration. You had Banksy's autobiography for a while. It was super weird because he wrote it when he was in jail. Wait, he has an autobiography? He went to jail? What happened? Isn't he like I know he's like very, very like, against the system and stuff, but I I didn't think that these I thought we stopped jailing artists for like a long time ago. It is actually interesting to me whenever like artists get like jailed for expressing opinions, right? Because it's like you like if they can't, who will? In like the most expressive form possible, too. Yeah, it's called banging your head against a brick wall. It was for trespassing. Okay. If it was for trespassing, then it kind of makes sense, right? I mean, he does do graffiti. He has to go somewhere, right? Off topic, but thanks for letting you know about the whiteboard program. You're currently using it for character builds. You're welcome. Yeah, hopefully it like works out well. Just be if you're using it on the browser, be sure to save. But yeah, it's surprisingly good. It's actually a really good thing. I like it a lot. Although, if you have any good character build programs, please send them my way too, because that segment of Wildermyth, I have a plan to make it a lot better, but I also need a way to capture your character sheets in a way that makes sense for like all of you. There's a plan to really expand that concept, because the last test run, I saw many issues with the way that I was running it, and I realized what I could do to make it better. Because whatever I was doing wasn't working. Yeah, he's a street artist. His art was super illegal to start with. That's true, yeah. It's not like you can really like paint things without, any issues. Like it's not his wall. It's not his wall. It's not his place. Like he's just there. But then it's saying something, right? He's really good if he's able to do that. Even on not his own wall. Like most people would have trouble trying to break into a place. He can do that, make a masterpiece, and then leave before anyone knows. Like that's saying something. This is velocity. Velocity is separate from everything. And the velocity is how much we can move. You're really glad that you can use the align tool in it. Wait, there's an alignment tool? Wait a minute. What do you mean there's an alignment tool? What align tool? How are you finding these things? I need an align tool. Wait a minute. Because I was just thinking about like maybe I can align these things. Because like nothing right now, my board is kind of it's kind of a mess. Kind of a mess. I don't even know where things are. Duplicate what? Align items. It's live. How do you align items? You must select at least 2 items. No shit. Wait. No way. You've changed my world. I'm gonna organize this. I'm gonna spend all of tonight before I sleep organize this. The mask is still there. The mask is representative of like the way that I feel, right? Outwardsly, I'm like happy, right? Like the VTuber model is like happy. Inside, I'm like dying. Because I don't know if I can actually do this anymore. Like it's becoming more and more of a insurmountable task. How did you find this first? You know what it is? I never explore the possibilities of the things I have. I just use everything like a hammer and like everything is a nail. Like I'm pretty sure I've done this with like things I don't even like realize. Because many times my like wife will like be like, "Why are you doing that?" And I'm like, "What do you mean? This is the only way to like do this." And then she'll do something with it and she'll show me something, and I'm like, "Yo, I didn't know I could do that." I don't know, it's just something about the way that I view the world. I view the world like everything is a hammer and a nail to be like like smashed. I'm a simple man. I'm a simple man who was given too much ability in programming, right? I have too much power for how simple I am. I'm a simpleton. But now I know. Now I have more power. Look what you've done. Now I have more power. Okay, I think I know how to do the strength. So the strength we have as the velocity of the person at the front. okay? How much of their velocity applies to them plus their pushed object depends on depends on how much of a percentage of their strength versus of front person's strength and push target's mass. So oh, what the fuck was that? Huh? What was that template? What the hell is this? Uh so so uh so e.g. if velocity equal 10, mass equal 10, strength equal 5, resulting velocity equal 5 because 5 divided by with strength divided by mass, 5 divided by 10 times 100 equal 50% of total velocity. So everyone's strength gets added up, and then we just do a quick calculation at the end against the mass of the thing that we're pushing. Yeah. And the mass of the people who are pushing, if they're contributing to the push, then we ignore their mass. If they're like in between, like only the mass of the very thing at the front of the list, or at the end, whatever the side is, matters. Yeah. Okay, here we go. You need things to look more organized for you to understand the mess of thoughts. So aligning is necessary, or spend too much time making things look neat. That's my problem right now. Yeah, like because like you can kind of see attempts of it here. You can kind of see my attempts here when I tried to make it look neat, but I didn't know about the alignment feature. Because usually what I would do, right, is I would just like I would select things and then drag them around, and then I stopped doing it because I got lazy. Like here, you can see a great example of this. Look. At first, I was like, okay, box, make it look really nice. And then I was like, okay, one side. And I realized that there's a whole different topic. So I was like, okay, well, maybe I split this into two. And then I gave up. At some point, I was like, fuck it. The line stays there. And I'm going to do everything on like one half and everything on like this half. If only I knew. If only I knew. My life could be so much easier. Yeah, I too spend too much time trying to make it work. Oh, God. Oh, like this. Or like this. Like at some point, like you see how I didn't draw the bottom of this? Because I was like, I don't know where it stops anymore, but like I don't care anymore. It's gonna keep on going. It's simply too much. You know what it is too? I don't see buttons. Like I look at a button and I go, that's nothing useful to me. I would have never thought to look into the palette button. Because to me, a palette looks like a color. It never says to me, this is for everything. Maybe a picture of like a controller or like a hamburger menu, because if you click on the hamburger, I don't think it shows anything, right? It just shows like, oh, what your menu is. Like, can you like export and stuff? And then when I click on palette, I think like, okay, colors, right? I don't even think like actions. Like I think actions would go here. But then this all of a sudden has like alignment. You know what? I'm not wrong. This program's wrong. It's their UI. They should have everyone knows what a palette is. You guess you're used to things like Photoshop, and so explore as much as you can. I like how you said that you're used to things like Photoshop, and so you have to explore. Because every time I've used Photoshop, I've always been lost because I feel like that program wasn't made for like new people, or like wasn't made for like people in general. I feel like Photoshop was made for the first person who ever used it, who still uses it today, who then taught someone, and then that person taught like two other people until eventually everyone learns from somebody who like knew Photoshop. Because the only way to know what to press is from other people who have used Photoshop before. That's exactly how I feel like with it. And so it's funny that you say that because that's exactly what I imagined it would have been. Google is your friend. Yep. Or YouTube. Yep. Yeah, especially the YouTube side. Like I very often for like stuff like that, I go to YouTube to like see like a step by step. Legacy madness. Exactly. It's legacy madness. But I genuinely don't know where anything is in it. All I know is that if I press the button on my pen, it opens like a sub menu, and I'm like, okay, cool. As long as the eraser is like there, I'm good. And even then, I only just got the pen, so who really knows? Okay, I think this actually works. I think this calculation works. So if I do, I can get the velocity actually. That is a great explanation of the Photoshop. There's a few others too, like it, like Sparks EA. It's a system modeling tool. Sparks EA. Why does that sound so familiar? Its user manual is over 1,000 pages. Jesus Christ. Oh, Sparks Systems. Oh, wait, this. Wait, okay, Sparks EA manual. Yeah, like when your manual is like 1,000 pages long, something's wrong. Where's my browser? I mean, I'm pretty sure like Photoshop's manual is also like 1,000 pages too. How to use this manual? How do I? Where's the manual? Getting started. Oh God. Holy cannoli ravioli! Software engineering. How many folders are there? Yeah, I wouldn't even know where to begin. I wouldn't even know where to begin. You know what's crazy actually? It's funny that in software, like I rarely see the use of this, except for like medical or like I don't know, like aerospace. Otherwise, people just fly blind, and it's lucky. Like you're very lucky to even like find something like this. I find that we need more of this, even though I know it's very annoying to like do. But you know what? I'm not the one doing it. Someone does it for me, and then I just simply implement. So it's not my problem. Okay, so I'm also realizing that the structure doesn't really make sense. Well, it kind of does. Bedtime for you. Oh yeah, it is late over there. True. Good night and thanks for showing up. Sleep tight, and hopefully you get through your game list soon. I'll be sure to show up in September because I'm very curious about the retro run. I'm also especially curious about your Diablo 1 run. I'm actually very curious to see how far you like get. Yeah, thanks for showing up. Sleep tight. I'm trying to think about this. How do I know what the velocity is? Like, where is the head of this list? What is the structure? You know what? That's why we have diagrams. Okay, so if I'm thinking of like where it goes, oh god, it's so laggy because there's so much stuff to load. Oh Jesus. Let's just assume that 0, the head of the train, the head of the list at 0, will always be the plowable. So 0 will be the target of the push. So the target, which is also like plowable, must be plowable, at least plowable, and then can also be a plower if you want it to be. Just sort of a defined thing, and then maybe I'll make an extension, maybe I'll make my own like container structure to like make a better API for pulling these out that then has a list internally backing it. Because otherwise, manually doing indices might go like weird. It might feel weird. I don't feel good. So tomorrow, who is joining Lethal? You won't. My boss says I must finish this game, otherwise I cannot leave the office. I won't make it tomorrow. Sorry. I messed up my game jam timelines. But I'm good for it next week. Or whatever the September 1st Sunday is. So that's a target. Everything in between is like it's a passenger. Yeah, I'm gonna open source this at some point. So anybody reading my code is gonna be like, I don't know what this means. Passenger must be a plower and the plowable. And then, but the person at the back only needs to be a plower. And they can be optionally plowable. Okay. Now the problem, do I want to do the check on if you can plow someone down here? Like, the plower could attempt to, here by looking and making sure that it is a plowable person, right? Do cases exist where something is a plower but not plowable? Yes, there will be. In the future, I wanted to make an item where it's like you have like plower bots. So like they would help you like push things without your active input, and they would have like a consistent level of strength where you could never go below a certain amount of push strength. Like their push strength would always match the mass of the thing that they're pushing to like 50%. But in return, their max speed is 50%. So you can't make them faster by helping them push. And also I just wanted to do shit like, I don't know, like deers. Like I wanted like animals to come by and just like push the snowball out of the way. You know what'd be funny? You know Ski Free? You know Free Ski? What's that game where it's like ski free? Where you have the yes, ski free. Where you've got the Yeti like chasing after you. Every now and then, like a Yeti could just come out of nowhere and then just like tackle your snowball and then start pushing it somewhere else. That would be funny actually. As like a jump scare, he just come out of nowhere and then just start pushing you or like the like snowballs. And then if you look at him, he like runs away. Wait, that's so good. I'm gonna add that to the list. There's more features. No, that has to be for MVP. That has to be in the MVP. That must be an Yeti from Ski Free. Shows up, pushes things, runs away if you throw a snowball at them. Their whole job is to be annoying and sudden out of nowhere. Make it so that sometimes they'll just stand behind you waiting for you to look at them before starting to push you. Yeah, I think that's good. Thank you. You just turned this game into a horror game. Oh. Okay, credit goes to you. I don't know if you want your name to be in this, but so far, I think like 3 chat members are in this game. 3 chat members have their credits in this game. Yes. What? I love how you use the Chewy Yay emote. It really, I don't know who it was. It was someone in like someone's chat where they were like, it looks like a pile of shit. And I was like, yeah, it like the Chewy Yay emote does look like a pile of shit. Like if you just look at the emote, right, and you just look at it from like afar, it looks like a mountain of shit. Oh, that was R2 in our chat. Yeah. Yeah. And they were like, it looks like a pile of shit. Oh, that was so good. Okay. Okay, I think I know what I'm doing then. Okay, so yeah, so we keep that. But now I need to figure out what happens when another person starts pushing from a different angle. Because then does this work? Do you know what it is? There's a problem. How do I do the calculation for something like that? Like say the Mr. Yeti comes in and we have this exact situation. What is the how do I do this in a way that makes sense? Because I can combine the velocities and then do a dot product to see where to go with them. And I just rotate it towards that amount, right? Like I can adjust the vector to have the magnitude plus the direction face the way that it should be. What are these beats? Is that still Windows 96? Yes. It's their album How to See. God, I wish Spotify could let me see the whole goddamn name of the thing. How to See Through Walls. It's their album How to See Through Walls. Where was it? Here. This situation. Cheers. I can still do this. I think this is still good. But maybe, no, I don't allow this actually. So if I'm doing it by the list, I don't allow this. I think we simplify it down a lot. Well, does it really matter? What do we land on? Why am I not doing this? You know what? I'll think about where I landed when I go to pee. I'll be right back. I remember. I remember the secret. I remember what it was. Okay. It's because when somebody pushes like this, it doesn't affect the direction of the push of the thing itself. If you get pushed too far, you simply you simply just let go, which would let everyone else go. Okay, so I remember now. So it does move you, and if you move too far, then you stop plowing. Okay, good. Oh yeah, here we go. Was what? Yeah, sorry. We were talking about the like chewy yay, looking like a pile of shit. Definitely hard too. What a good time. Okay, so I remember now. We do it like that. That keeps it simple because then we just take the direction and the velocity of the person at the front. So of direction plus velocity of person at the front. Well, I guess velocity, does velocity have direction? I don't know. If you get pushed too far, you just let go. Sounds like some sort of self-improvement advice. See, like you understand now, right? Because like people think this is a stupid game. Like even the people on YouTube, they were all going off like this is like what is this game? Like what's the point of it? They've never rolled a snowball in their lives. They don't understand how meditative the process is. You know what I mean? Like they just don't understand. They've never been up against the wall of nature. They've never really understood what that means. To them, it's just, like it's just snow, dude. But to me, it's an experience. Like this is the art and zen of snowball rolling. The art and zen of snowball rolling. Oh my god, that's a good subtitle. Subtitle. The art and zen of snowball rolling. That is a good riff on the art and zen of motorcycle maintenance. Oh fuck! It's called Zen and the Art. Okay, wait. It's called Zen and the Art. Okay, so Zen and the Art of Motorcycle. Zen and the Art of Snowball Rolling. That's it. We snowball. we snowballing. It'll be like, because you know how in like Minecraft, like the top right corner has like those like quotes, and there's always like something funny there, like a weird quote and like stuff. That's what we're going to have. So on the top right, sometimes it'll be Zen and the Art of Snowball Rolling. Sometimes it'll be we parentheses snowball balling. Oh, that's good. That's actually good. Okay, good. Okay, well that's a new feature. You're making it harder. Subtitle system with quotes, kind of like Minecraft. Zen and the Art of Snowball Rolling. In. Something about this song makes me feel weird. It's the way that it sounds like. Listen to the noises. The instrument sounds like somebody using their mouth to make that noise. It's weird. Wow. Okay. How do we do like a stickiness depending on how far you are? I guess we do almost like a sticky, like a leash. So we still need a sticky leash system. So where's the train? No other. You were listening to Cat FM radio. That's exactly it. It sounds just like a cat. Yeah, it sounds like they just took a cat's noise and they just like remixed it to make it. Again, we're gonna do the same thing with Skip the Edge like Riz. I actually have sound clips of my dog barking that I've been meaning to churn into a chiptune song because I think it'd be cute. Because this dude on Twitter made a very sick like chiptune beats and was like just take it and then remix it any way you like want. So I've been meaning to make my dogs bark like a pitch shifted like chiptune noise. You know that Video Cat FM radio? Wait, what? It's quite the experience. Oh, is this actually like a full on thing? Cat Radio FM. I think it's more like a playlist. What the hell is this? Cat Radio rebooted. Oh my god. line. I understand what you mean now. Yeah, you really do get the idea quickly. Like as soon as those notes played, I was like, "Yep, I understand what you mean." As soon as those notes played, I was like, "I get it." Meow synth? There's no way it's called meow synth. Meow 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 meow. Amazing. What are the odds that this program is a virus? Chat, we're gonna use this tomorrow. We're gonna use this tomorrow to make songs with, okay? We need to use this. You have once again added another idea. So we have dog synth, meow synth, Megan A, dog synth, and yeah, I'll just cut it by like dog. This all credits to dog synth go to my dog because she barks in like a funny way. Once again, the old dilemma: or the repeats high because the part is a banger, or because the previous part sucked. Right? I think this is a banger. I mean, there was one over here too. That's pretty good. Chat, we may have a new playlist for the programming. Just pure meow synth. Just meows everywhere. Meow 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 meow. I can just imagine like the image of a cat like saying this. You know what I mean? Like this is that's actually it. That's it right there. That's it right there. It's just Heb's image, but like this. This is the musicification of Heb's image. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. It's oh man, this is good. No one told me that there was meow synth. This is great. And now we have a new tool to like play with. All right, save this. This is a banger here, chat. I give it to you. Just as I have been given a gift, I share it now with all of you. For I am not the prophet, but I can be the propagator. Propagator, alligator. Hebasabap. That's good. That's a good emote. Do you think this is a real tool? I don't think this is a real tool. Lost Software Archives.neocities. World's first meowizer. Why is there a picture of a cat? This is FL Studio. It has a dynamic image. It has a dynamic image, chat. That's amazing. That's actually amazing. We have to have this. We're gonna download this. I love the way that the mouth like slightly opens. Oh god, that's so good. The meow envelope. It's so good. Wait, I swear I can make my like things sound like this almost. I know, see, we're getting distracted. We're getting distracted. I was gonna pull out the synthesizer. I was gonna pull out my my styloscope or my stylophone because my stylophone I can make like meow noises kind of. You know what? I don't even need this. I have a stylophone. I can do this like live. We're on to something. Actually, my stylophone has a cool feature. I can actually connect a microphone to it, and it'll modulate my voice. You chat? Wait, why don't we just do that? We'll use this. Okay, tomorrow we'll use the stylophone. I'll connect my mic to it so it modulates my voice, and we'll do the meow sounds with my own mouth. Oh. Okay, no joke. I was gonna save the xylophone for the next American Truck Simulator stream because I learned how to do the "Let's Go" intro, like do 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 do. Let's go, right? And then, but like, I just didn't get around to it, so I can do that too. Oh yeah, heck yeah. Me, me. Well, okay, good. Okay, good. So when we get there. Stickiness can be done as a matter of a leash. So we need to build a leash. So, well, it should be probably the plower, I guess. So the plower should have a leash on the thing. So really, I think the plower delegates whether or not people can plow something to the system. So the system itself has all these checks. It's just a way to interact with the system. But otherwise, this thing handles the leashing. So to do handle staying within a leashed amount and breaking off if we are no longer within range of our push target. And this is simple because we can do ray trace from us to them. And then max length of ray trace. Well, I don't even need to do a ray trace, right? I just do I just get a distance. I just calculate the distance. Max distance between us and them, and then a slurp. So, and then we slurp us to them, such that we end up on their. So such that we end up standing at a certain distance from their backwards vector. Okay, I'm cooking. I'm in the kitchen and I'm cooking. Man, this album is so much more quiet. If it gets too loud, I'm sorry. Oh, because the music was ending. There we go. Good. Hey, it's really loud. Oh, fuck. Sorry. And this delegates to thing. Okay, so this thing actually handles all the figuring out if you can leash to them. So, like, can you run a train on them even? And I guess a boolean if it succeeds or like not. Yeah. Let's see if a train is being ran that includes this target. In which case, include you in the train. Oh, but only if the target given is the last person in the train. Is the last game object in the list. Otherwise, start a new train against this target. So if it's not the last target, you don't become a part of it. You only become a part of it if it's the last person. Otherwise, it's not. What about the Yeti? Would the Yeti sometimes help you? I guess it would be funny if the Yeti from Ski Freeze sometimes helps you. Like, he gets confused and like lost, and he starts pushing you, but he ends up pushing the like last guy, and you're like, wow, we're doing so much faster. And then, you know, the last person looks behind them, they see the Yeti, and then they scream, and then they let go. That could be good. That could be good. You can cool down enough for you to go to sleep. Have a good one. No worries. Have a good one too. And thanks for showing up. Yeah, hopefully it cools down for everyone. It is very hot. It's scientifically proven that you need to be kind of cold to sleep. So, good luck. Turn on the fan and hope for the best. And hey, worst case, you can do what my wife and I used to do. We used to put like a bowl of ice behind the fan. And then we got mold because that apparently increases the humidity. So what you should probably do is run the fan, like make a train where there's ice at the back, fan in the middle, and a humidifier before it touches you, such that there's no extra like air. Or maybe humidifier first. That way, you know what it is? Ice first, humidifier second, train last to then push that cold air around. I'm a genius. POV, you've just invented like the ancient ice cooler. Like you just invented like a shitty like air conditioner icebox thing. Actually, you've just made a swamp cooler. Make a new train with both of you. Well, so maybe do like this. Okay, first look, and then true if it worked, false if it didn't, aka the target wasn't plowable. Maybe a better return value of an enum of some kind, so we can communicate to the player, to the and do stuff like e.g. shrug animation in first person POV if it fails. Yeah, okay. I think that's good. So for now, just return true because I don't want to deal with errors. Just hope for the best, I guess. Okay, cool. I think we have everything that we need. Okay, so if we have the train, so try to find the game object inside the train list. Trains dot. Can I do something for every single one? I don't know. For each, how do you use this? Was that? Okay, we have some answers. We have some ways of like doing things here. Here. For each, performs a specified action on each element of the list T. So an action is just a what? Like a function. Well, I don't want to do that. I actually want to search. So I want to find something. How do I find all? Find predicate. And what's a predicate? Is a delegate that defines the conditions of the element to search for. The predicate, what? Equals find points. You get the point and you determine what it is. Okay. Probably an easy way to do this, I think. You add to the list. You then do a find, and it's the same syntax as most closures or anonymous function things, and you see what it has. So we're trying to find the first train that has this person in that train. Okay? All right. Find. Train. Train dot contains whether an element is in the list. Target. Whether or not there's already someone there. Could you potentially push multiple things? I guess you could. Oh, you can't store refs of things. Right, because it needs to have ownership of it to store it. Because it needs to move the value. You find the train, introduce a variable, sure. Yeah, var train. But also, it must contain and train. It's more complex than that. It contains it, but I need the index of it. So I need the index of this thing too. Find index. Returns the last occurrence. Find last index of this thing. How do you do a find that gives you like an index? Because within the predicate, I could do everything. Well, I mean, does it really matter if it's in the predicate? Kind of. Yes, because I'm trying to find specifically a train that we can actually connect to at the end. It has to be the last thing on inside that train. So the index of it must equal length, I guess. Hmm. Hmm. Well, how do I do this? How do I don't want a predicate. I just want to find it. I guess I'd have to do a predicate anyways, because I don't even know what it would do to know if this is the same one. The game object is not the same. It just doesn't make sense. But is there like a way to say, okay, does this game object equal something else? Because the name might be the same as some other game object. Is there an ID? You know what? That's probably like an operator of like equals, I guess. B box, bounding box, get bounds. Slow and somewhat inaccurate. Don't call this every frame. Get all objects. Make name unique. This should be internal. Okay, well that's. Is there anything like an equals thing? Or is some way to tell if this is the same as some other reference? Hmm. What in the world is a task? Hmm. Son of a gun. Okay, well, I don't know how to do this. What is the uniqueness of this thing? Hmm. I guess I don't even know the comparison rules. If you have two references and you do an equals on them, if they both refer to the same thing, are they the same? C# equals two references. Reference equality. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Programming guide from 2024. Okay. Reference equality means two object references refer to the same underlying object. It's compared to simple assignment as shown below. New test, new test. Are they equals or reference equals? Reference equals system.object.reference equals. False. Assign B to A. Reference equals true. Hmm. Value types cannot have reference equality. Hmm. These must be the same. Hmm. Twice you understand how the type defines it, and then you have to figure out how to do it. There's no equivalence. How to define a equality value, equality for a type. I guess operators override. Yeah, system I, system equatable. This doesn't have I system equatable. So what you'd have to do. Maybe this says. I don't know. Nope. You have system equatable? Nope. Do you have it? Serializer? Byte packing? Nope. So what we need to do is the reference equality, because a class is a reference type. I guess what is a value type? Hey, types. Built-in types. Common type system, custom types. What? The data storage size is small, no more than 64 bytes. Choose a struct or a record struct. Why 64 bytes? The common type system. What's a value and what's a reference type? Each type in the CTS is defined as either a value type or reference type. It includes all custom types. Types that you define by using the struct keyword. Structs are value types. All built-in numeric types of structs, therefore their values. Class or records are reference types. So a game object is a reference type, so I should use system.object.reference. Because as long as they refer to the same object, it's fine. Okay. I think this is doable. Like, it's fine. So that's simple. Is it simple? I don't know. I need more music to think about this. This is going to be a lot, actually. It's going to be kind of a massive thing. So not only must it be like the train contains... If train dot... Where is it? Find index. Searches for an element and returns a zero-base index of the first occurrence. First occurrence. Huh. Find index. Yeah, I guess there's no way to guarantee that there's only one index, huh? Okay, so if train.find index of the predicate, so train.find index passenger, well, I mean, system.object that reference equals the two objects, which is the target and the passenger. Well, if they equal the target and the passenger, then we have it. Equals to the train.length minus 1. Because the count is not zero based, right? I hate using arrays so much. Count. Where's the count? Number of elements. Using the count of the thing. I just need to make sure that this is not zero based, that this is one based. Parts that count. Yeah, here we go. Right, 5 parts, but this would be zero base index. Yep. Okay. And it's a zero. It's an all one operation, so it's fine to do. Okay, so if it's the last. So actually, return that, yeah. Right? So train.find index. Jesus Christ. I don't know, it seems very difficult to like read this. Equals that. Okay, sure. There we go. That's way easier to read. Okay, so we just return that, which is just the same as this. And we don't need that. Okay, there we go. And you don't even need to specify system object because you can remove the redundant qualifier. You just do reference equals. Okay, I think this works. Find. So we have the thing. So if we have the train, then this brings back the thing itself. So I see. Okay, so var train equals this. We have the train. So this train is now guaranteed. So basically the predicate says, we try to find a train that this person, that the target is already in, that they're the end of the train for. So that way you can join the train. If you can't join that train, then we make a new train. God, there's so many trains. I think there's a problem. There are too many trains here, but I think this system works out because this only cares about the velocity and the direction. And so the component can handle scoping the velocity and the direction of the plower. So basically, the component calls out to this to manage the train, but the component handles the actual gameplay constraints of velocity and direction must be within a certain leash range as well as a certain leash angle. And I'll just make it always such that they're always facing them as they move. If that makes sense. Kind of. Because what I want is for you. I want you to push someone. But I want you to push someone in a way that feels nice. To where it's like kind of sticky until you get pushed off. So every now and then the ski-free Yeti will just like scare the crap out of you. So if you're pushing this person over here, your range of movement is like this as a maximum. And your max distance could be all the way back to here. And this is obviously all configurable. Outside of this zone, if you're over here, then this chain gets broken, and then the train gets stopped. And so you have to remove yourself from the train. Do we then store information about the train that you're in for easy lookup, or do we just always do like a dynamic lookup at the point of, instead of storing data all over the place? Like, memory is cheap, but processing power is not cheap. But I don't have a way to, I don't know how to like actually profile this yet. So let's just do it dynamically until I need to store it. So we have the train. So if train not equal null, then what we can do is this. We just simply go ahead and do this. And this really should be like an enum of like return types now. So like enum, I don't know, public enum. Train conductor, train run events. Train run event. I don't know. Train run event. And it's like, okay, some train run event. Yeah, sure. And then it's like, okay, well, like a new train, joined train. So like you can either have a new train, you can either have joined a train, or it's just invalid. Or it's just in valid target. Invalid target. Or invalid U. Yeah, there we go. Train run event. If train is not equal to null. But then this thing has to know whether or not you're a plowable or a plower. But can I do that? Can I do like, I don't know. Plower? Can I do this? C# generic type 1 or type 2. Yeah, how do you do this? Where T equals struct. There's none that allow you to enforce a compile time whether T is type 1 or type 2. I guess there is no way to enforce that anyways, I suppose. Although that is very limiting, because that's more of a runtime thing than like a compile time thing, yeah. Okay, well, that sucks. But I can't do that. So whose responsibility is it to know if it's a valid target? I guess this is really the part where it's like, this is the valid target. Target cannot be plowed. You cannot plow. These are stupid. I don't know if these are stupid. New joined. Target cannot be plowed and you cannot plow. So I guess first check is, does the target check to see if we can even run a train on this person. Target dot components dot get. Yes. Plowable. Yeah. Is null. Return train run event dot target cannot be plowed. If u dot components dot get plower is null. Return train run event dot you cannot plow. Yeah, here we go. So you can't plow, or and then it may be like, you know, you can't plow them. We don't have a train. So equals null. I guess handle the is null section first. So equals null, because if you do a negation and you handle it, it's like confusing. I really don't like doing negations because it's in my head. I have to flip the script, where it's easier to look at it as the way, as like a It's easier to do the non-negated version to not have a double negative first, and then you just handle like the one no, right? Like it's always easier for someone to say no to you once than to hear it twice. And so I applied that to my code because I hate being told no. Like, can I have that chocolate? It's like, no. It's like, ah. Train goes null. There's no train, but there are valid targets. Just make a new train. So trains dot, I guess, insert? Yeah, insert. At the specified index. Is there a push? Oh my god. What do you mean specified index? I don't know where to put this, man. Add to the end list. Thank God. Why is it called add and not push? I don't understand. Like push was like the standard term for a long time. I don't know. And pop too, because you pop at the front and you push in the back, right? Like pop, lock, drop. No one cares about dance anymore. What a shame. How many hours do we have left? Holy cannoli, we have like 8 hours left. Well, we have 7 hours left. This is bad. Train.add. New train. So a new list of game objects. I actually don't know. So you make a new... How do you construct a list? How do you make a list, per se? How do you make a list? Constructor. Initialize a new instance that contains elements copied from. Oh. Oh, that's interesting. Oh. Var train equals this. 55 here. Okay, new list game object and then train dot wait, why is it? Because it's already defined. Shit. So what I can do is actually do rename into existing train. There we go. And then these two. Okay, so this is now the new train. New train dot add. Both the target is add just one at a time. Okay, can be null t. What? Why can you push a null? It allows you to push a null. It doesn't specify it can't be null. That seems absurd in some way. What? Use collection initializer. No shit. So that's the head, and then there's you. Is that the syntax? Or you number 1 or you number 2? New train. And then return train run event. New. I don't think you need to know the train because that's too much information that isn't necessary. Like this should handle everything. And every single time we do the calculations of the direction plus the velocity of every single person in the train to go through. Yeah, okay. This seems stupid, but oh well. Otherwise, we join the train, so we just add ourselves, you. At the end, and then we return train run event. Joined. Nice. Okay. We only care about trains if the target is the tail of the train to be pushed against. Is the tail of the is the tail. We only care about existing trains if the target is the tail of the train. Okay, cool. Then every single frame we do this, which is currently on finish update. Yes, it would be finish update. Because we want the update of all the components to happen. And then at the end, we have the velocity on the character, like on the character controllers of all of the things. Like we have the acceleration and the we have the end velocity of all the game objects there. We can pull those values out to use to calculate this. Yeah, I like that. And I just get I guess I just get the magnitude of the velocity. Yeah. I need to make it though so that running doesn't do anything. So if you're plowing something, you can't run. If we put it down and mode. Oh shoot. This also needs to know the player. Okay, well, good thing I made that player thing actually, because otherwise it'd be impossible for me to like know. Trade not null. Player. Original look controller. Insert not null. Look controller. Really, those should be somewhere else on validate. Actually, they should be on the validation. And then protected override validate. Okay, cool. And then we do this, and we do see, now my system is like starting to really pay off, right? Initially the system was kind of annoying to set up, but like now you see the benefits of the system where like information can flow very easily and where the input can kind of like pull from a single source of truth to know what is possible. Like now it's starting to pay off in now the dividends are starting to pour in. And I'm not saying that to like toot my own horn. I'm just saying that like maybe I am a genius. Maybe I am a genius. Equals player, not equals plowing. Player mode dot plowing. Because now it's simple at any point to like conditionally be aware of what the player is currently doing. So if the player is plowing, we can see, okay, well then we shouldn't be able to run. Because that would mess up the calculation. And so it immediately stops you from running. And then you go back to your normal speed. In which case the velocity calculation is just based off of your base speed. You know, and then it's a function of your, you know, and then we take the strength that you have that applies how much of your velocity to that thing. Like, simple. So simple. Why are you running? Why are you running? That's good. That's really good. What else am I doing here? Because then we gotta do... We only care about the velocity of the person at the front. So index 1. 0 is always defined to be the target. Eventually, it won't be a list of game objects. It'll be like its own collection that has a backing list to control it. And we have nicer methods to interact with it, but that's for later. To do nicer abstraction on top of list for simpler mental model when interacting with this. For now, not necessary since only this cares about trains. But who knows in the future? For MVP, it doesn't matter. Okay, so now we have that. Now we get the velocity of the person at the front. I also need to actually make a check. It needs to be able to copy the velocity into this. Like the plower needs to know how fast you're moving. And that's simple because we just copy the property over. Like we copy this value over from the character controller for characters. For like, you know, the Yeti from Ski Free, we just make up our own thing. It's going to be a character controller technically, but we drive it automatically. Yeah, I think that's good. Because really, the Ski Free Yeti is going to have its own land movement controller too. Yeah. Okay, so, well, maybe we don't even need this then. Because does this need to know it? Not really. I don't think so, at least. It can just pull the value from the land movement controller as such. I guess this, do I ever envision a world where snowballs can fly? Like, could we make an item where you attach bottle rockets to a snowball to make it fly high in the sky? Where there are fireflies and shooting stars. Because then that could break every train. And then that could be a train of its own thing. But I don't know if that makes sense to have it be a train. Or we just do it in the sense of like, maybe not as a train, but maybe similar to like the character controller where you just, well, I guess it's technically like a kind of like a character controller. It's basically like a movement controller. Land movement controller is not really the term for it, technically. I mean, it'd be the same functionality, just ignoring gravity. And then it would just do like an impulse at the bottom. Or in whatever. You know what? It's just a land movement controller with the acceleration going in a particular way. So we could still handle it like that fine, I think. This is very, very overloaded now in terms of responsibilities, but I think it's fine because movement is always going to be like a very complex thing, anyways. Like, there's never a point where movement is simple, and even this is a abstraction on top of the existing character controller, which has its own complexities of like making sure that you're not stuck in a wall, making sure that impact is handling well, and we have to add back in gravity by interacting with the physics system. So. What is this? Clamp the Z to be right, the lower bound. What? Clamp the value within the inclusive range of min and max. Right, because the lower bound, because this is going to be a negative value. Well, that's assuming it's going to be a negative value. Wait, no, yeah, gravity will be a negative value. I guess, is gravity a negative value? I actually don't know. I never actually confirm this. Log? Okay, wait. Log.info scene.physicsworld.gravity.z. Is gravity negative? Or is it just an absolute value that is then propagated elsewhere? It should be negative because otherwise this whole thing wouldn't even work, right? Exception. Object reference not set to an entity of an object. What? 89. What? Player. Right, I need to set the player on it. Right, okay. Man, I really wish there was a way to like define an archetype. I guess this is technically like this player is gonna be my prefab. Why haven't I made this my prefab actually? That's fine. Well, because then I have to think about prefabs. And how is networking going to work with prefabs? Well, they have different things. Because to make it work, you have to detach it from the prefab when you clone it to add components to it. Yes. Okay, it's fine. Yeah, so it's always minus 850. But I guess gravity could be positive at some point. Is it worth it to think about? I'll just add a to-do here. If gravity... Future check must be, if gravity positive, set it as the upper bound and negative infinity lower bound. If gravity negative, do it as it is below right now. Because it needs to know what is the upper bound and the lower bound. Yeah. I'll be right back. It's time to think about getting a snack, but I don't know what yet. So I'll be right back in just a moment. We might just continue on this as I eat, because I was thinking about doing like a lunch break where, again, we watch some GDC videos, but I kind of want to spend that time thinking too. So I'll be back in like a minute. BRB. I'm glad you're liking the music, chat. Again, if you want this music, it's by an artist named Windows96. It's all on their YouTube channel. Really good stuff. I just thought, maybe play their whole playlist of stuff because it's so good. as there's something about the style, right? It's reminiscent of like that like Lens Corp International thing, but like it feels like those like, X Wave stuff songs like New Wave or Business Wave or something, but very uniquely its own thing too. And then the collab stuff with them is even better as well. I'm like, it's really, really good. I had two thoughts as well that I need to write down immediately because I already forgot one. So that's bad. I already forgot one thought, so let me think about this. What was the other thought? Anyways, there's a thing that I want to do here. Stream management. We're gonna do a new raid technique. Okay, we're gonna do a raid technique. Primarily for collab days. Anti-distraction loop device. What? What is this? What is this? I don't even know what that is. Raid Shadow. No, it's not Raid Shadow Legends, chat. It's not Raid Shadow Legends. We're not sponsored. Primarily for collab days, where I play with someone, but I don't want to stream. There's gonna be days like it too. I'm gonna start the stream, and it'll show you all standing in front of a school bus with me telling you all what to do on this field trip. When the raid kicks off, it shows the bus going off into their stream, and then we raid into them. And then I hop into their call. Ride on the magic school bus. Same concept, right? I think that's a perfect raid technique because, again, I asked one of you if you want to take over the viewers from the chat from this channel. And there's only been one email. I just want to say there's only one email so far. Only one person is in the running. So it's gonna end up being that person gets all of chat. And I'm gonna do a magic school bus where I prep all of you and I tell you that the ban list is shared. So if you get banned over there, you get banned over in my channel too. And then we're good to go. There was one other thing I was thinking of too. The time. I realized something. I said 16 hours, but I need to sleep 8 hours. And if I do until, 16 hours is in 9 hours, right? If I go 9 more hours, it's going to be 4 a.m. or something. Or 5 a.m. My sleep schedule is fucked for work. So let's say we cut it at 2 a.m. At 2 a.m. we cut it. Because I don't even think I'm going to be effective at programming past that time anyways. Realistically, if I can't get it done by that time, I wouldn't be able to get it done regardless. There's no way I'll have the energy to, right? You'll hold me to 2 a.m. I won't let you go! You will also hear me talk less because I'm eating at the same time now. So, this is the silent segment, okay? Imagine it's like a silent movie. So here, let me really capture the feeling for you of a silent movie here. Yeah, here we go. There we go. I don't know why that didn't affect me. Oh, do you know what? It's because I'm on a separate layer. So yeah, just imagine that this is now a silent movie. And so whatever's going on, just imagine that I'm not here because I'm currently eating. And so you just see code appear, right? The trick is that you'll just see code appear and you won't know why necessarily. It'll just happen. It's silent movie time. Or a representation of a segment of my player base that probably won't even be able to play my game. Does this work? I've already broken it. I can't shut up for 5 minutes. It's impossible. Okay, don't laugh with your mouth full. That went up my nose. That was weird. I have to train So I have the train done. This is all just very much like just random logic. I can't even test any of this. Yo, I need this, right? The velocity. So I need to make sure that the person at least at the front of the train. So if you're starting a train and you're a new person on the train, you must have something that I can pull the velocity from. Do I want to copy the velocity into something else? Because it's a value. It's a vector 3, which is a struct, which is a value type. Or it could be a reference type. I could just hold a reference to the same value as somewhere else. That's not bad. But then, could that work? One thing that could be interesting is I could just assume that the land movement controller is the thing that everything uses, right? But at some point, there's going to be a... You know what? I'm thinking too far ahead. At some point, if we have a different movement controller for AI, then we'll care about it. For now, we just assume that it doesn't matter. Also, I know you subbed. I just want you to know I'm not ignoring you. It's just my policy. I need to message you, actually, to let you know as well. Hello. I thought you subbed. It's my policy not to announce it. Sorry, brother. Also, please spend it on someone else if you know anyone else who is streaming. I am a programmer and basically a leech on society. There we go. I have standards here, okay? I have morals, alright? I don't take your money for free. Well, if I'm talking, it doesn't matter at this point. It just doesn't matter. Like, take that off. Take that off. There we go. It was a free sub. No, I know, yeah, but just in case, right? Especially if you like know someone else who's like streaming who would do more with that money, because you know me IRL, like you know what I do. I make money, and so it's like if you know someone else who could do with the money more, then we should give it to them because it's like it's basically the Robin Hood model, right? Steal from well, it's not still really stealing from Amazon. It's a part of the Prime, but if they give it to us, then we might as well allocate it in the best way possible. IMO. I'm just saying. I'm not here to toot my own horn. I'm just saying. If you happen to know someone who like does want it more or does need it more in some way, please do give it to them. Sorry, that wasn't for programming. There's bones in this fish. But I am realizing something. If I do that, is there an easier way to specify that those must be available as a precondition almost? Like, in a way, I kind of want ECS for this particular thing, right? I don't want ECS for anything else but this. Because ECS is really good if you deal with large amounts of data. That's all kind of like the same thing, and you just deal with the very simple operations that is similar to like SIMD stuff, right? Single instruction, multiple data stuff. If it fits that use case and it fits very, very well into ECS, and this is a use case that fits very, very well, because it's just the percentage of how much a value of one single thing can like be used, which is just a sum of everything else, which is SIMD. But if I do this level of checking here, then it's just memory access here, memory access there. Like I'm looking into a list of components, and I'm doing two memory lookups. One for this component, one for that component. Unless maybe I don't know the structure well, but I'm assuming that's what. Either way, that's what's going to happen. And then I need to store references to these two things. And when I go and use them, I have to look at it again. It's almost like the type that I want. It has to have a copy of everything. Well, also, it can't be a copy because I need the most up-to-date values for it to work. I don't know. My head hurts. Is it the Nestea? Not this time. This time is just hard. Oh, I love soft peppers. Oh god. I mean, a classic dish that you actually may have seen on MasterChef. Actually, blind Vietnamese chef made this, and I can't remember if she won off this or if she progressed off this. But the blind chef made this braised catfish, braised and caramelized catfish in a clay pot. So good. In a real ass clay pot, the sauce gets sticky, which is also here. It's so good. You love this fish. See? Catfish is amazing. Like, this is probably the best type of dish for this type of fish. Well, not really the best, but it is good. Coming over to steal it now. It's all gone! It's in my stomach! It's all gone. But it's so good. Few people know the joys of catfish. You know? Besides us Vietnamese, it's people from Louisiana. We're like the only two people who like know how to catch like a catfish by sticking your hand inside the like mouth. Everyone else is like using like, you know, fishing rods, but it's like you just go up to the swamp, put your hand in the hole, and you have like a free catfish because they're very easy to like catch. If they weren't so easy to catch, right? Then we wouldn't eat them. But there's a reason why they're ubiquitous. they're not exactly the smartest fish. Okay. We live with this for now. We just live with this. It's fine. We deal with the consequences as they come. So, what's the lowest velocity it could be? I guess velocity floor should be 1%. Go 1%. Max equal 100%. Actually, no. No floor, no max. Do you know why? If it's too heavy. No, but then do we want it to be boring for a single player though, right? Most people's patterns are playing single player. I have a crazy idea to make this work. I want it to be such that you have to enlist other people to help you. But I don't want that to be enforced if you want to play by yourself, or even in like smaller groups, right? How about this? Base it on the number of players in the lobby that are currently active. So we look at the number of players inside the lobby. And we say, okay. I don't know how to check that. And we say, okay, like how many people are in here? And we say, you know, every 6 players. Max player is 64. If you're a single person playing by yourself, the slowest it'll go is like 50%. Because I don't want you to spend forever as a single player waiting forever. If you're at 64 players, make it simple. If you're a single player, lowest you can go in terms of your velocity is 64%. If there's 64 players, lowest you can go is 1%. Well, no, I want it to be negative. So basically, okay, if you're a single player, lowest you can go is 50% of your velocity. Every 6 people lowers that floor by 25% until after 12 players, you can go negative and the ball can roll back on you without enough support from behind. So it doesn't disincentivize smaller like servers where random people come in and 1 or 2 people play together. It also tries to encourage a level of like, you know, people working together to like make things. Right? Basically, I'm like those social experiment channels, but I have morals. I have morals, unlike those social experiment channels. Okay, that's good. We are gaming. These comments are useless. How do I find the number of players? Get out of here. Connections. List of connections that are currently on the server. If you're not on the server, this will return only one connection. Some games restrict the connection list, in which case you will get an empty list. Okay? That sucks. New plan. You don't need to know this. Only the host does. Because the trains will run on the host. The host will run a train on everyone. Yeah. Or, well, calculation done on the host side. So only they need to know the number of players. Well, but some games restrict it. What if the host doesn't even get to see how many people are there? Is there such a thing as a host? Is there such a thing as a host? Yeah, step 1, networking. Host. Ownership. Simulated by the host. But is the host a player? Or is the host the server that's running the simulation? That's the thing that I don't know. It seems like you run the server when you run the game. But you may not even have... Only the host can, okay? And then when you leave, a new host is set, I guess. Call on the host when someone successfully joins, including the local player. So this is a good way to test, actually. We can just do this, and we can see, like, okay, are we the host by doing a local game where it's just us? If it is, in like a server where it's just us, then we're the host. If not, then I need to calculate that value, the number of connections, and expose the number of connections in its own structure. Because I don't know if connections is a good thing to expose, right? Like, I only need the number of players to determine what to do. I don't need to know, like, your IP address and stuff, which is, like, kind of scary. Or your Steam ID. Like, this is too much information. You gotta be honest, this drip suits me so much. It's crazy how much customizability and variability I can have, and how organic it looks, even though it's a very simple model. Well, so that's the reason why I like made it, right? Because this is the shirt from Good Burger. This is a beret from some random stock photo site that it has a free license, and this is the default eye patch. And the reason why I made the model was to do this early on, because I didn't know what I wanted my look to be. So I wanted to be more of a chameleon initially. Not to say that we can't do this in the future. One thing that I want my model to have based on this, so it's exactly, you're correct in that it's very flexible. And one thing that I really wanted my new model to have was the ability for me to go like bald and like naked. Or like to some amount. That way, I can put stuff on my head. Like I could do anything. At least that was the dream, right? So I have like a baseline look that I have. And then I have a customizable look for when I want to put on like a helmet for, like, say, Stronghold, right? Which is nice. But thank you for agreeing with me. I like that you also agree. You get +2 VIP points, which doesn't change anything because you're already a VIP. So instead, I'm going to ask, how did you know? And are you inside of my home right now? And are you looking at me right now? I have no pants on. You missed a bit, but can you count ++, and if a slot is occupied, it'll count the players until it either reaches all slots, or so that's how I could do it. Yeah. The tricky part is that it's not about the counting. So the counting is the easiest part. The hard part is that some games restrict the connection list. So I want to restrict the connection list to not even the host, right? But does that mean that I lose the ability to know how many players are connected? Like, is there a way to know the number of players connected, even if the host can't see the actual connection details? Because I don't want you to actually view connections. I only care about the number itself, right? And I could count upwards, but I don't even know if it hides that, for instance. Because when you do those active things, I think the template, or like the signature for those, gives you like a connection object. And so I kind of wonder like what happens in that case. Because if I'm trying to hide it from everyone, including the host, maybe that's the best way. Because I don't know why the host needs to know who's currently connected to them, like a Steam ID thing. Like that feels like a whole different section almost. Basically, can I maximize safety in a world that's unknown and terrifying and scary with strangers? Or can I do something like, or can I not maximize it and therefore there's no issue? I just use the existing model that I have, right? And so therefore there's no restrictions on what I do. I probably didn't explain that well. I guess the fact that it's simple, actually simple, indeed adds to the customizability. So, yeah, that's a good point. I was thinking of how simple it could be, right? Or like how complex you could get before the simplicity is lost. Because say you have hair, right? If I get a toggle to swap out hair, what's the harm in like having a hairstyle that looks good with certain hats versus others, right? I may not even have to go fully bald. And having a body, does that change much about how I fit? Not really. It would mostly like here, look at my mouse cursor, right? At most, now the space in my chest would be filled. The empty hole in my heart would be filled with flesh. Well, fake flesh, right? I think it'd be doable there. I think it'd still be possible to customize it. I would just have to be more aware of the fit of things. Which isn't bad because I kind of Photoshop it to the fit anyways, right? But I do like the look of the beret. So it's like there will be at least a hairstyle. Like the way that I envision the model is if I can, I don't even care how much money it like costs, right? I would give them like a list of things that I wanted it to work well with in terms of like the look and the fashion. Such that like any beret could look nice. But it's like I don't care about, wearing a fedora. So like I don't care if it looks good in a fedora. But then it's like I want to be able to wear like the guy from Apex Legends, the like witch Apex Legends characters. Oh god, go to the fandom. The EA site is so shit. Bloody hell. No, not Bangalore, not Mad Maggie. But he's a controller. Like a recon. Like Seer. I don't know if that's a fedora actually. But like if I could have but like I would want that kind of hat, right? It's not really is it a fedora? It's not a fedora, is it? It's like the hat, it's like this guy, it's like the dude from Dead by Daylight, the one who has the like harpoon. Like that look. I wish I could like then I would have the model sort of be made such that there's a variation of my stuff that would look well with it. Or such that everything would look well with it to some degree, right? And then I just overlay it. I think it would be good either way. I want to go because I do want to go all out with this idea of customization, right? Because one thing that's interesting is that like, if I have the ability to look like anything I want, why wouldn't I wear whatever I want? Yeah, because the beret is fire. Like it's actually good. Not to toot my own horn here, but I think I have a good fashion sense. Though I may not reflect it IRL, I think I have a very good fashion sense. So maybe it's worth it to try to look into that. And it's gonna cost a lot, right? Because I don't know how much it's like gonna work, but it's probably gonna cost a lot to make it like very, very good. Because it's so much about the silhouette, so much about the fit, the silhouette, and like stuff like that. But I think it'd be worth it. Sorry, give me 1 second. I'm both chewing and texting. You'd say that the hat didn't fit the image of a fedora in your head. Yeah, that's the issue, right? I don't know. Maybe the image, like, but like, what is that hat called? I only know it as like a witch's hat or like a brimmed. Maybe it's like a brimmed hat, like a wide brimmed hat. But like, it's weird because it looks like a top hat, but it's not a top hat. It has the same silhouette as like a witch's hat, where it goes backwards. Twexting? Oh, sorry. Twexting. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out like what's a good look here. But yeah, I know it's gonna cost a lot. That's why I'm kind of like hoping to save it for a bit. Plus, I have a lore thing going on too. I know exactly what I want to do for my lore. It's gonna be sick. You know, I say that the stuff is for fun, right? But it's not really just for fun. It's for fun, but I take my for fun stuff very seriously. It's still to the level of a hobby. I think if I was really serious about it, you'd see even more, even faster. But I recognize that like I should stop, I guess, like playing it off as like me doing nothing, right? I am doing something. As to whether or not that makes me behave better, probably not. Professionalism is a lie, and it doesn't really exist. So I will still be mean to people who are mean to me too. Stop texting. You're gonna choke on the food, Billy. Come on, Billy. Professionalism is a social construct. No joke, so true though. Like actually true. Because professionalism is a series of behaviors that seeks to almost remove the human element from who you are in order to convey one thing and one thing only, an objective and a mission. It's professionalism in the sense of like you only focus on the doing part. I don't even think for like teachers that's like particularly healthy, right? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, because we have teachers here now. But even for like teachers, like I feel like having your own personality and like actually expressing yourself and showing the kids like how to actually, be okay with who they are too is also very important. So even in those roles where you're so influential in someone's life, I can't imagine this idea of like a stifled professionalism ever really being super important compared to meeting your responsibilities and then trying to, and just like not being like an awful person, which is like, you know what I mean? Like, but you don't need professionalism to not be an awful person. You can still be you and not be an awful person. You know what I mean? You can still be you and recognize that you shouldn't swear around the kids that you're teaching. And that's like fine. I almost died of a fishbone. But the idea of like professionalism as it is like typically defined just doesn't work. It never has. I would argue the only reason that it worked is that people just kind of ignored when it failed, right? And they also kind of ignored themselves to the point of ruin. I mean, how many times have we heard of the story of like a business person who's like given up everything and they live at the office, right? Or oh, I told you, Billy, you're gonna choke them. No, Billy, no. So I don't know. Especially in programming, I just see so many circumstances where it's like people are like you have to be professional on some level, and then I always tell them like, okay, are they doing the job? And they're like, yeah. And it's like, okay, have they done or like said anything awful to like someone else? And they're like, no. And I'm like, okay. Are they late to work? And it's like, no. Do they show up? And it's like, no. Okay, then what else do you want, right? Nope. Not to say that you shouldn't code switch. I think code switching has a useful aspect to it, right? Unfortunately, if you talk to an investor that has a bias to it, and you need the money to keep going, and you've been going into this, it's worth it to code switch to get the like, deal done, right? It was just worth it to code switch because you just wouldn't really talk like that to like a stranger, let alone a coworker, but you'd be like this to your friends, right? So I still think like that's a but that's still a normal thing, I think. It's just a matter of like this strict idea of like losing all sense of yourself and like never allowing you to possibly have the opportunity to be yourself that feels weird in a professional sense. How did we get on the topic? Why are we talking about professionalism? You professionally send your students my text about shitting my pants. You use my sentences as practice. Because that's funny in a very, very, like, that's funny. I feel so sorry for your, like, students. Not because you're a bad teacher, but because I'm the worst example of English. I was using bombastic the entire time. I called Kendrick because I thought bombastic meant that it was a good thing. Like, it's super cool. Because it sounds like a cool word. It sounds like bombastic means that this thing is really cool, like awesome or fantastic. So I called Kendrick Lamar's, like, you know, music video for the Drake diss, like, bombastic. Turns out bombastic means full of, you know, flair, but no substance. I'm like, that's not his video. Like, his video, you can dissect frame by frame, and there's a message. There's like multi-layered messages. It's a whole history behind that like video that like they'll like dissect. It's not bombastic. It's fantastic. Aren't you an example? I feel bad for you students. Though, to be fair, who else would openly admit to shitting their pants but me? Who else? Almost done, chat. It was a good talk. Very good talk. Professionally, you know what? I should have like a business toggle. I should have like a business toggle for my new model. So I look like a business person in like a suit or something. It's cool. I'm gonna pause the VOD here and just finish eating. There's just no point in you just waiting for me to eat. Like, now I'm really gonna fully dive in here, okay? Another 3 minutes, and I'll be right back in just a moment. Chat, I have something to tell you. Something very important. I remember something now. You know, okay, so you all know the origin story of why I'm making this game. Because I actually made like a giant snowball back in school, right? Back in middle school, when I was in grade 5. So I don't know how old that is, but we start school in kindergarten. So maybe I was like 10 or, well, 9. I don't know. I was like some age around, anywhere between 9. Anyway, between 11 and 14. Somewhere around there, I had made the snowball on the middle school grounds. And I was just thinking upstairs while I was washing the dishes. I was like, what happened to that snowball? Because it was that blank memory in my mind. I was like, what happened? And then I remembered it and I got angry. So, for context, the snowball was not without drama, okay? I mentioned it a bit, but some people were kind of assholes about it. They tried to stop us. And then they eventually joined us because they realized, like, why, you know what I mean? Why sit out on the fun? Well, what ended up happening was that eventually the snowball got really big, okay? So imagine by this grade, I'm like maybe 4 feet, okay? This snowball was a good foot on top of me. So we're looking at like a 5-foot snowball that took like the largest kids in the school, like 7 of them, to push maybe like one single roll. And it was very lumpy. So when it rolled, it was more of like, it kind of looked like an onigiri at some points compared to like a snowball because of the way that we rolled. We just kind of rolled, let it go. So it was getting kind of weird, right? So it was getting kind of dangerous to do it too. So like some people would like push and they would fall. I remember now one kid actually broke their tooth. I distinctly remember because it happened while we were there and I had to bring him to the office because I was like, shit, it's my fault because it's my snowball. And then like, obviously because the bullies were like there, now we were starting to get into like turf wars. My school was weird, okay? My middle school was weird. All the dudes, except for me and my friends, because I was like, why bother? Like, we're building a snowball. like a giant snowball. They went to go fight the nearby school, like almost like a gang. I was like, what is going on? But I was like, heck it, I'll just stay here to like build my snowball with my friends, right? But one of my friends went and he like reported on it, and he was like, it was so sick. It sounds like it seems like a side quest in like Yakuza. Okay, listen, I grew up in the I don't know. My schools weren't the best schools. Like if I said the name of my school, like a lot of people go like, damn. Like, you know, like because sometimes when you say the name of your school from like childhood, people like, you know, like usually people would like, oh, that's like nice, or like, oh, I know, like I know someone who like went there, right? Everyone else is like, damn. Like my wife, I can kind of tell this because it's without names, but my wife knows someone who's like an actual gangster. She's an actual gangster. Like she used to run like a pimp ring. Like no joke. She's an actual gangster. My wife is so bubbly and cute, and she's friends with like straight up like OGs. She went to that school. She went to the same school that I did. It's just she was 2 or 3 years older, so I never interacted with her. But that's how you know that my school was kind of like crazy, right? So imagine all of that combined, plus people who were assholes, so we didn't let them roll the snowball, so now they're trying to break it down. It started to become more of a turf war, okay? So like now it's starting to get crazy, and like me and my friends are just there to roll a snowball. At some point, everyone kind of like, you know, and then people, and like, it's hard to roll it at this point, so what we started to do is we started to like climb it to put the snow on like top, and people started to sit on it, which is like dangerous. And I remember now, principal came over and was like, you have to stop this. And I was like, what do you mean? And they were like, it's too dangerous. We've had too many complaints. One kid broke their tooth. People are fighting over it. You're sitting on it up there. And then they like pointed, you know, to some guy that I knew who was just sitting up there. And I was like, yeah, but like, you know, we're like trying to roll like the biggest snowball in the neighborhood. Like, come on, we can't lose this. And he was like, no. You're done. We're shutting this down. Drop it. We're going to break the snowball, or you have to break it. Figure it out. So I was like, fine. And I remember now. I remember what happened to it. Yeah, we did break it down. It was fun with the shovel though. It was very fun with the shovel. The problem is that the outside was like 99% ice at that point because it also rained, or like well, not rain, but you know how like it's like the wet snow that comes from the sky. It's not like the snow. It's like the wet heavy snow. Yeah, stuff like that. And obviously, like if you let it sit for like a while and the sun is like beaming down on it, it'll melt the outer surface to form like a layer of ice. Basically, we formed an igloo with no inside. So it's kind of hard to break that down. But yeah, that's the origin story of what happened to the snowball. So I mean, to be fair, a 5-foot snowball or something, like, because I was not max height by the time. I was maybe like 4 feet or something. Okay, I was not 5'6" as I am now, short king, but still taller than I was. So that thing being like 5 feet and needing like a whole horde of kids to like push, kind of cool. I am kind of mad that they told us to shut down. I still think we could have gone to 7 or 8 feet had we just had more time with it. But motherfuckers, man, why'd they start a turf war over my snowball? I'm so mad still. Now I'm mad. I was doing the dishes and I was like, I'm mad now. I'm like, now you know why I became Snowjob. Like, I'm now the Snowjob, and I'm like a villain from like Batman. And then Batman like breaks my like back, and then he's like, why are you doing this? And I tell him my like whole like story, and he's like, wait, how old are you? And then I like tell him I'm like 12, and then he's like, oh fuck, I'm not 12 actually. I'm closer to 40 than I am to like 20. I'm closer to 40 than I am 20. That's crazy. But yeah, great story. Let's see the origin story of this stream. Let's see how this goes. I have no clue. Like, no, man, no. God, that's funny. Like, actually funny. Okay, how do we program this, actually? Velocity and direction of the person at the front. Nice to distraction type of list for simpler mental model when interacting with this. You know what it is? This game is my therapy, right? Ever since then, I've been afraid to be the leader of things. Because I always think somebody's going to step in and then ruin my like work. This is why I can't work in a company. This is why whenever I work in a company, I have problems with like authority. I have serious authority issues. Like I'm like a rebel to my core because of the snowball incident. Because the system shut me down. When I was at my best, the system actually shut me down. Fucking turf wars. Like fucking turf wars. Man. I'll never forget those like days. This is some deep stick lore. Oh man, this is like because and what's funny is that everyone that I still talk to today, right? Maybe like one, it's like only 2 or 3 of them are from that time. So like everyone else is hearing this for the first time too. Even my like wife, because we lost contact during middle school, and we had some contact during like high school, and then most of it like post high school. Like she has no clue. So yeah, just know that snowball was like that was my baby, dude. That was my project. Like if I was a project manager, that was my project. But I wanted to let you know all know that. And tomorrow, if I can get the microphone set up and sounding good, we may even do like Christmas songs for this game. Because I want to see if we can get the Christmas songs in immediately for the game jam, or if we do it later. Because I did want to do some covers of like Christmas songs. Because one thing that sucks about the Christmas songs, right? The only version that I know of that's like very easy and still has that tone of Christmas, that isn't too like fancy, is Michael Bublé. But you can't play that. The next best is was it Beyonce, I think, or Madonna? Who sang the other one? But that one is like still like, you know, like it's still copyrighted. Actually, I think hers is better. Actually, Mariah Carey, that's the one. Yeah, yeah. Hers is better. Like in terms of like order, it's like I would rather have Mariah Carey, but it's copyrighted, and so then I would go for whatchamacallit, Michael Bublé, but it's copyrighted. So I was thinking of like, okay, what Christmas song do we have for this game? There's none. But the songs themselves are out of copyright because it's been 100 years. They were written back in like back in like the 1920s and like the 1840s, like before modern copyright law. So I was like, why don't I just make a cover myself? So we'll do that for like Christmas at some point. Plus, I've been thinking of doing like a sound reel, like a voice reel, because I kind of want to try my hand at voice acting. You know what I mean? Just like see it and see if I can do it. It'd be fun. Because any future games, it's just gonna be me doing most of the voice acting. So okay, let's do the logic. Everything that we have here needs to have the prerequisite things. Okay, target cannot be plowed. You cannot plow. You show me the move. I'm not seeing enough movement. Okay, don't make this a meme thing. I need to know what these things mean. You need movement. And then target needs movement. So like, do they have the movement controller or like stuff like that? Like, they need to be able to move too. So we need to add it to this check too. About the bombastic thing, to be fair, you feel like it can be a pretty frequent semantic shift with words not used much, and it sounds like it should mean something else instead of what it meant originally. The meaning can eventually shift into what it sounds like. That's very true, actually. Because what's that other word that like has that thing? I guess like I guess the best example that I can think of that's like the classic example is like the word Nimrod. Like Nimrod being the hunter god. He used to like is literally a god hunter. So he's like the best hunter. But like the joke in Looney Tunes fell on like, you know, fell on uneducated like the hoi polloi ears. So like apparently it like shifted from its meaning of like a funny sarcastic phrase to meaning stupid. So now if you call someone a Nimrod, then they're stupid and not the god. But at the same time, I don't want to be the reason why bombastic is used differently. Like I don't want to be that person, right? Because people are going to be writing essays about me for a long time. Like, I'm going to go on Know Your Meme, and then the first thing that they see on my page is not my innovative, you know, VTuber design, or my innovative way of programming things, or my innovative way of handling stream. First thing that they're going to see is, this streamer is the reason why bombastic changed meaning overnight. And then underneath, it's like, top 10 ways to get laid. Like, oh man, I don't want to be them, man. I just don't want to be them. Do you have ED? Find out now. This pill is gonna make your penis larger. Hot ladies in your area. Want to get want to get pregnant? Actual radio ad you heard. Want to get pregnant? Want to get pregnant? Call me at this number. See you there, honey. It's like, no. What was the point of the ad? I'm assuming like a fertility clinic, right? But like, that's funny. Want to get pregnant? Call me at this number. I'll show you a good time. Your husband not cutting it? Let me give you that yummy cummy. The golden nut. Once every 5 years. You know what it is? This is the best ad for a fertility clinic, right? Listen. A squirrel saves every nut that they find in the hopes of a squirrel saves every nut that they find in the hopes of making it through a cold winter. With us, you only need one nut. Call now to see if we can help you have a child. Yep, come. That's good. Yeah, it was a fertility clinic, but you just didn't expect to hear it. That's actually funny. Another one was an actual vibrator ad. Dude, some of the Tenga ads, like they show it like they're showing like a Beyblade, like new Tenga egg. Expando! And then you have to explain to your child, like, that is not a toy. Jimmy, that is not a toy. It's a toy, but it's not for you. It's for me, okay? Tenga! And they say it like the Sega logo. Tenga! And it's like, I don't know about this one, man. It seems too playful. It feels like the wrong demographic here. Comes. Yep, comes. Okay. So everyone has what we need. I need to get the movement onto the land movement controller. I need to copy over the velocity of the movement. I don't know why it's complaining here. To be fair, it probably has no clue that these are properties, so it doesn't really know what these are doing. But these are being updated. And there's no way to really tell the other, like, hey, it's fine. But what we need is this. Internal, within the same assembly, vector 3, velocity. Is it velocity? I don't know. It should be velocity, right? I don't know. Oops. Because when you accelerate, I don't know, what's the accelerate? So when you accelerate, you do with acceleration. Velocity. You want to thank me for keeping you going through your leveling right now in WoW. You're going insane. Did they make it harder to level? Jingle balls, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride on a one-horse open sleigh. A squirrel saves all their nuts for winter. We can't. Call us now for a free fertility consultation. Tenga! It's like, well, Tenga is really expanding here. I'm gonna think about that. I'm gonna think about that all night long. I'm gonna keep saying Tenga! Tenga! Sega. They're never gonna let me make a Sonic fan game ever again. Like, Sega is like gonna find this like clip and they're gonna be like, all right, listen, we cannot work with this guy. He has ruined us. He is opening up a whole new demographic. A squirrel saves. I don't know what he's thinking about. I need to really like say it perfectly. A squirrel saves all their nuts for winter. What? A squirrel can save all their nuts in their hole for the coming winter. We can't. A squirrel can save all their nuts. A squirrel can save a squirrel. A squirrel can save all. A squirrel. A squirrel. A squirrel. A squirrel. A squirrel can save all. A squirrel can save all their nuts for winter. We can't. Call now for a free fertility consultation. Tanga. There we go. I got it. That was it. That was perfect. That's like it's POV. You're like the director of the show, and I'm on my 500th take. Not even saying like the actual line. I'm just saying some practice line. It's just warm up, and you're in the booth, and you're like, please, can we please get on with the reading? Where'd you find this guy, huh? Tanga. It's so fucking stupid. Oh, it's so fucking stupid. It's so fucking stupid. Tanga. Hey Tenga, if you want to sponsor me, I'm totally down for a sponsor for Tenga. Just saying, man. A squirrel can save all their nuts. A squirrel can save all their nuts in their hole for winter. Pack it to the brim. A squirrel. A squirrel. A squirrel. A squirrel's hole is full of nuts. They lose a couple. Doesn't really matter. Is their hole empty? Is your hole feeling a little empty? Missing some nuts? Don't worry. Call us now for your free. Want to get pregnant? What? Is your hole empty? Want to get pregnant? Call us now for a free fertility consultation. Tanga! I'm going fucking insane. I'm going insane. So it is the velocity. Sorry, I'm just trying to confirm if it was the velocity. A squirrel. I really like. I like the squirrel angle, but I'm trying to think of like how to make the squirrel thing work. A squirrel. A squirrel. A squirrel. A squirrel. A squirrel. After we move, okay. After we move, we do the thing. A squirrel. A squirrel. A squirrel can store all their nuts for the coming winter. Ah. There's always nuts lying around for this squirrel. But are you gonna have enough when you need it? Wait, see, there's an angle there. There's an angle there. A squirrel. I just keep fucking saying squirrel. A squirrel. A squirrel. A squirrel. A squirrel. There's an angle there. There's an angle there. If a squirrel runs out of nuts, you can always go home for some more. But once you're out, that's all you've got. Not enough nuts? Call us now for a fertility consultation. Tanga! It's good to do it at the end there. Because it's good to do this at the end because the move affects the velocity too, I think. But I don't know if it means that it affects the velocity like afterwards. Like, does it stop the velocity? Does it reduce it? I can't tell. It does. Wait, does it? Yeah, it does. Because the mover now has some new velocity. So what does the mover move do? A squirrel can save a squirrel. A squirrel always has a backup. A squirrel. If it's all out of nuts, the squirrel can always go back home and get some more. But once you're out, That's it. You're empty. Call now for a free fertility consultation. We've got you covered. Tanga. There's something there. There's something there. Let me workshop this. Let me workshop this as like a fake fertility ad. Wait. Videos? Fake fertility ad. A squirrel can always go home for another bunch of nuts. You can't. Once you're empty. Once you're out, you're out. Don't wait until it's too late. Call us now for a free consultation on becoming a sperm donor. For a free consultation on freezing your sperm. Tanga! Right? That's good. Okay, right. A squirrel can always go home for another bunch of nuts. You can't. Once you're out, you're out. Don't wait until it's too late. Don't wait until the middle of winter to get some nuts. To get some nuts. Don't wait until it's too late. Call us now for a free consultation on freezing your sperm. A squirrel can a squirrel can always go home for another bunch of nuts. A squirrel can always go home for another bunch of nuts. You can't. Once you're out, you're out. Don't wait until it's too late. Call us now for a free consultation on whether or not freezing your sperm is the right choice for your winter. For the free consultation on whether or not freezing your sperm is the right plan for your coming winter. Tanga! I'm gonna stop saying that now. I'm actually kind of like, I feel kind of insane. Yeah, I guess step move does modify the velocity, right? Because you get step size. Step bro, I'm stuck. Step bro, I'm stuck. Call now for a free consultation on whether or not freezing sperm is the right thing to do for you. Make a copy of us. Wait, that's all you need to do to make a copy of us? Is you just do equal this and it just makes a copy of us? This feels illegal in some way to make a copy of something. I wouldn't expect this at all. Like from the syntax, I wouldn't expect this to be a copy at all. That's so unclear. It's not even like a sandbox programming thing. It's like a C# thing. What the heck? Yeah, so it modifies the velocity and it returns the step move. Step fraction. Well, it returns the step fraction. And within that fraction, you have your velocity within that fraction. So where's step fraction from? What? Call now. Let's see if it makes sense for you to freeze your sperm today. What's trace move do? Trace from to vector 3 delta. Wait, so why is it velocity equals mover dot velocity? So would this velocity ever change? It's kind of my question. I don't think it will. Because the velocity of this thing is over here. Then you go back down into step move. Step bro. Oh, but you know what? It replaces it places it with the velocity of the step move. So what happens with the step bro? Why is it? But that's just a copy of us. Move up as much as we can. So trace move. Move our position by this delta using trace. If we hit something, we'll stop. We won't slide across it nicely like try move does. Move across using existing velocity. Move down. Move delta is a calculation on the velocity. Tanga. Move back if you can't go any further. Step moved further, copy its data to us. So it moved, and because there's friction, we would lower the amount of thing. So it should be afterwards. I think it should be after the move. Because if you're still constantly moving, and your acceleration is still there, then it makes sense to keep moving forward. And so it makes sense to do it afterwards, because you also want to capture the friction as you're going down. Sorry, I'm texting my wife. Tanga! We need to figure out how to do this. Yeah, I think we do it afterwards. We copy the velocity afterwards. So we get the changes in the velocity. That way when it slowly slows down to the friction, it should be okay. Like, it should be a smooth process. Yeah, I think this is good. Okay, so we stick with this, and then we just get the value from the train conductor itself. We're just gonna ignore what I did, what I workshopped. I know it's crazy how much we workshop, but we need to ignore it for the sake of our sanity here. So copy the velocity over. By default, it's gonna be like, I guess, vector 0 equals vector 3 dot what the heck? Vector 3 dot 0. There we go. So by default, it's 0. There's a vector 3 in the base mathematics. Like, C# really was just made for, like, game engines. You know what I mean? Like, they recognize that no one else uses this except for game engines. So they were like, okay, well, let's just add the stuff that game engines use a lot of, that is at a baseline usable across all platforms that we maintain. At least, it will at least perform well on like, Windows. Great move. Honestly, why not? It's your programming language. It's your operating system. Might as well make it work well. So, I won't be sorry about the random pauses. My wife is being cute. Then we just pull the value out. I guess the issue is, like, how do we pull the value out easily? Well, no, that's not an issue. It's like super easy. We just do this. Okay, so as long as everything has a land movement system and is plowable or a plower or both, depending on the rules, we should be okay. Oh, wait. Yeah, because the front needs to be plowable. Well, wait a minute. Well, yeah. So it's always guaranteed that you can plow and that they are plowable. Always. And what else is more, that's really up to them. This also does kind of lead to that idea of, like, you could combine things or, like, extend the train. But the problem is that, like, I guess there's no easy way to collapse everything into one list, right? Like, there's no easy way to collapse it all into one list. So, what does that mean? There's actually, okay, there's something weird here. There's one case that we still haven't covered, actually, which is what happens when two trains kind of, like, combine in a very normal way. Dang! Here. It's specifically this scenario here that I don't really know what to do. I don't think I actually wrote it down. This one. Actually, exactly this one. This train is moving, right? There's nothing really stopping them from pushing this thing. And then if they happen to get right up to somebody, this person could theoretically combine with this thing. What happens to the value then? Because you only care about the value of the person at the front. but they don't necessarily like their push strength is not being modified by anything. Their push strength is not a function of everything behind them. Theoretically, if we do this, this whole thing becomes one whole unit. Like basically, if this finds them, what you actually end up with is something like this. So you have T1, which is kind of like this. Let's say T1, so number 1. And then number 2, let's say A, B, C. And then over here, it's like similar down here. This is train number 2 that they've connected to. And like these two have an existing Y and Z. But then C actually is the same on both sides. So these two are the exact same C. And this is the head, okay? So this is the head. I know what it looks like. It's just a very quick shorthand for the head. We all know what it looks like. It's very funny. In fact, if you can even write the 2 upside down and it looks very much the same. Hello? You missed... Okay, tell me... Okay, Mod, now that you hear it, tell me... What do you think about this? POV, you're in the car driving and you hear an ad on the radio. Oh, no, you're on YouTube. And you see an ad for a fertility clinic. A squirrel can always go home for another bunch of nuts. You can't. Once you're out, you're out. Don't wait until it's too late. Call us now for a free consultation on whether or not freezing your sperm is the right plan for your coming winter. Tanga! I think that's a winner ad. I just need to convince Tenga to like sponsor us. And then with Golden. Yo, boy! Free money! From the adult industry! Yeah! So this is a problem. Because let's say this has like... He's been coding for so long, he's lost his mind. I'm gonna take that as it's an amazing ad. I'm gonna take that as it's an amazing ad. So this is the push target here. So equals 20 strength. And let's say this guy has like 10 strength, right? But this equals 20, and then this thing itself on its own has 10. The 20 doesn't propagate over. Right now, only the 10 would. So do we propagate everything over? I guess one thing to check is that if we're a part of an existing train, if we're the head of a train, we need to combine the 2 trains. So special case is combining 2 trains if the head wants to connect with the tail. I need to think about that. So, okay, so wait. So if we... Because so far, we don't do any checks on ourselves. Like, we don't actually check, like, okay, do we have a train? Like, we don't even care if we have a train. We just run the train on, like, someone. We just add ourselves to a train, right? So if we have an existing train, if we are the head of another train, add ourselves to that train. Right? Because if we're the head of a train, it means that we're not pushing anything, we're being pushed. If you're a part of a train, you can't add... Like, there's no situation gameplay-wise where you can try to run a train on someone while you're a part of another train, because you're already busy pushing as part of another train, and that's handled by the state machine on the player. Tanga! You're Thomas the Train. Hey, I'm Thomas. I carry around important goods for your community. Like, oil, crude oil, food, and candy. Over there, that's Billy. That's Billy the Train. You know what he's running? He's running a train on your wife. He's running a train on your husband. He's running a train on your family. Don't trust Billy. This message was sponsored by the Train Workers Union. And it's like, I don't know what that means. So if we're the head of the train, we need to find another train, but with us. It's like, I guess we need another. Yeah, okay. So private list of game objects. Find train with wait, we only care about existing trains if you're at the tail. But now I want to find trains where we're at the head. So it's actually not the same function. It's kind of the same function, but not really. We need to find trains where we're at the 0, okay? So existing train, it's fine. Your train. Train being ran on you, because I named it you. I named the variable you. Where you or 0. Where your index equals 0. So if you're having a train, if a train is being ran on you, then we take that train and we say, okay, well, if we have a train, so if a train being ran on you doesn't equal null, right? So if we do have a train that's being run on you, and you're at the beginning of the train, then what the if first element that matches the condition defined by the specified predicate, if found, otherwise the default value for type T. What is the default value for all reference types? I'm assuming it's null. If it's not null and we get like an empty train, like an empty list, that would be stupid. Hopefully that doesn't mean what I think it means, like an empty list. Hopefully it means like a null value. So the train is being ran on you. We now need to combine the trains into one train such that you are not being ran over, but instead the other guy is. But instead the other guy is. So okay, well first off, if it's null, then we just say okay, well then we just run a train on you, okay? You have no train, you will now join one. Enjoy! Exclamation mark times 3. I like that. Enjoy! I'm Thomas the train. Hey Thomas, thanks for bringing those good. Wait a minute. Who is that? What? No one. Get out of the way, Thomas. Open the door. Is that my husband? Hey, honey. What the hell are you doing here, honey, huh? I'm just, put that shovel down. How long have you been putting coal into Thomas's hole, huh? How long? I thought we had something. What narrative is this? Going crazy. Yeah, I'm going crazy. Because your comment, like, just made me think of something, right? Thomas the Train is alive, right? So he feels that everyone walking on him. Like, imagine, like, you ever have, like, a stomach issue and you feel like your stomach, like, gurgling? Or sometimes your stomach, like, it, like, gurgles? But every time someone walks on him, that's his stomach, like, gurgling. So if people keep walking, it keeps on gurgling, right? But now think about the coal, because Thomas needs, like, coal to keep moving, right? So the guy who's, like, sticks his shovel and the coal inside of Thomas, he's basically shoving it into, like, some hole of his. Like his fuel hole, right? And for us, that's our mouth. But think about the Thomas design. Thomas has a face. His face has a mouth. It's at the front of the train. It's not his fuel hole. So what hole could that possibly be? His butthole. Yep. Butthole. Think about that next time you think about that next time you think about Thomas the train. Sure, he may be a train, but somebody's running a train on him too. Train being ran on you. So now I need to merge these two into one. I need to find the list that's there. And I need to remove this list from the larger list. I don't know about this one. Does but if I remove something from the list, does it leave a hole? This hole was made for me. This hole was made for me. Like if you remove the middle of the list, like say you have 5 trains being ran, right? And train number 3 says I don't want it anymore. Do you end up with like train 1, train 2, and then train 4, train 5 with an empty space in between, or does it pack it all down and then does it reorder everything? This hole was made. Oh, you know what? I don't care about that. That's an internal issue, and if it wasn't meant to be good, then they should have programmed it better. Microsoft should have programmed it better. Billy Gates should have stepped down. Billy Gates should have stepped down from his office and said, "Hello, team." He doesn't sound like that. I actually watched his documentary. Something Bill's Mind or something. There's a weird documentary on Netflix. You know, Bill Gates has a cabin in the middle of the woods where he has a fridge full of Diet Coke. So he goes to that cabin to like drink Diet Coke and like think of things. Like he goes there to do his like yearly think, which is like weird to me because it's like I don't know if this makes sense. Because like think about it, right? If you think about how that works, right? Him like doing that, he goes there. Like, why does he need that much Diet Coke? Like, it's a whole mini fridge filled to the brim with Diet Coke, so that he can like pump his veins full of like aspartame and get the ideas flowing. And then in the next frame, he's like talking to people about building a nuclear reactor. I don't know how effective it is to have Diet Coke like forcing everything. And then it showed him and Warren Buffett eating a hamburger, but the hamburger looked dry as shit. But it was like their favorite diner. And I've never seen somebody put so much salt onto their hamburger and then go like, "My doctor always warns me about hypertension." It's like, yeah, I wonder why. Like half the shaker is gone onto the burger, dude. And then the amount of ketchup too. I'm like, Jesus Christ, man. Like, god damn. There's nothing wrong with enjoying a little salt, but like that's a lot of salt, man. Like, what happened to your taste buds? What a weird documentary. And then it shows him and his wife being like happy. And like a month later, I found out that they were going through like a very public divorce, and that he apparently has like had like a side girlfriend the entire time that he sees once a year. And I'm like, I don't know what's like going on over here, but like this feels kind of like wild to me. So we remove the train from there, and then we combine the train. So now we do existing train dot. Can I merge this? Dot merge. Can I combine? Convert? Oh. Can I combine these trains? Shouldn't be too hard, right? Like you just put you just go to the back of another train and then insert, right? Like it should be fine. Copy the entire list to a compatible one-dimensional array. Copy to. Oh, but yeah, that's so funny to me. It's weird the lives of the ultra rich, right? Because like they're so different from us, and yet they're so similar too. And then I look at that and I go like, wow, that could be me too. And just imagine, right? Like a whole. To be fair, when I think about like what I want on my fridge, like how much shit I want in my fridge, right? I wonder what I would want. And I realized that maybe I would want not Coca-Cola. Maybe Coca. I don't know if I could deal with Coca-Cola every day, right? I would at least want water. And like it's a cabin in the woods, so like I don't know how much like water he has access to, really. Probably the combo of coding and going down the Snowball lore memory lane. Also Tenga. Man, if you were here for the Snowball, like for the reason why I'm doing this is justice for like, like 12-year-old me. Like this is my revenge as like a 12-year-old from nearly 2 decades ago, as I'm fighting back against like injustice. Almost 3 decades ago. Holy fuck. I'm old. Okay, maybe copy 2. I think this works with another list. So instead of doing existing train being ran on you, dot copy to existing train. Well, I lied. How do you merge two lists? How do you combine lists? Huh. Reverse, slice, remove all. No, don't do that. Member-wise clone to array. How? Maybe it's a part of add. Adds elements of the specified collection. Oh, here we go. So we add range. There we go. Okay, wrong way around. So existing train dot add range, train being ran on you, train being ran on you. Then we return train run event. Combined. They should be combined. Although I guess it doesn't really matter from your perspective, right? You just join. Technically, there's no difference. You just join no matter what you do, right? Maybe we should have a different one just to be very, very clear. And then it's up to the client to decide do they care. And I think that's like good. So now, because I removed the train being ran on me from the list of trains, then we add it to the thing. Then we add it to the other train. It's so confused. So the reference is lost. So now this is empty. And so the existing train that's being, well, then the train being ran on me is no longer being referenced by this, nor. So can I just train being ran on you dot delete? Dot destroy? Dot empty? Almost 3 decades? Were you like -7 rolling that ball? I'm not good at math. Yeah, but actually, wait. No, you're right. I'm good at math. I could be older than you actually think, chat. You don't even know how old I am. I could be like 60. You know what I mean? I could be like 60, really. Oh, my heart! You know what I mean? Like fighting for my life to be like a cool youngin'. He came out of the womb rolling. I'm gonna make like a hidden subscriber only womb level where it asks you to enter your Twitch name. And then I go and I check if you've actually been like a follower and a subscriber in my channel. And the entire level is you rolling the snowball out of your mother's womb. Think about that. What's crazy is that level would be kind of cool, right? Because it would be like a full pipe in like a Tony Hawk's game. So like you could go into the pipe and then you could like roll the ball at like an angle such that you're like going on the wall and off the ceiling and like stuff. It'd be kind of cool if you could pick up some like speed. Goats mega lol. That's actually funny. Oh god, that's actually funny. Clear. So we can clear. Okay, we can clear this. Duck clear. Okay, I'm gonna call clear. That way, there's no more references to things. The train being ran on you no longer exists. It's now a part of another train. Okay, so that's good. We can do the calculation for the push velocity, and then we're basically good to go. Okay, just remind me to do a Twitch integration system. Remind me in like, I don't know, like 4 hours. In 4 hours, I'm gonna build a Twitch integration system. If you're a subscriber, you get to play inside of your mom's womb. You may be wondering, oh, what do you know about my mom's womb? I've seen it before. It's not that special, okay? It's not that special. Everybody's seen your mom's womb. Trains, okay, for every train, we do this. I will say, I like the way that they do some bits of syntax. This syntax for like closures feels nice, or like anonymous functions feels very nice. It's kind of what like JavaScript has, and I like the model because it makes kind of sense to me. Stop streaming. You've got to stop streaming. Save your sanity. I can't. Gary called me. Gary Newman said, "Hey, buddy, you're not even done most of your checkpoints on your list. You spent the last like 4 hours doing like a squirrel bit. You really got to get this going, man." And it's like, yeah, you're right though. Train dot. So for every element in the train, what I need to do is I need to collect things. So is it like a map or like a train? Collect? Like how do I map over this? The one time where I'm like, I really wish it was nice. Binary search. How is a binary search? Well, I mean, I know the performance, technically. O log n. Realistically, we might have to do O log n anyways. Like, technically the binary switch might be better. Because it's like, I don't really know if it's possible to... I need to think about this. Wait a minute. There's a better way to do this. I just realized. Why are we trying to find the index? Why don't we just look at the... Why don't we just look at the thing? So... Train... So why don't we just look at the train? So like train.at. Can you do an accessor like this? Train.count -1. So we do reference equals this and this, and we do target. There we go. See that? So now there's no need for you to do anything weird, right? Well, you still need to find the train itself, which is like find the train that belongs to you. So like find the train that has you in it. But is that true even? It's not even like a find index. I only really have 2 places to look. And in fact, I can even shortcut this. This is even easier. Realistically, for instance, we only care about existing trains if the target is at the tail of the train, right? So we have the train here. You don't want to be in Thomas. You gotta be in Thomas, all right? Somebody needs to sit inside Thomas. And then as you climb inside Thomas, like the entire train car like shakes a little. And the like the ticket person is like, "Oh, don't worry about it. That's just Thomas making sure that you have a comfortable trip." And then you sit down in your like seat, and it's like kind of like slimy, and you're like, "Why is it so like slimy?" And then the ticket guy goes like, "Oh, don't worry. Thomas is just excited to have you on him." But you didn't hear that last part, so you say what? And then he's like, "What?" And when the train takes off, you like look out the window and try to get your mind off of it, and you realize that all the staff is outside the like train, and you're wondering like, wait, why did they all leave the train and why are they waving by? Then it hits you. It's like, okay, well, it's too late for me now. The train's already moving, the doors are closed, and then Thomas is like, no! But yeah, we can shortcut this. So we only care if you're the final element, right? So train.count -1. If you're at the tail of the train, we only care if you match the target. Because that's basically the condition. And in this way, use index from end. Oh my god, there's an index from end position. Because then we don't have to do a find index, which is an ON operation, right? And it will always be the worst case or the best case because it starts the search from one end or the other. Because the find is like you don't know where it is inside of it. But we don't care about the finding it. We care about a train where you're at the beginning of it and where you're at the end of it. So we can shortcut that. We don't have to find and do like an ON operation. We can do this whole thing by an O1 operation. And the only ON operation that you need to do it on is the list of trains. Easy. You didn't pay attention. There's a train run, isn't there? Well, Thomas doesn't like to call it a train run. Thomas just likes to think of it as a train day. It's his training day. That's his training day. It's like, no, Thomas, no. Here, so we do that. That's a good optimization. And then down here, for every single train, we calculate all the values. So how do I collect every value in this without having to loop over it? Or like, is there like an easy way to do like a map almost, or like a reduce? Can I reduce this down into like a value? Or do I have to do like the old school way of keeping like a temporary variable that you just add numbers to? Alrighty then. Uint strength. So we have the strength here because strength is a part of the plowable. I mean, mass is a part of plowable, and then strength is a part of plower. We only care about the plower strength, which is their get strength. So we call get strength on every single one. Every single passenger, we shake their hand and we see how strong they are, right? If they give us a handshake and their like handshake is too strong, then we know that they're going to be pushing well. It's called running a train. There's got to be a train.run method or something. Come on. You're actually right though. Like, why didn't I just call this run? You're actually correct. I don't know why I called this like anything but run. What's the visibility of this actually? What does it need to be? I'm assuming this needs to be like, can you pass a closure as an action to another thing if it's private? I actually don't know that. I don't know why I called it. I don't know why I didn't call it a run too, considering that the debug name, like the name that we see when this thing runs, is called "I'm running a train on you." So when you're debugging this to see what's happening, it literally says "I'm running a train on you." Why didn't I do that? So train dot for each passenger, pass a closure to my privates. No, it's the opposite. Pass a private to my closure. Or like pass my privates as a closure. I don't feel closure anymore. Passenger, and then strength plus equal passenger dot get. Oh, passenger is a thing. So passenger dot components. I mean, at this point, we know that they have a plower. Except for the one at the end. How do I take a slice of something? Like, I only care about a slice of this. How do I take a slice of this? I want to slice this. Slice it. Slice it. Yeah. So start and the length. So it starts at whatever. And goes to what? How does slice work? The zero base index at which the range starts, and then the length of it. So if I start at 0 and I take the entire length. So if I start at 0 and then I do count minus 1, that's the entire thing. Or the length of the range is equal to count. So if I start at 0, so if I want to get a slice of the entire thing, I start at 0 and I do count, which is the length of the entire thing. Because if you have a length of 0, it gets you nothing. But if I want everything but the first one, I start at 1 and then I do count minus 1. So wherever I start at, it's minus that much. Okay? So I don't want to do a train dot run. So train dot slice. Train dot... What is my train? It's a list of game objects. Train dot slice. Slice? What do you mean? I don't have an access to slice. What is the .NET version of this? Oh, fuck. This is only available in the .NET 8. Which means we probably don't have .NET 8. We probably have like .NET 7. Which means we can't do much. Well, we can do a lot, but it's a lot less than I would have expected. So slice is gone. Is there an easy way to start from a certain index to do everything? Well, I guess a shallow copy isn't really what I want anyways. Maybe I just do a for each and I look at the indices and I ignore the head of the train. So what is the head again? So the head is 0. The head is always 0. The tail is always whatever the count is, which makes sense. And then if we're the head of this train, then we do okay, yeah. So I ignore the tail. No, I ignore the head. Because the push strength is everything but the head. Can I get the index from this? Like from the for each or no? Danga! For each. And in my action, I don't have a way to know what index we're at. That's interesting. Okay, we'll just go for like the old style. We don't even care about iterators. We just fuck it. If it breaks, then it breaks. What's like is like a U size? How do I do like an iteration? Like a for iteration almost. I honestly know C sharp. C sharp for iteration over list. But not a for each. We need like an iterator where I can find the index. Oh, you can just do what? There's a built-in thing. Oh. For each. Using iterators with a generic list. For each int number in the stack, for each int top to bottom. For int number, I don't want to do this. I want to get an iterator that starts at a certain index. Wait. C sharp list iterator that starts at an index. Is it possible to start an iterator at a specific index? Don't iterate manually unless you're writing a custom enumeration method. Prefer for each or existing. Okay, well, listen, buddy, I'm trying to get this answer. You can start at any index by using the skip extension method on the array. Although in some sequences, the term skip. What? Enumerable.skip bypasses a certain number of elements in sequence and then returns the remaining elements. What? You what? So, train.skip? Huh. Holy shit. Wow. So, what? Oh, no, it's decompiling. Skip. Huh, shit. Bypasses a number. What's a T source? What? I enumerable T source. Bypasses a specified number of elements in the sequence and then returns the remaining elements. What? Wait. Holy shit, you can do all of these. What do you mean I shouldn't use my boomer loop? It's dangerous. It's dangerous. You don't want to deal with, out of index problems. Okay, extension method. Okay. Well, which of these do I have? Is there like a reduce aggregate? Apply an accumulative function over a sequence. That's actually kind of what I want, yeah. Reverse the order of strings by using aggregate. Yeah. That's exactly what I kind of want. So I do skip and then aggregate. Is that stupid? That doesn't feel very performant. But maybe link optimizes this down. Maybe link is like nice and it optimizes it down. Who really knows? So for each grade well, I could just do it like this and it feels easier. Well, no, I would just do skip and then aggregate. So skip and then aggregate. Okay. So we do skip 1 dot aggregate, and the aggregate signature is what? Working sentence, next sentence. So the next thing that's there, we then add, because then this would reverse the words. Right, I get it. So basically, it's like this. It's probably the worst example because I would have just done like cur and the next, and then that's very easy to understand, right? Then you just do um. Well, that's weird. How do I aggregate down into a different value? How do I do an aggregate on like a different value? Like how do I make an aggregate over to become a uint? Like can I do that? Can I convert instance type to uint? Okay, well, in which case, if we can't do that, then we should just do a for each and just do it ourselves. Okay. So okay, I think it makes sense. So for each passenger in var passenger in train, we then call their thing, and then we say strength plus equal passenger.getStrength. Passenger.components. Okay, well, this is a problem now. Equals 0. So 0 strength right now. We need to get the value of the thing, what's there. We don't care about the first one. And we just get the strength of their later, like the strength component from the plower of the thing. Dot get plower dot get strength. And we know that this exists because we've already predicated it on this. But also that's not necessarily true. What happens if you get a situation to do what could happen in the future is that we remove the ability to plow from a game object that's already in a train. This is a game logic error and would cause issues. For now, we just crash. We just assume that we crash because that should never happen. Convert into a link expression. How did you do that? How did it do that? That's how you do it? Oh, that's how you do it. Oh, that's how you do it. So it's like you get the current value, but you get the next value as this type of the thing. That's how you do it. That's cool. I like that. That's actually cool. So that's how you use link. Okay, chat. I am kind of sold on the idea of link, of like the link system. I like the idea of working with it almost like a shitty query system, even if performance is worse. Because this is two different things, right? Let's say you skip over it. What does that do internally? Does it make a copy of the thing? I guess it depends on the underlying structure. Or does it simply move the pointer ahead? And then the aggregate simply does this starting from that pointer, iterating through. I don't know. Are lists unsorted, by the way? Please tell me that they're unsorted. Okay, as long as they're not sorted, it's fine. We just assume that they never sort. So we have the strength here. So this train, the strength of this train, needs to then be applied with the velocity of the second person in the train, which is the person who determines the direction of everything, as well as the velocity. Because I don't care about the velocity of everyone else either. Yeah, because doing it by like velocity alone would be kind of weird. So floor is infinite, max is infinite. Do I care about the number of players for now? Not yet. Although testing wise, I guess you'd be limited on your snowball size, right? Like the whole point of this game is you have to play it with someone. You want to be able to like grow a large snowball. Like you have to work with strangers to make a snowball. It's a give and take, right? So it's a bit like my experience, right? It's like some people are like, dude, why are you rolling a snowball? And because I was like, because I had read Meditations by Marcus Aurelius at the age of 12, I was like, okay, well, I'm not going to explain it to you, so I kept on rolling. And then they were like, hey, can you teach me how to make a snowball? And then I kept on rolling because they hadn't done anything for me yet. Then when they helped me, I then helped them by allowing them to roll my snowball and thus helping them achieve Zen. Zen and the art of snowball rolling. Okay, so then we do this. So strength is this. We get the velocity of second person and the mass. So the mass of the so the mass of the head of the train, velocity of the second person in the train. So we assume everyone has everything because of the prior checks when we started the train. You can't lose those things. Let's ensure that we don't lose them. Like you can never take off plowable plower or land moving controller from these things. Otherwise, things get wonky. And we'll leave it like that. Okay, I think that's good. So what we do is we do var head equals train 0. And then var conductor equals train 1. And trains are always guaranteed to only exist with at least... Trains are always guaranteed to exist with at least 2 elements. You can't have a train that doesn't have at least 2. This is why I want my own data structure for this, so that I can enforce this internally, and then everything using it doesn't have to care. God damn it. So now we do the logic. Okay, so like... var... What is... How do you convert acceleration to velocity? Or velocity to acceleration? Because, like, what's the difference between the two? Here, because if we go to here, we accelerate by a movement direction plus a speed. And then we accelerate by that value, right? We just say what direction we go in, and then we do it. This does a with acceleration on the thing. And it tries to figure out what the normal is. It tries to normalize it such that when you move... Because if you were moving left and then you move perpendicular to the thing, you would then be moving at the dot product, which is like in the middle almost. Because it would be 0. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay, so that makes sense. So yeah, we just take the velocity and we use it as acceleration. It's not really true, but it's also like good enough, I think. So var acceleration equals the conductor's components dot get land movement controller dot velocity. Then we need to do a percentage of this based on the ratio of strength to mass. So if there's less strength than mass, we have less power. What is that calculation, I guess? I guess strength divided by thing, right? What's the calculation actually? Wait, what? If we have 100 strength with 100 mass, we have 1% times 100. If we have 50 strength and 100 mass, we have 100. If we have 50 strength and 100 mass times 100, we have 50. We have 50% power. So times 0.5. So okay, so it's strength divided by mass. So velocity times strength divided by mass times strength divided by head dot components dot get head plowable mass. It's just this game is innuendos like left and right. I don't think I can even submit this. I think they're gonna ban me. I don't know if I can submit this game to the game jam, guys. I think they're gonna ban me for this. And then we do the acceleration on the head. So we also need to get the head.components.get land movement controller, and there's no way that we could have saved it from before. Then we... Oh. Well, that's interesting. How do I apply like an outside acceleration to it? How do I apply an outside acceleration to it? You see the problem? Why I didn't want to use the land movement controller? Because it's like, well, I could. It's not really what I want, though. It's kind of like Character controller. Like, I kind of want to use this for everything. But even snowballs would have to have a land movement controller. It's just the difference is the player control or is it not a player control? It's like you need another layer on top of player control such that this thing could be controlled by something else. Jesus Christ. Solution. Force. Internal. Vector 3. Forced acceleration equals vector 3.0. Activating maximum glizzy overdrive. Let me do so if it's like if there's a forced thing. So it's either we do input or something forced. Does that make sense? Or we do both? Technically, we should do both. If... God, the song slaps. The skunk song is so good. If forced acceleration not equal vector 3.0... Well, is there like a better way to do it? Is there like an equals? Yeah, here we go. If it doesn't equal vector 3.0. Then we also add that to this. And then whatever the speed is. So it had to exist on the thing. It had to exist on the snowball. In a weird way, the snowball has a controller that just doesn't handle input. You know what I mean? Like, okay, so this is a problem. It's nice because now we can force acceleration on the players in any direction too. Which is kind of cool. Like, we can make a shove thing, which is fine, but... So what we should be doing instead in the future, realistically, I want to handle all input via something like Ashen Graph. Because then it's way easier to do like a visual for like a state machine, IMO. Maybe, I don't know actually. But then what could happen is that we could just do it. Actually, I think 100%, the Ashen Graph would be great for like a movement state machine. 100%. It's probably the best domain for that because trying to think of like, holy shit, chat, this bot is called Crazy Stick Player. What the fuck? This bot that says best viewers on something it's called Crazy Stick Player. I'm sad to have to ban this bot for it is closer to me than the rest of chat will ever be. I have lost the light of my life. Sick. So sad. Poor bot. It had to die. It had to die. So Ashen Graph is really good for stuff like that because the visualization of it and like the cycles and like the different pathways, knowing it just by code is very, very difficult to see. Whereas like knowing it in a visual sense, seeing the arrows of what can flow to what, very nice. Then it's just a matter of adding in like the functions themselves. So we might have a function that says, okay, well, do this, add it to your movement direction when you press the function, and it updates like a private property or something. And this would just read that property to know where you're moving. That way we could even do like a forced movement by way of just doing this. So forced acceleration would look no different from the movement direction because whether or not it comes from the player or it comes programmatically, what you would do is then feed in the value in which you're moving through that system. And the action graph could enforce all the various ways that input layers could be controlled. That's a good use of the action graph. I'm gonna have to do that later, but I think that's a great way of using it. I like the action graph for that. Because for things like that, a visual view of it is probably the easiest way. I don't think a programmatic solution to things like layers and like modes is very, very difficult to keep track of. With the visuals, it's way easier to see the flow of things. So I think it's good. For now, though, this does work because force acceleration, we just add it in and we're good to go. Especially because we always go, right? Because by default it's 0, and then if it's plus times equals 0, it just stops doing anything. Then it's just a matter of like, okay, well, if movement direction dot equals vector 3 dot 0, then we just return here because there's nothing really to do. Otherwise, we summed up with the speed, then we do this whole check on the physics world, the physics body, then we do the movement direction, and we do the gravity calculation on it, then we do the acceleration, like there's a whole bunch of things that we do here, right? Otherwise, we naturally let it go. Okay, that's good. That's like really good. That's really, really good. I think I'm proud of this. I'm not sad. However, we need to do this at some point then. So maybe not a return. So if it's not vector 3, 0, we need to do all of this. And we still need to add the velocity of the thing to that thing so that we can get the value out of it. Well, I guess if the velocity is 0, then it's just 0, right? Like, does it really matter? Probably not. Huh. It's weird. Like, we need the post value, but we also need the current value. And by default, it's 0, but what if you do it and then you stop moving? And you're at 0 and then it doesn't set the value? Like, this is less bug prone to do it like this. Structurally, even if it gets a bit more complicated on the nesting side. So now you do that. Force acceleration equals acceleration, not axis rule. Forced acceleration equals acceleration. So now we set the acceleration, and if there's a forced acceleration, for now we make it disappear, but in the future when we move to that system with the action graph, that can then determine when to stop accelerating it, right? Because like right now we just stop accelerating it after like a frame, and then we handle the drop off by like friction and like stuff, and that's a very normal thing. In the future, whatever is feeding that value in could keep feeding that value in like every single frame. And it could be this or it could be something else. Like it doesn't really matter, right? But at least this way, this doesn't have to know about when to zero out that value. It wouldn't have to know when to zero it out. Well, maybe it always does actually. Maybe it always does have to know how to zero it out. So forced acceleration equals vector 3.0. Because how else would you know to like not use this anymore? Hard to tell. Hard to tell. Now what's crazy is that was all theoretical. Now it's the easy stuff. It's actually now down to the easy stuff. So there's not really much else that's like hard. So now it's just a matter of doing the leash. We just keep coding, and then I'm pretty sure it'll work fine. We just do the coding here. So now we need a leashed amount, which we have. So max distance between us and them. So I don't know what's like a good leash length. I guess this could be different for every player. Because if you have an item where you have like really long hands, that could be funny. And then property. And do you need to know you're plowable then? Like, should we care about yes? You do need to know you're plowable, because then we can get the position of that to determine. Right. Float leash length. Max leash length equals 50f. Let's say like 50 is kind of 50 is basically, I don't know how far 50 is. I don't really know how far 50 is. But now we can tweak that until it feels good. It's fine. So plow target, calculate push force. Okay, so this is already done. So plowing the target is kind of a natural thing that just happens, no matter what. right? Because it's all a part of the train system. The train system handles plowing things. This just handles being a part of some train. And then this also handles like disconnecting from the train too. So you might actually want to leave the train. So not only do you run a train, you also leave a train. How do you leave a train? So public. I guess this thing also kind of needs errors too, right? Train run events. Public enum train leave event. I think it's fine to do this. Not in train. So if you're not in a train, then it doesn't do anything. You are head. So if you're the head of the train, then you can't leave. And that's it. Those are the only two issues when you wouldn't be able to leave. And then also like left. There we go. Cool. Train leave events. Leave train. So you. So you have game object you. So who are you? And then it's like the character creation screen from like Skyrim. If there's no trains with you on them, dot find train. And this is where we need to do a train where it's like you're somewhere in the train, because you could be in the middle of a train too. So now this is where we do the predicate thing. Does anybody remember what my predicate thing was? Train dot contains you. Find any train that contains you. Okay, why are you mad? Cannot implicitly convert this to that. Eh? Ain't that the predicate though? Because that's just a predicate. No? Ain't that a predicate? Then the predicate, because when you find it, you're trying to figure out if this thing is a predicate. What the hell is a predicate supposed to return if it's not a boolean? This thing returns a boolean, so I don't know why it's saying it's not a predicate. But it is a predicate, because it returns a boolean, and then the predicate only cares about a boolean. On the road, bits and pieces of music come to them. What the fuck do you mean? Oh. Right. Right. Yeah, you're right. Your var train equals, that's why, because it wasn't an object. If train equals null, we immediately go return train leave event, not in a train. And then if, how do I get the index of where you are? Well, I guess it doesn't matter. Like, you can't be at the head. Yeah, I guess if you're at the head of a train, like, you can't leave. Like, it doesn't matter if you're in the head. Like, you just can't leave. Welcome to the Hotel California. You know, apparently that song was about rehab. I had no clue. But that song is about... I think we talked about this during the Supermarket Simulator when I was trying to break out of the simulation. Like, that was the perfect song for that game. Because, like, I couldn't leave. And apparently the song is about rehab. Because you check in and you never really check out. Because the rehab keeps you there. Such a lovely place. So, train contains you. But also, so it not even contains. If there's a train where you're not at the head, Oh, that's a weird condition. Where train dot basically, are you in the train but you're not in the head? So anywhere but you're not the head. The head being zero. You know what? I got it. Train dot skip one dot contains you, right? Because if you skip the head and you're in it, then you can leave the train. If you skip one and you're not in it, but people are pushing you, that means that you're the head of the train. That models that. And then if there's no train at all, then it just means that you're not in a train that you can leave. Welcome to the Hotel California. And then train dots. I don't know. I kind of want to like now you remove everything from your index behind. In a way, you need to get both the train and the thing. There's probably a better way to do this, but I'll just figure it out afterwards. So now I need to find your index in this train. Why does this take start index? Returns the index of you. How do I return two values from a find? Like how do I do the find and then bring back two different values? Kind of like how you would do in the case of the link method, right? Oh, but then this one specifically, it's because specifically the aggregate link method provides you the template to do t source and t accumulate. That's why. Whereas like a find doesn't have that. Like find only has the one value that it returns. Okay, so you do need to do this in like a weird way. Kind of annoying. So find index based on you. Okay. Then I need to remove every element after that as well as that. But there's no slice. Well, I guess is there a method that lets me kill it? Like remove it? Oh, this is gonna be a very, very complicated operation, kind of. I need to do this very, very carefully. If I do this wrong, then everything fails. Yeah, I know what to do. Basically, we need to find you. Find the index of you. Train. Find the index of you. Why are you mad? Change type to parameter. Predicate game object you. No. I don't know. What? Find index by a predicate. Well, sure. Okay, fine. Passenger. Reference equals passenger you. So we have the index. I just want to really model this first because of our index, and then we need to take every single index up until then. Huh. How do I copy two? Is there like a copy two where I can take like a certain count, I guess? Because then that's basically a slice. But like range. Is there really no easy way to like do this? Because I don't have access to the internals, so I can't do a similar move to slice. Because I don't think you can access the underlying array. And slice is only available within net 8 and not here for some reason. Like, there's no slice here. So what I have to do is I have to go through from 0 up until the elements and insert those. That feels like a very complex task for no reason. Man, I kind of wish you had slice. Why was slice never like a thing? Because with slice, right, you can optimize that internally with like an array by just pointers or like similar. Like I'm assuming this has the ability to like do that because an array semantically, everyone knows that it's a contiguous space of memory. So to take a slice of an array is very simple. You get the final memory address and you start memory address, and you just copy those values into something else, into another container. But if you don't have access to the underlying array, then your only option is to go over one by one by one. This feels like a very complicated task. You know what this is? Oh, wait. Shallow copy. Huh. What's a shallow copy? Contains only references to the elements of the collection. The objects themselves are not copied. The references in the new list point to the same objects as the references in the original list. However, if the elements of a shallow copy of a collection of value types, or a subset of that collection, a shallow copy of a collection of reference types contains the references in the new list point to the same objects as the references in the original list. Okay. Whereas a deep copy would be everything, right? However, if the elements contain references, elements of the collection contain references to other objects, these objects are not copied. The references in the elements of the new collection point to the same objects. So as long as it's so, reference types are always handled fine. So actually, that's the one. It's the get range. So actually, that is kind of a get slice, kind of. So we start at, I guess, the index, and then we do train.count minus index plus 1. Because the count is plus 1. Minus 1, sorry, minus 1. Yeah. And then we replace the train. I wonder if that works. So we take the shallow copy, we then replace the train, and then we... Is that annoying? Is that weird? Is this replacement of this variable clear from like a semantic sense? No, because when we need to do this, then we need to replace the train. So trains dot, can I do like a replace? Insert an index, inserts an element at the specified index. And now we need to find the index of the thing. So trains.find index. We find this by the train, the old train, and then we insert. No, not insert at the index. We want to replace it. Is there a replace? Can I just replace that value entirely? Well, I could. I could just do like here. I could just do like this. Not an insert. Sorry, I just do like this. Train. So wait. So train dot equals train equals new train, and then train dot clear. Okay, this is my head hurts with all reference types. Reference types always get me like kind of wonky. Train leave event dot left. Specifically when you have to deal with things like clearing an object and like garbage collected stuff is like kind of like weird because it's like I don't know if you need to do these things to get rid of it. Like I don't know the rules around garbage collection, so I do this as a defensive measure. Because like in like a different place, right? You would just let them go out of scope and then they would disappear, or you would actually call like I don't know, like some memory function, right? What's it, like you would just do like a delete train. But here you can't because it's all garbage collected. And scope is unclear because scope is more about reference. And references could be anywhere. Even though trains are all isolated inside of this, what do you do, right? So we replace the train at that particular index where it was with the new train, and then the old train we clear it out, which should mean that old list gets thrown away. Rename parameter. Oh, is it because it's like shadowed? Yeah. Subtrain. Predicate train. Well, I guess like what's like a good name for this? Look, the P. Whatever you do, don't do that. Don't do like one letter names, even though it kind of makes sense. It's also hard to like parse. But I'm too lazy to fix that, so that's fine. If we do that, so you leave the train, and then you're done. Then the train should resize to be the same thing. But what if the train is empty? Like, what if the new train's length now that you're not there is empty? Well, no. If you're the head of the train, then you can't leave. But even if you're not the head, right? Yeah. If you're the conductor, because there's three spaces: head, conductor, everyone else, and then tail at the end. If you're the conductor, if you're the second element in the train, and you leave, then the train is still technically over. Like by just pure logic, there's nothing running the train. Hmm. If index equals 1, so like you are the conductor, train abandoned. You left your job. I don't know. I guess either way, to you from your perspective, you still leave the thing, right? Like it doesn't really change anything. But in which case you just say, okay, well then you do this thing over here. In which case you would just remove it. So it's like trains.remove at trains.find index p dot equals train. And then bam, you're just gone. And then yeah, you're good. I guess can you get do you need to clear it beforehand? No, right? Well, I mean, if you need to clear it, then that's stupid. Maybe you don't even need to clear it. Maybe I'm being too defensive about things. Anyways, so your train is now gone. That means everyone gets disbanded. Oh, but then now there's a problem, right? We do this, but how do you then propagate that to everybody that you're now like leaving? Because joining a train is simple. Like if the train gets reordered, it's like fine. Like if the train attached to something else, it's transparent to the plowers, right? The plowers don't care. The plowers only care when they leave when their train gets like broken for some reason, right? So if from the plower perspective, you only care if the train is finished when the train breaks. So everyone that's gonna be gone, everyone that gets kicked out needs to be informed of what's happened, and we need to do that on both sides. So this one's easy because all of these people need to be told, "Hey, like, bye, get out of here. Your train is gone." Train that for each passenger dot components dot gets. Okay, well, see now it gets a bit complicated. Dot detach. I don't know if that's a good word. Like detach, like stop plowing. I guess. Stop streaming. Public void. Stop plowing. Yeah, stop plowing. I mean, if you just say stop on a plower, then they just stop plowing, right? Like, because a plower only plows, and so saying just stop is enough. So just stop. Stop it. Get some help. And then the old train. So everyone in the train that's skip. Well, not skip. It's almost like I want to only do a range of this. So train.get range from 0 to the index. So train.count minus 1 minus the index. Does that still make sense? Yes. So from 0... No, that doesn't make any sense. What? If I want to go from 0 to the end of the train, it's 0 train count minus 1. If I want to go up to the index, it's train.count minus 1. No, I want to do it from the index onwards. Wait, no, but they're getting... New train? Why is it a new train? Wait, why am I making a new train? This is backwards. Wait, so starting from 0 up until the index. So the new train is whatever was in front of the person who's like leaving. So they're the ones who are left. Everyone else leaves. Maybe there's an easier way to do this instead of replacing it. Maybe we can just remove everything past a certain value, right? Is it easier? Is there like a clear from a range? No. Drop, remove at, remove all, remove range. Removes a range of elements. Oh, that's actually perfect. So I get a reference to the same list, because a list is a very complex type. So actually, I can just do this instead. So it can be like train.remove range, starting from to where. So start from the index of the person who's leaving, and then all the way till the end of the train. So it's like train.count minus index minus 1. There we go. So that gets a lot easier. But also, everyone past that point, before we remove them, needs to have a whole ton of things being told. So we don't even need to do any of this. So train dot skip to the index plus 1. Because you skip 0, it means you start at 0, but you skip. But if you go by 1, then you skip to the second one, right? And so because the index starts at 0, if you wanted to skip, if the index was 0 and you want to inform everyone after 0 that they're leaving, because this one is calling the leave train event, so it knows that it's leaving. Is that true? Yes. Yeah. Because then the plower is the one that does the check on the leash. So then this thing would be index plus 1. Yeah. And then everything afterwards would have to be informed, right? Dot for each passenger, sure. Passenger dot get dot components. This is such a stupid way of doing it now, but like it kind of makes sense. But also like the reason why it's so confusing to me is because there's this one bit that is very annoying. It's specifically the way that we handle, like where we handle certain things, right? If this thing could kind of know automatically through events that propagate, and then everything could be based off of events that happen, there would be no need to worry about the sequence of events. We just like the sequence of events and like who does what initially wouldn't even matter. We could then ignore all of that and just focus on the final effect of things. But because I built it in this way, it has to care about who does what. There's no way for me to like stop this. Like there's no way for me to just look at this and then be like, okay, like only handle it if this happens and only if you care about the event. I have to do all of this. If you were the conductor of the train, the second element of it, you leaving the train effectively stops the train. So if index equals 1, then train.for each, every single person who's on this train that has a plower. Oh, but that's not the head, right? So train dot skip one. Yeah. Eh? All right, fuck you then. For each var passenger in train dot skip one, then do all this logic over here. I guess link methods can't be combined with async methods. I guess because link methods enter you into a whole different context, right? So you can't do the interface specific methods because for each on the list interface is specifically for the interface, whereas link puts you into a whole different context of like the link interface. That feels like a weird limitation. Limitation. No, actually, no. It makes sense. Assuming that link has its own way of communicating it, it's meant to be like a very generic handler, like query system over collections. Whereas like a list for each really only cares about it in the context of a list. There's no guarantee that it would work. It'd have to be implemented for link too. Like it would have to tell link that it handles link elements, and therefore it could be called. Which is a whole typing thing, which actually should work, but I guess they didn't bother doing it. Yeah, okay. So everyone who's there is going to be told to stop. Then we simply remove this train from the thing, and you're done. Everyone who's here is going to be told to stop. Then, everyone from here, all the way to the end of the train, is going to be removed from the train, and because that's a reference, it's gone. Okay, I think we're good. I need to go take a shit, so I'll be right back. In the meantime, enjoy the music. And when we're back, we're actually going to get into like the majority of the rest of the system, I think. So, for instance, the train here is done. Rolling a snowball is mostly going to be done. As part of this, we just need to do the leash, right? So like ensure that the player can roll the snowball, so can roll the snowball and by extension push another person as long as they're within a particular leash range. Once we're done this, the rolling a snowball is done. FPS controls is kinda done because this is already done. Button to initiate the push motion is like done. So we have this on anything that's plowable. We highlight things when we look at them. We have a way to track the movement of the player as well as the push strength. We have no models nor way to build structures. We can actually load snow at the moment, but we don't have a way to handle the collision and stuff, right? Or like the throw force. Like there is no throw force at the moment. Crouching is still winning. Camera system is not there. As you roll the snowball, the thing's there. Snowball attachment system UI. There's things. The Yeti from Ski Free. We're very close. So what percent is done? That's a good question. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. I realized that my counting system sucks. 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43. So 43. In total, 43 things that I want to do to get to like an MVP of the game where it's actually fun to play. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 things done. So pop up the calculator. 7 divided by 43 times 100. We're 16% done. 7%. Well, I don't know where you got 7%. We're 16 because there's 43 total things to do. So times 2, yeah, it's actually low. But you know what? In terms of things that aren't extra, like if we look at like core MVP gameplay, like just pure gameplay mechanics, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, let's say, 16, 17, 18, well, no, 17, yeah. 17 over 7, right? So 7 divided by 17, 41%. So if we consider the most important bits of this game, we're 41% done. The most important bits. Everything else is like, you know, the extra stuff that I want to make it fun with. Now you gotta record your singing for the game music. That's for tomorrow. Tomorrow's music day. Tomorrow's gonna be a fun day. I think tomorrow's gonna be a great day. Yeah, so 41%. Okay, so we're 41. So 41%. Okay, so current completion rate. Devlog. 10:52 p.m. Saturday. T minus 2. 41% done on essentials. 7% done as a whole for extra fun stuff that I want to push to get in, okay? Now I poop. I'll be right back. Now I poop. That was the best washroom break I've ever had. We're going to continue making this. We're a good 41% done on essentials, and we're about 7% done as a whole. There's still some key things we need to do, and there's also actually maybe 1% off because there's a rotation fix that I need to do. Did I write this down? No, I didn't. See, so there's a bug. There's even bugs that we need to fix that we know about. So if we consider that these bugs are kind of game breaking, then that's important too. The art stuff, the animations will be done tomorrow, so we don't have to worry about that yet. So realistically, at least for what we have today, we're very, very close to complete on like the main things that we need to get done for today. The next piece that we need to deal with is actually finishing the rolling snowball mechanic, and then finishing up the UI, as well as much of the terrain system as we can, I think. If there's no dynamic deformation, at least dynamic growth of the snowball as it moves, because we actually don't have that yet as well. Because the larger the snowball, the larger the roll, and then, you know, we don't even have the ability to like make the snowball get larger as it rolls. So it's kind of in a weird space where it's like doesn't really do much. At the moment, at least at the moment. So as it moves, it gets a thing, and then as it moves, it gets slower as well. We need some factor of how much larger it grows based on its mass that we use to calculate our own pushing strength. But this should just work, so let's deal with this step by step. 1, the leash range. What does it mean to leash on something? Well, I don't know. Well, we have what we're plowing, so it's simple. We can then set whatever we're plowing to this, as well as the player mode plowing. Actually, what we should do is first try to do the train conductor system functions. How do you get the function? How do you get the system? Scene dot systems get system train conductor system. And this is, I'm assuming it could be null. Get a specific system. I'm assuming that could be null at some point. Could it be null? I don't know. Let's see. Let's go to the scene thing over here. Scene, I don't know. About to make a scene, says Gary's Balls. So Scene Core says more. Sapadilla, working on a scene right now. Scene Kid says Poo Ball. That's, Game Tick. What? No, get system. Presumably, this should be fine. I think it's because T could be anything that's not a system. It might be weird. Although if T is specified as game object system now, it should be fine. It should always be there. So maybe we just assume it's always there. And we just hope for the best that it doesn't disappear. I think it's fine. I think it's good. So we just assume that it's there. And then we do the scene and we'd say, okay, well, we try to start a train with this. So let's say if we do this, run a train on with us, so our game object, and well, the target game object, so the plowable dot game object, Well, this is technically the selector.current highlight, I suppose. Selector.current highlight, as well as us. So our game object equals train connected system dot new or joined. I guess if it doesn't equal new or joined, then we don't really care about it, right? Man, it's so hard to plow someone, you know? Result equals this. If result not equals new or result and result not equal joined, we're gonna invert this conditional to make it like nice and easy. We just return. It literally does nothing at this point. Otherwise, we know that we've joined the train well. And so what we can do now is that now that we joined the train, track it on our end to stay within a leash range. So now we're plowing them. Now we need to stick within a leash range. Okay. So on update, we have this. On fixed step, protected override, because this is really based on movement, and because we don't need to get so granular on update that it doesn't matter to get so granular on like update versus input, which kind of has to happen immediately. We can do this on a fixed update and just try to figure out, okay, have we left the leash range, and if we have, then we need to let go. Or if we decided to just let go of the train, then it's whatever, right? If we're plowing, player.player mode equal player.player mode dot empty-handed. Again, this is better handled by some state machine thing that knows that, okay, when you're done plowing, go to empty-handed, because like this shouldn't need to know about what happens when you're done plowing. Like this thing should just say I'm done plowing, and then the state machine should say, okay, well, the relationship is defined as you go back to like an empty-handed state where you just like stop moving. Or where you stop doing anything, because that's the only thing that you were doing, right? Like, because it might be that you're doing multiple things, but that's not the concern of this thing. We'll do that later. So eventually that will be a part of the state machine. You're never done plowing. We're never done plowing. I want to plow everything, Chad. I love plowing. Plowing is amazing. I love plowing. Yum, yum, yum. Chad, you ever try those nut crumbles? I know that's a weird topic, but here, Costco nut brittle. The Costco nut and seed brittle. This thing is so good. These things. Have you ever had this? Basically just a bunch of nuts covered in like sugar. I love it. I love nuts. It's my sweet, sweet nuts. I love eating all of these. So tasty. If you've never had this, go to Costco. Get the seed and nut brittle. Kind of has like a milky flavor to it. I'm not even memeing you. The sugar does kind of taste kind of. It tastes kind of milky, and I don't know why. Just know that it's there, and it tastes really, really good. Okay, so we build this up. So I'm just thinking like what else to build here. So we have the system. Oh right, we need to call the train. We need to like stop running a train on it. And what's weird is that we don't actually care about we don't care about what happens like if you can't leave a train. It's only really for animation purposes, which we don't do yet. We do that tomorrow. So for us, it's like it doesn't really matter yet. We're never done plowing. Leave train, and then we do the game object. The result of this doesn't really matter, because if we're not in a train, then it doesn't matter. If we've left a train, then it doesn't matter. Like that's only for like for animation's sake. Or at least just like analytics, right? Like I can track that as a bug case, because this should never happen, but I can track this as a bug case in like an analytics thing, to be like how often has it happened as a performance thing, to narrow down bugs. I guess. I don't know. It's like a handled edge case that should never happen, but if it does, then it means that some system interaction hasn't been accounted for. So it's a gameplay bug, not a system bug. Makes sense. Okay. So we leave the train, and then we're good. If we can't make a train or we can't join a train, then we just return and we don't update anything. This will probably leave us in limbo in some states. Well, this won't leave us in limbo at all. Because it simply means that we do nothing. We just assume that nothing happened. That's fine. Okay. Then when we stop, if we're forced to stop, we just do all of this actually. So we would even do this. But now we see the issue of, okay, what happens when we stop, right? Is it we don't leave a train, but like, do we leave a train? I don't know. If we assume that stopping is only ever called from the train perspective, then it's fine. But what happens if stop is called on us and we're not actually plowing? Then this thing shouldn't even modify anything. Like, this shouldn't modify the player mode, and it shouldn't even modify the land movement controller, because we may not even be in control of it. See, like, the state management is too complicated now. So if God, the song is so good. Something about the way that they mix the saxophone is so nice. So we're not currently plowing anything. We just do nothing. So if we're not plowing, then we just return and we do nothing. If we are plowing, then we do this. So, oops. So we can reuse all of this. Okay, good. So we can do stop. Yep, there we go. Okay, that's good. Now here's where we handle the whatchamacallit. State machine. To do, state machine would handle this automatically. Yeah. And then we handle the leash inside of the fixed update, and then we're good. For rolling. And not only do we handle the leash, because the train conductor system was the rolling the snowball, actually. So actually that's done. Now we just need to make sure that the leash is done. So now we're at like 40, I want to say like 50% done. With like a 20% done as a whole, or 18 to 20% done as a whole. Once we do this, we'll then be up to like 55%, 56% done. And then we'll also be done as a whole, like 22% total. It's pretty good. So max distance. And we need to slip between them. So as we are kind of... So we have to force the player to move towards them. Woohoo! Thank you for pushing me forward. 8%! Woohoo! We're so close to being done. We might be able to make it in 2 days. Now, what's funny is that a lot of game development, actually, there's a lot of stories of games that kind of go down to the wire. Where, like, even back then, like the older games, they'd be done the very day of, or the very day before. And so the moment that they launched is when they were finally finished. So, like, imagine, like, they're down to the wire and they're about to go in, and they have nothing ready, and so they do last-minute things. There's a lot of stories on, like, gamedeveloper.com. You have to search up, like, the old Gamma Sutra site, but if you go to the articles and you go to the old stuff, there's a lot of weird, interesting stories of the industry and how it works. And it's so weird to me, because, like, I guess it's so similar in every aspect of life, right? You never really have enough time. You just make the best of what you have. And then you just try your best to do as much as you can. Well, I mean, I'm just saying, I had time, I squandered it, but at least now I have the money to make the stream really cool. It's cool, I guess. And to go to C&E, I guess. Oh yeah, Mod, we're actually going with you guys to C&E next week, right? We will be there. Don't say what day, but we'll be there. Because if you say what day and there's a fellow Canadian here, they're gonna like no. But my wife and I are going to leave like early. We don't know when, like how early, but we're leaving like early. IRL raid. You're not even Canadian. So true. I mean, you're not Canadian. You won't be there. The IRL raid. Guys, I think that's just called being swatted and stalked. I've got a, I have a. What's that thing where you get stalked by someone? I have a restraining order against you. Max distance between us and them. Leash and slurpers toward them. Yeah, so this handles the movement kind of. So in a weird way, this is where the force acceleration comes in handy. Because while we're kind of getting close to the tether, we need to move in towards 50% of the distance. As much as we can towards them. So, but I need like an edge-to-edge detection system. That's interesting. I need like an edge-to-edge. Edge-to-edge. So I can do a positional thing. So if I know my plowable. So if player mode not equal player mode plowing. Or yeah, return. We just assume here that the plowable is here, okay? So var distance equals our transform dot position minus the plowable's transform. Eh? Global plowable. What? Plowable dot transform. Okay, I guess it doesn't like that dot position. There we go. So we now have a distance in terms of the, as well as a direction actually. So if basically this vector 3 is both, this vector 3 could be used for anything. Like it could be a distance, it could be a velocity. Like it's pretty good. So max leash length, and then we take 2/3 of that. So within 2/3, you want to be within like a distance of 2/3. Anything outside of 2/3, so that final 1/3, if you're in that final 1/3 of distance, what we do is we try to pull you back. So maybe it's better if we do like, is there a distance? There is. Returns distance between squared distance. This is faster than distance can be used for things like comparing distances, as long as only squared values are used. What is squared? What? Squared distance. What is squared as in like it's multiplied by itself? How's that faster? What? Oh, but that only compares distances, right? It has to be squared distances. What? How do you square a distance from a vector 3? Let's just see. Distance between squared. Which is distance squared. Oh, you take the dot value. Right. The Euclidean distance between two specified points. What does it mean by distance squared of vectors? What does that mean? Vector distance squared. The Euclidean distance. Maybe we can use this. And maybe the name squared doesn't make sense. I need Khan Academy. I need Khan Academy. We need Khan Academy. Khan Academy. Khan Academy. Vectors and... Okay, well, I don't know. Euclidean and docs.oracle.com. What? Like, how accurate is the Oracle docs on this? I feel like this is not the right thing. Huh. Euclidean distance reflects the distance between each of the vectors' coordinates being compared. Basically, a straight line distance between two vectors. Oh, straight line distance between two vectors. I see what the problem is. But that's not really what I want, right? Because it's... My position is a vector 3. And the position of something else is over there. If I take the dot product, and I go for a straight line between them... Comparing square distances is equivalent to comparing distances. So when ordering is more important than the distance values themselves, it's very useful as faster to calculate because you avoid the square root calculation. Because to figure out the actual distance of this, right? You have to do the square root like this as well as like this. And then you have to get the square root and then subtract those. Right. Well, it's unfortunate because I I need the actual value of the distance. Yeah. Unless I could convert this, like to convert this into distance squared, I'd have to do a square, which is the opposite of a square root, but also not really the opposite. It's easy to square something, hard to square root something. Right? So maybe I could do this as like squared. Like I could just square this value and then just calculate it off of that. Theoretically, that would work. Theoretically. But also the value, no, because the value isn't really accurate. No, but it is though. If it's accurate for sorting, it means that it is also accurate for comparison. Because the magnitude is always the same. Whether or not it's accurate to like a large degree, I don't know. You know what? Con, you failed me. I don't need you, Con. I'm science. I'm programming. I figured this out myself. You failed me, Con. Okay, so we have the distance. Then we do, okay, so now we do if distance greater than max leash length. Oh, sorry, give me a second. I need to take a quick call. Sorry about the chat. There'll be some more interruptions throughout. Which is, I actually didn't actually account for this in the game jam time. I don't even know if we're gonna finish this project in time, actually. Like, I feel confident that we'll finish the game in time to release onto the game jam and maybe win like 20,000 euros. But I also don't feel confident. Because I'm not good at art, so tomorrow's really the make or break day to polish it, right? But if it's over the max leash length, we just immediately stop it. So we do the whole stop procedure. So we need to let the system know that we're going to leave, as well as stop this. Are you drawing the snowballs? Yes. Well, not just drawing. I'm modeling them. Everything. So we're keeping the same character. This is going to be a farewell to Terry, the character. I need to export Terry so I can get his model into the game so I know what size he is. Because into Blender because I don't know what size he is. So I need to get his actual model file to open up. Then I need to make clothing that can fit on him, that fits like the winter theme. And then I need to do it in such a way that I can recolor them simply. My idea for the fifth, because like everyone's gonna look the same, right? So I was gonna assign like a random color to players as they join, kind of like skins in CS:GO. And then it's like, okay, well, people can make money off of that, or they can keep rejoining to get like a new color. Who really knows? But I just don't know. Like, I know updating the texture should be straightforward. It's a fairly simple operation, but actually making a 3D model and like doing the UV unwrapping, like drawing it. That's hard. So we are technically drawing the snowball the way it looks on like, a thing. Making the material for it too. I just don't know how. It's all very much just we're gonna see if this works type of deal. So let's see if this works. Because I really, really hope it does. I really, really hope it does. Else if distance is almost equal to, well, it's greater than max leash length divided by 2.3. Divided by 2.3. Well, is that true? 2 over 3? Or times 2 over 3? Yeah, times 2 2/3, and it's less than, and distance less than max leash length times, and it's less than max leash length. Well, I know it has to be less than max leash length because I'm doing the above check. So I can actually just make the condition this. Then we have to like somehow slingshot you back, which is the slurp. So we slurp you back. So is the slurp here? No, position dot slurp. Lerp? Lerp 2. Well, I guess we just slurp it. Linear interpolation between this and the given vectors. Damn. How do you slurp? Any slurpers in the chat? Slurp? What? Where's the slurp? What? Dot position. Wait. Maybe it's on the transform. Right? Slurp. Lurp? There's no way to just do stuff. Game transform. Slurp. Lurp. Clear lurp. Use clear interpolation. What? Lurp 2. Linear interpolation. How would you do smooth in interpolation? I guess you would do it like a factor on the value, right? Fraction where 0 would return this, 0.5 would return a point between this and given transform, and 1 would return the given transform. Oh, yeah, right. You just do lerp 2 and then you change the fraction. Right. So you do lerp 2 and then you change the fraction. Okay, so dot lerp 2. Yeah. This makes more sense. So not based on the position. Because doing it like this gives you the fractional, which allows you to do it smoothly. So basically, you just scale the position over time. Like whatever the fractional is, you just go towards that like amount. So we actually do need that value. So, oh, sorry, give me a second. BRB. Okay, sorry about that, chat. We can get back to this. What am I doing here again? Right. I need the value. So I need to get the value over here. If it's at that distance, greater than max leash length, then we just do a return over here. You do this, and then you're done. Otherwise, we do this. If distance is like this, we need to get this value. So var, I guess like threshold equals max leash length times 2 divided by 3. All right. Oh, well, is there a way to calculate this? Compute constant value. What? 2/3 constant value 0? Wait, what's 2 divided by 3? Yeah, 0.6. What? What do you mean 0? It should be 0.6f. That seems like a very silly calculator. Okay, 0.6f. Like 666. We'll just do it like that. That's gonna be a funny number when I go open source it, because like this whole thing is getting open sourced. I'm pretty sure it's fine to open source everything plus the assets. So I don't know if like do the assets matter to me? Kind of, but not really. So it's just like a for fun game. So it'd be nice for people to, I guess, have something, I guess. So this is the threshold. We want to lerp you towards this threshold while we should to some fraction of like how long it takes you to lerp towards it. But this fraction needs to be stored somewhere. So it's like the current lerp fraction needs to be stored somewhere for us to refer to again and again and again. That's one drawback of doing it like this, is that you have so many different values and different things that I wonder if there's any problem with this. So like, let's see, leash fraction, leash lerp fraction equal float dot, not a number for now, at least. And then we'll return this. So like this current transform is where we are, and the given transform is the target. So over time, we want to increase the fraction. Where 0, it's between 0 and 1. So it's like, okay, so the fraction would be 0 initially. If I'm assuming if you add to another number, it wouldn't work. So if leash lerp fraction equals float dot nan. Oh, you can do float dot is nan. So float dot is nan leash lerp fraction, then it would be 0 now. Leash lerp fraction equals 0. Do we even need this check? Like, I wonder if nan even makes sense, or if we just put it back to 0 at every moment. Maybe that's even better if we just do it as a 0 at every single time. So I can't imagine why you'd want to do it like this. There we go. So if it's 0, it can never be this. And so what we do is we lerp it towards the thing by, I guess like what's a smoothing amount? We could do a constant amount of like 0.1 every single time, right? But I want it to be fastest at the end and then smoothest the closer you are. What's the thing again? It's like I swear there's like an algorithm for this. Where it's like you take the remaining distance and then you just do some math on it and then you do something on it. What's the math again? You know what I mean? Because like when far, lerp hard. When close, lerp little. When close enough, like say 0.15, just finish. Just finish. Yeah, just finish. Okay. Well. Well, actually, we can do like a same value. Just this. And then just finish is like a. Actually, yeah, less than 0.15, just finish. It should be fine. It's like you take the magnitude of it. The closer it is to a larger number, the more you do it. And you do it as a fraction. Let's say it's 30% of the total remaining distance, always. So let's say you want to lerp towards it, so the fraction is leash lerp fraction plus equal 1 minus leash lerp fraction times 0.3. Right? 1f times 0.3f. And then if leash lerp fraction is greater than 0.15, you do this. Or less than 8 less than 0.85, you do this. Because 0 is us and 1 is them. Right? 0 is us, 1 is them. Else, if it's equal to or greater than, just say leash lerp fraction equals 1. 1f. And then we would lerp to the plowable dot transform by the leash lerp fraction. Okay. I think that works. In transform target is not assignable to parameter type transform. What? Plowable.transform is not assignable to game transform. What? This is a shortcut for game object.transform. So why don't I just do game object.transform? What? I don't get it. Why are you mad? Argument type s&box.game transform is not assignable to parameter type transform. What do you mean it's not the same as a transform? What? Dot. How do you get a transform then? The current local transform. What? Oh my god, it's a proxy. What? It's a proxy value. What? Dot world. So the game transform is a proxy over the actual underlying transform. So you can't do that. So there's no way to pull it in. That feels silly in many different ways. That feels weird. I don't know how to handle that. I feel like that's very complicated to manage in terms of like handling proxy state. Realistically, I wonder if it even makes sense for you to handle proxy state, or if that should automatically desugar when you get to this point. I would imagine it'd be better to just desugar when you do need something like a transform, and then it would know to handle a game transform too, to like desugar that to something. I guess it's good if you want to know if it's like world or local, but does that matter? I don't know. Well, I guess it does matter because you have two different versions of it, right? But then how come it doesn't work for this? I don't know. What? If distance is less than or equal to the threshold, we just return. We don't do anything. In fact, we would do leash lerp fraction equals 0. And then we're done. And then this would have to go over here. Well, I mean, this would have to be over here. Yeah. Okay. So that makes sense. Well, I don't even use the threshold anywhere, really. Wait a minute, I do. The threshold is 0.6 at all times. Like, the threshold percentage is 0.6, right? So why don't I just do that? If I know it's 0.6, so like var threshold equals 0.666f. Realistically, this would be better as a constant value somewhere. I don't know why I would have it here. Can I make this a constant value? It's a const. Yeah, here we go. And I'm assuming that would be... I'm assuming maybe the runtime would push this upwards. I don't know. Because then we could be like, okay, if it's less than the threshold... Because we don't want to go to the position of the transform, right? We want to stay within a certain fraction of it. So if it's less than threshold, then do that thing up until it gets to the threshold. And then we also have to clamp this. So math.max this or threshold. Whichever one is like larger, I guess. What? Oh, oops. Okay, so it's like we do this calculation, we do it smoothly, and then if we're at the threshold, then we just get to the threshold. Oh, wait, rather... So maybe not plus equals. So equals... leash lerp fraction plus this times 0.3. Or the threshold itself. And once it's at the threshold, then it's fine. So if it's equal to or at the threshold, then this just equals the threshold. In which case, we'd lerp to it, and we'd be done lerping. Well, I guess the threshold minus like... Yeah, I guess it would be equal to the threshold. If it's less than or equal to the threshold... Does less than or equal to on a float consider almost equals, where we can be within some error margin? I'm going to assume yes, and it's fine. It'll feel a bit wonky, but it should be okay. It adds flavor. Because it's not like it stops the player from moving. This is just to keep them within a certain leash range. So it doesn't break the plow behavior, right? Like, so it's expected from the player's perspective. Okay, so that's done. I don't even need to test this to know that it works. I just know that it works. It's very straightforward. So that's done. So now we're at 9% done and like 50-something% on the total things that we need to do done. I really hope we can upload this, because if I win a couple euros, it would make this absolutely worth it to do. If we don't upload this, then we're doomed. What else was really important? The building mechanic, which requires the attachments. So this thing, arbitrary, can attach things anywhere. This is the hard one, because I don't know what that means, and I don't know how to do edge tracing. Like, I don't know how to like look at the edge of something. The edge of a surface. Well, at least I kind of do. There's kind of a way to do that, I suppose. If we assume that you can only place a snowball wherever you can see, then it's straightforward. And we can do some things to make snapping on top of the structure very easy, right? Like a hotkey or something to be like placed on top of this existing item. Then we would just do like the up direction of the surface, and we could do it like that from the world perspective. Yeah. But then that's why it'd be nice to have world versus local. Because then if I only manipulate local, then everything should work fine. If I manipulate world, then the world axis is completely off. And then I don't know how it's going to work. I don't know. I'm kind of at the point where my brain has now become mush. But we're so close. That's done, technically. Building mechanic is done. FPS controls are done. Snowy map. Okay, yeah. Okay, we'll do the build system. I know it works. I know that we can detach from it. Oh, you want snowball growth system? We don't have a snowball growing system. So we can roll a snowball, but the snowball itself doesn't really grow yet. So we can roll a snowball. As snowball rolls, it grows. That's good. Snowball rolls, it grows. And how do we do this? How do we do this? This is really a part of the snowball itself, right? The growth of the snowball and the effect on the mass is a part of the snowball thing itself. We can scale by mass, which is simple, and melting should only happen if you're not moving. But as you move, you should get larger. So if there is a change in your delta movement, like if there is a delta in your movement, then we care about this. So as delta time last movement is 0, we also need the position from when you were last there. Because melting is a function of time, right? Melting is a function of time, and the threshold is there. Whereas the amount that you move, scaled by your current mass as a factor, determines how fast you grow. Because the larger that you are, smaller movements, because you're gonna have a small movement that results in an even smaller effect on the snowball, shouldn't grow you as much as it did when you were smaller. Like it should take you more effort to grow as you get larger. That's a good system, I think. Then we need to know the last position. Well, we have a value for this, so I guess it's good. Do I ever use this anywhere? We do. If last frame position almost equal to thing. So this is the handle melting. Sure. If it's almost equal to the thing, then we say delta time since last movement. Otherwise, we don't care about the melting thing over here. This one specifically handles the growth of the mass. So if last frame position, we need to know the distance of how much we moved, which is another distance calculation. We need to know the exact amount because that amount times the mass and some other factor determines how much we grow. Like that is the actual growth factor. But like it's the inverse. It's like the smaller your mass is, the more you grow. The larger it is, the less that you grow. Yeah. So easy to roll a snowball when it's small, hard to roll as it gets larger by some factor. Okay, so basically do the inverse calculation. Okay, so if last frame position, so we get the distance, right? So let's say var distance, again, we do a distance calculation equals last frame position dot distance. This between the transform dot, is it distance? No. Disable proxy. Huh? Dot position. Then we increase the mass by an amount like this. So plowable, no, not global plowable. So plowable dot mass plus equal distance divided by the mass. How would this work? Let's say we have like 10. Say we have 10, and then like, say you move 10 units, mass is like 10. Equal 1. So you grow by 1 unit, right? Then 11 divided by 10 equals what? 1.1. So you get larger. Yeah, it had to be the opposite. It would be mass divided by thing. Oh, sorry. Distance divided by mass. Right? 10 divided by 11 equals 0.9. So you'd grow even less. Yeah. So you have to move more to grow even more the larger you are. Is that too much difficulty in growing? But it scales well when it would look and feel a lot more accurate because like if you think about it, to grow a snowball, you have to add more snow to that side of the snowball, right? Like to do a full revolution of a larger snowball, you now need to cover more distance because the radius is even longer. Because as your radius grows, you need to travel more distance relative to your radius in order to eventually cover the entire thing in with like more snow. Hmm. Yeah, that makes sense. So it's mass divided by distance. So plowable dot mass plus equals plowable dot mass divided by distance. And then you get your number. And then we can do some factor, some like growth factor. Because I don't know if it makes sense to just do this, because it feels off. Like it doesn't get enough chance to grow, you know? It's going to grow very, very slowly. But that handles the growth of the snowball. See, this is why my components make sense, right? Like it initially it didn't really feel that good, but now my components make sense. So now if I just run this, it should just work. I'm running a train on you. Unable to find substitution for a static method. What? What do you mean? Unable to find matching substitution for a static method. Oh, is that? Do you have to do a static method as your system? My head hurts. My head hurts a lot, but I really want to get this done. But this thing is an aesthetic method, so it doesn't really matter. I don't know. Void do something. What the hell does that mean? Could not find part of the path. What? What happened? Matching substitution for a static method. What the hell have I done? Okay. Let's... Something about this doesn't work. So why don't we just do this? We comment this whole thing out and we see what's wrong, right? So comment this whole thing out, we see what's wrong. It still happens. Why did I click scroll to bottom? Okay, good. Which means this has to be static. Or rather, this can't be private. Well, it still happens. That's weird. Static? Void run? That still doesn't work. See that? Like, what is that? Unable to find matching substitution for a static method. Not implemented exception. What? A delegate. No match static. Let's look at an existing system. There's a couple existing systems. A game object system. We can just look at this even. Public virtual void dispose. For D and disposables, we dispose. Is it because you have to do this? Like you have to implement the dispose? What? Sure. I mean, yeah, I'll do a protected override. No, but that doesn't make any sense. That's not a matching static. Like there is no static function there. Protected void listen. Scene.add hook. Scene.add hook. Scene. Base scene. Game object system. Sealed. Is it because it's sealed? I wouldn't expect that to really matter. Maybe it's fine and I just run it. Maybe it's just like some weird internal issue that doesn't really matter. Right? I don't know. Hard to tell. In compiled, here we go. Hitbox system. Let's just see what this is. Well, actually, what's the simple system? Shutdown systems. Hitbox system. Let's see this. Yes. How does this work? So you get the game object system iTrace provider. What? Do you have to do this? Oh, when implementing an iTrace, the most important thing to keep in mind is that the call to do trace should be thread safe. This might be called from multiple threads at once, so watch out. I don't know why you want to trace. I don't really care about that. So you do listen. You say the stage. You say the order. So you say the stage. You say the order. You give the function that's going to run, and then you say whatever it is. This creates a new physics world for itself, but it doesn't really matter. And then this implements a tracer, but that's its own thing. Invalidate hitboxes is just a void function. So it should just work. Expose? Can be manipulated via the type library system. What? Yeah, I guess it doesn't really matter. I guess whatever's going on here is just something that's weird, like weird. I can't imagine that my code is wrong, because my code seems fine. I'm just gonna assume it's some weird internal quirk of how this. I'm presuming it's something weird about how it handles it internally as part of the scene preview. Because I can't see it being a major issue. Well, exception when calling fixed update on plowable. Object reference not set to a piece of code. Plowable.18. What? Plowable. 18. Rigid body.physics body. Oh, oops. I never set the rigid body. Right. Feel my snowball. Allowable. Rigid body needs to be on this thing. This thing has no rigid body. Right. But does that matter? We're not plowing it yet. We're holding a snowball. You know what it is? It's because plower says if you're not in plowing mode. It's this. It must be empty-handed. No, that doesn't make sense. Why is it trying to plow it too early? It should only plow it once it drops it on the floor, right? Like that's the only time that it should try to plow it. I don't know why it's trying to plow it now. Like, see that? That it shouldn't even bother trying to plow it now. Oh fuck! It's gonna break. Okay, it's gonna break really fast. The growth rate is way too fast. That's weird. But you see what happens when the snowball gets a bit too large, chat? It's kind of a massive fucking snowball. Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Looks like a game you would enjoy. Really? I don't know about that one, chat. Oh, the snowball grows so large. Okay, well we need to tame this. We need to tame the amount that it grows. I think the amount that it grows is a bit too much. It's like way too fast. It's like way too fast. We'll tame that for now. Fuck, it killed me. So I don't know why it's calling that. So it tried to call it at 18. Makes sense, but I didn't call it on that yet. All I did was right click. So what control is being hit, I suppose. See, this is where we now need to do logging. So I don't know what controls are being hit here. This shouldn't happen. Because I'm not left clicking at that point, right? Here, if I left click here, sorry, if I right click there, then that makes sense. If I left click here, you see how nothing happens? But if I right click, all of a sudden it's trying to plow something. That doesn't make any sense. Whereas this should only do this. It should just make a snowball, but it shouldn't do anything yet. So log.info, snowball created. And then we'll do this snowball thrown. And then this log.info. Snowball dropped. Okay. There we go. Right there. Snowball created. Snowball was created. Makes sense. And then immediately the plowable kicks in. So the plower is doing something weird here. Log.info. Started plowing. Attempting to plow. Log.info. Plowing. Started plowing. So now we're plowing something. Otherwise, we stop plowing. Well, everything that calls stop, we'll call stop. So we just do it like here. So log.info. Stopped plowing. Okay, now we're really in the weeds. I don't know what to do about this one. Now we're kind of in the weeds here. Okay. So Snowball created, and then all of a sudden the train is trying to run. That doesn't make any sense. Why is the train trying to run? What? Like now, why is the train trying to run? And why are my logs so fucking massive? New task source is already canceled. What the hell happened? I'm gonna close the editor and reopen it. That was weird. Did you hear that? I don't know if you heard that. I don't know if I like this. Everything was kind of breaking there. Every time I close s&box, like the entire thing kind of freaks the fuck out. Like the audio definitely goes crazy. Okay? Well, let's just close the whole project and see what happens. Maybe it doesn't like being in a weird half broken state, or like a half being made state. There's an update available. What do you mean there's an update available? What? There's an update available. Validating. It's a 5 gigabyte update. Holy shit. Okay. Try it again. I've been at this for 43 hours? Holy shit. I spent a whole working week on this. Jesus Christ. Like in total, 43 hours. Jesus. We're not even close to ready for the game jam. Oh god. This is bad. What do? What do? You know what? We're gonna be okay. Just figure out what happened there. Figure out what the system is breaking. I don't know what the system is breaking. I have no clue why. Something's going like wild. We'll just assume that something's wrong. But if it's still broken, and it's not on our end, like if I go with no logic in my code, then something's wrong. What? 36. Line 36? What? In the train conductor system, line 36. What? Huh? Oh my god. Equals new list. Yeah, of course it's not initialized. This value is like empty. We'll actually do this in the constructor. I'm so stupid. You have to do this in the constructor. So trains equal new list, which is a list of game objects. There we go. Okay. Still very mad. Line 38. I don't know what it's trying to run. You know what it is? It's because in the editor, the system is trying to run, but it's not there. So how is the hitbox one doing it? Does it just make like a thing? I don't know. But does the code in this just try to make sure that it's there? Oh. When you dispose, should you call the base dispose? Because this thing has a base dispose too, which is just doing for each D in disposables. Which I guess you could add to the list of disposables, right? Hmm. Because you add that to the list. But does that never call that? I'm assuming the overrides always work, and the overrides will always call the base, and you'll never lose the base. You just need to call the base when you need to pass an argument to it. But otherwise, it's not really necessary. It'll always run. This is trying to run in editor mode. It's trying to use this right now, even though it has no value. Um, kind of weird. I don't know what makes sense, but sure. Equal new list. Maybe that stops her from being all like crazy. No, still happens. Why does it care about this? What? I don't know. I don't know anymore. I actually don't know. We will have her override the dispose because we might as well. Um, override dispose. Then we do similar to this. I guess we do like trains dot clear. Well, not just clear. If the system is deleted, we then need to tell every single one to stop running. So trains dot for each var train in trains, and then for each var passenger in train, passenger dot components dot gets. This might even break it. I don't know the order of disposal, so I'm assuming this might not even exist. This like component here. Plowable. Sorry, plower. In train dot skip one. Because then everything except the head is a plower. We tell it to stop. Let's stop. There we go. And then we do trains dot clear. Cool. Okay, so that does that. Why are you still broken? Well, now it doesn't do anything weird, right? See that? Now it doesn't call my train system anymore. But now it does. Huh. Exception calling unplowable 18. When calling fix update unplowable 18 on snowball 1. Plowable line 18. Did not save the thing in the snowball again? I'm pretty sure it didn't save the thing on this on snowball again. How come it never saves the asset that I change here? Like, see, now it's... No, it's because there's no rigid body yet. Right. Hmm. Plowable. Snowball. Why is it doing that? Plowable. If components I get rigid body, if rigid body dot physics, why did I do it like this? That doesn't make any sense. What was I thinking? Yeah, of course that would never work. That would never work. On start, do it only once doesn't make any sense. Realistically, you'd want to get it if it's there. And then if it doesn't exist, then we'd not do it. Hmm. How'd I program this? I don't know. Hmm. You know what? It's probably not that costly to call like a get component every single frame. Is it costly to call component get component every single frame? Maybe. Is it better to set this beforehand? Maybe. Almost like before you do anything, it should be there. So assert. Sorry. Well, it really should be on the validate. Yeah, on validate. Assert dot not null rigid body. Then what I can do is just use it here. On validation, it'll do that. Because that's runs whenever properties change, only in the editor. So it's only in the editor. But this is not really an editor. Basically, I'm trying to cover for the case where, because players have a plowable that's immediate, right? As well as like Yetis, like all that stuff. But a snowball doesn't really have a plowable when it's in the hands of a player. Sorry, a snowball doesn't have a rigid body in the hands of a player yet. It's there, but it should be there, but disabled. Maybe it's probably the best way to do it. Do like this then, because then what we can do is disable this by default, but at least we can reference it when we do need it. So there's things that it can do if it's there. Okay, so maybe that fixes that actually. So still have that. Make sure it's not null then. Here, when you're doing a snowball thing, don't add a rigid body to it. Just enable it. Dot get rigid body dot enabled. Should use active. How do you like enable something? What? Equal true. Oh, you can't do it if it's like a thing. Oh shit. If this is whatever rigid body, then we do it like this. Let me do enabled rigid body dot enabled equals true. You know, I half jokingly said that this is kind of like a job, but like I have my own job, like my day job, but like this game thing is really turning into like its own job too. It's all becoming its own job. Let's see if this works. So when we throw it too, this is also where we want to do that same thing where we enable it. Well, I guess we know it's there. Okay, if we just assume that it's there, is that necessarily wrong? I don't think so. Like, who cares if it's null? Then we can just solve it. We can solve it at the point of the error. Otherwise, we just let it be. Yeah. You know what? But this does need a rigid body. Okay, so this needs a rigid body. And this is what? What's this value? That's going to be like a thing. I don't know what it is. So all that, and then rigid body dot enabled equals true. Okay, let's try this. Maybe it works now. Maybe my console can shut up now. Maybe my console actually shut up. Nice. Oh, it's not dropping anymore. Now there's an exception over here because the player probably doesn't have anything set up. The player's plowable doesn't have the rigid body on it. Well, they're not even plowable. Huh? Exception when calling. It's not set to a thing of an object. What? Oh. What do you mean? What's the problem now? I don't understand. What's the problem now? What? Uh-huh. Building with two compilers, sure. When calling update. So when I try to drop it, exception when calling update. Object reference not set to an instance of object. Doesn't say the line. Weird. You think it would? You really think it would? So what's wrong? Is it this? It was that. I don't get it. Why is it? Oh my god! Because I didn't save it, didn't I? Because you didn't. Because I didn't save it. That's because I didn't save it. Because I didn't save the prefab, so it didn't update in the thing. It makes sense that you would have saving of the prefab separately of everything else, but it's just weird that it like does that. It was still a problem though. Okay, so what's the problem? It's set up there. It's set up there. That makes sense. Object reference not set to a reference of this object. So what? What? Find a component on this game object on the snowball itself. So I create the snowball. The snowball is then stored on that thing. And then I know that the snowball is on that thing. So the snowball right now should be that thing. This snowball that we're looking at right now. Yep, that's the exact same snowball. And it says that it doesn't have it. What are you missing? What are you missing? You're saved. You're saved, right? You have all the values. Why won't you work? Fuck. What is this? What is failing here? I wish there was a way to know what was failing. Because both trying to throw and trying to drop it has a problem. Maybe log.info rigid body. Let's try that. Null. What? How's it null? I see it in the list. Unless the get include disabled. That's crazy. That might be the most annoying thing I've seen yet. Like it makes sense, but also like, why do you do this to me? So now snowball drop doesn't do anything. Because this one also has to include disabled components, because it's by default. Because by default, yes, it doesn't look for disabled ones. Okay, so now we drop it. Wait a bit, it'll disappear. Okay, well now the snowball doesn't melt. What happened? Hey, melting. Now it's melting. Oh, 10 seconds. I left it at 10 seconds, right? Okay, so 10 seconds, it melts away. So now we look at it. Now let's plow it. Okay, let's just plow it. So now we're attempting to plow. Okay, well the leash range doesn't work. We tried to plow it. So we tried to plow it, but it wouldn't get plowed. Why? What? Are we looking for anything on the player that we don't have? You know what it is? I need to also console log that. Or like log that as well. Like log the event here. So log.info plow attempt train run event is how do you include information into a string? How do you interpolate values into a string? I need the cheat sheet. You do a $sign. And that's in a interpolation string. Okay? What? And then you do, it's just like JavaScript. It's like a weird shitty mix of JavaScript and PHP. This hurts my head. So that's the result. Okay, cool. Okay. It's on the floor. You see it highlighting? So we do this. Train target needs movement. You're right. I didn't add the movement thing to the snowball. Okay, so there we go. See, we're getting closer and closer and closer towards a point where we might actually be able to make something cool. I'm very excited about this. So land movement controller. What does this need? Okay, well the problem is that this thing needs a player. Fuck. Why does it need a player? Let me rethink this model now. So it doesn't need a player, but it also needs a player. Like, what about this needs a player? It's the input. You see what I mean? Like, the input needs a player to then determine things. To then determine what to do. Like, this is why I want to separate input from the component. I want the component to work off of just pure acceleration, and then the input is a layer on top of it. Because in doing that, I can completely ignore the player layer. Or is automated equals false. Oh yeah, is automated equals false. That's really good. That's really good. On validate, if is automated equals false, then we do this assertion. Otherwise, it doesn't matter. Now we're thinking with laziness. Now we're really thinking about just getting it done. We'll think about like a better input system eventually, but this is just a way to get rid of that. Need to have that. So if is automated, and I thought we were thinking with portals. No, I can't say that because like s&box has using source too. If I say that, that's technically copyright infringement because it's technically all tied to the same thing. Like Valve could come after me. Okay, they banned that one guy from PC Gamer for showing off early gameplay of like Deadlock. I don't want to be like them. I actually enjoy Valve games. I think Valve actually makes like good games, and I don't want to lose the opportunity to like play them. I know it's not really made by Valve; it's made by Facepunch, but same concerns really. All the same concerns. How do I view this? What do you mean? Inspector. Come over. Come on. No. Come here. Oh, what? No. It's using Windows Forms. I know that UI. It's Windows Forms. God, that hit me like a bag of bricks. Okay, so is automated, turn that to true, so it doesn't matter. So now we see the exceptions. What needs to be set? Rigid body needs to be set. Sure. I don't know why, but sure. Character controller needs to be set. Sure. That makes sense because this is technically like a character. Where we use the character controller to handle the movement. Sure. Is there like a gizmo for the character height? Oh, there is. Okay, cool. That's the character height. What? So what's that view? What's that view in the middle? What's that square? What? What's that square gizmo? That's the model. Okay, so that's the box of the model. So the radius is, I guess, well, whatever this thing is. Heights. Well, like, it doesn't really matter. Step height? Step height. No, just go 0. Ground angle. I don't know what that means. Ground angle? Acceleration bounciness. Maybe this is stupid. This may be a stupid idea now that I think about this. What if we set the radius and height to 0? Then does that matter? I don't know. Try it. So, okay, so we have this. Care to control onto this. Friction can be like, I don't know, like 30. Max gravity multiplier can be like 5. Jump strength can be like 0 because it doesn't matter. Run multiplier is 0. Look controller, same thing. Your JetBrains rider trial expires in 7 days. Oh shit, here we go again. Look controller. That's only for the direction source. Like, there's so many different things that this thing does that I just don't care about. Like, there's so much. Like, it's all shit that I don't care about that should be hooked up by action graphs. Like, we should just get a direction source from something. That's just a game object that we just set the thing to that has a rotation. We should just get a rotation from the action graph as a part of a delegate event. Anyways, add that over here. So anywhere that they use the look controller, which is actually only used in look direction source. So lock a direction source, which is a public function which only handles over there. Same. Okay, those two need to be there, so that's fine. So now it's good. I think it's good now. Look controller, direction source is none. Direction source. Yeah, I don't care about the direction source. That's technically a whole different thing. Player is none. Acceleration, velocity, force acceleration. Okay, let's see if this works. I don't really know if this works. Let's just try this. I've seen worse. What the fuck? Oh fuck, I'm being leashed. Help, I'm being leashed. I'm being leashed to the snowball. Let me go. What happened to me? The player is now 0.1 scale. What happened? Why are they 0.1 scale? What the fuck happened? What? Oh my god, look, it affects my scale. What? Why? What? Why? Why? What? What affects my scale? What? What's going on? What's going on? Oh my god. How many tasks does it make for the train system? Hidden ability. Hidden ability. I shrink. Like, no. I don't want to be small. Physics step. Finished fixed update. There we go. Maybe like that's better. I don't know why it keeps saying task source is canceled. Like I know like the task source isn't even running at the moment. Why did it get small? What made me go small? What the fuck? Oh my god. You know what I did? I lerped the transform. You know what happens when you lerp the transform? The transform is everything. It's your position, it's your rotation, it's your scale, it's everything about you as a person, as like an entity. Are you small or is the snowball just that big? That sounds like a pickup line. Am I small or is your snowball just huge? Like how do you get inside my like toilet? What the fuck? We do everything by position. The position. Okay. So don't lerp. It's because I lerped the transform. That's why it was weird. When you lerp the transform, you also do it by scale, which doesn't really make sense. Okay, so here. So now we're kind of close. Train. So there's a train running. It is not moving the snowball. It's like barely moving the snowball. Please force acceleration. The snowball died. I'm going to disable the ability for the snowball to melt for now. Because I need to know if these snowballs can actually like survive for now. Okay, well that's the wrong thing to push. We'll do it like this. Okay, so right now, I'm connected to the snowball. Which snowball is it? Is it this one? Fuck, I don't know. Right click, right click. That's a snowball that we need to see. Look at the snowball. Look at the land movement controller. Do we have a forced acceleration? Stopped plowing. No, continue plowing. Continue plowing. Why is there no forced acceleration? Okay. Pause this. Exception when calling update. Object reference must be set to an instance on line 83 on the snowball. Oh, sorry. Land controller, line 83. Transform the local rotation from direction source. If lock rotation to direction source. By default, that's true. I want to turn that to false for the snowball. I see. So on the snowball, that must be empty. That must be false. So don't lock to the thing. That's might be why it didn't really roll. I don't really know. At the same time, the value wasn't there. Like the forced acceleration wasn't a value on the snowball. Still no value on the snowball, really. Wait, it's kind of moving now. Okay, it's kind of moving. It took a while to run. It took a while. Okay, it's not growing. It's not growing. Did I comment that out? I don't know. Did I comment that out? I don't know. Drop that, and then we can do this. Does the shadow have to look like that? Unfortunately, yes. At least for the time being, it kind of has to be, yeah. My distance is too far. I need even more leash range. Oh no, my mouse stopped moving. Just be thankful there's like no bulge at the bottom, right? Like it's at least it's like safe for like work, right? Okay, wrong press. I can't left click. I'm gonna disable the left click on the snowballer for now. I'm just gonna make it do nothing for now. Just return. Because the left. Oh fuck. Okay, don't. You jump and you make a snowball. I think it breaks. So as you're falling, you make a snowball. It breaks. There's another error right there. You see, I'm like kind of like looking at it. It's kind of cool. 106, line 106. Okay, there's a new one. What else does this assume that's there? It assumes the direction from this. Okay, well, if is automated, it's not automated. Just do this. Okay, if it's automated, we don't really care. That's a whole different like issue. Son of a gun. You know what it is? All of this is a part of that. This needs to go over here. This needs to go over here. If it's automated, it's a whole different flow. Son of a gun. Okay. Good. All right. So hot compile done. If I unpause, what happens now? I'm currently plowing it. It really, the transform is really fucking up. Is it pushing the snowball? I can't tell. Is there a forced acceleration? There is not. So it's not being pushed by me. It's not getting any value from me, actually. So now we need to look inside the train conductor system to know what's going on. Because we know that a train has started. Snowball created, snowball dropped. And then we look at this. Train has started. So we started plowing. But the leashing system is very weird. It's very weird. Whatever I did for leashing does not feel good. Whatever I did for leashing does not feel good. Okay. Well, I thought it would just work, but clearly there's issues. There are many different issues. Okay. So, to do, this feels like ass. Yeah. And the rotation, yeah, this just feels like ass. I don't know why. Lerp? Yeah, this just feels like ass. We need to figure out why this feels like ass. Then this, we need to figure out why this thing isn't really working. This should only happen once. So, log.info. Train system running. Train system running happens once. Okay? Well, the snowball, if you walk on your snowball at the right time, it'll forcibly push you away because of physics. So I'm currently plowing. It is moving, but I don't know why. But is it moving because of me? I can't tell. not, because there's no force acceleration. So there's no force acceleration. Why? Log.info. Disposing of trains. Wait, is there like a log.debug? Log. I guess info. Yeah, sure. Log.info disposing of trains. Log.info notified passenger in train to stop. Log.info trains cleared, smiley face. And what's happening over here? This is not working. Log.info running trains. Sorry, trains. Well, running trains. Okay, let's see if this works. Running trains, null. Running trains, null. I'm running a train, null. Running trains, null. If trains equal null, return. Stop bothering me, and it's clogging up my log. I don't know why it's bothering me. Like, why does it? I know it's trying to run in like in the editor mode, but I don't know why. Running train. So this is the train, okay? There should be nothing in this train. I guess I need to know what's inside the train. Is there a way to get like a 2JSON? I don't know. Like, can I do like a .2 string? Holy shit, you can. What the fuck? No way. Alright. Sandbox.gameObject. Well, that didn't really help. To array. To string. Okay. But that didn't really work. Is this the same output? It is. So it's already doing like a 2-string thing. So we know what's inside. We just need to fill it up with things now. Okay. So we're going to see what happens when we fill it with the thing. So. Well, I don't know what's inside my train. How do I view that variable? How do I inspect it? How do I inspect it? How do I inspect it? How do I inspect anything? God damn it. How do I inspect anything? I just want to see something, please. It's like I kind of need some way to view it in the inspector. Is there a way to like look at this? I never actually looked at these tools. Like maybe there's a tool to help me here. Show prediction errors. What? Show entity full garbage collection. What? GPU resident textures settings. View allocations. Performance. That's fine. Start. Clear. Okay. We'll look at this for a bit. Fuck. We'll look at this. I'll look at this on the side and you just all watch me look at it. I got an array numerator. I do have a pattern. I don't know how it starts moving. I actually don't understand. Okay, so just click on the snowball, move forward a tiny bit, and then let go. Clearly, it's not working. Unknown tool window. Disposing of trains. Oh boy. If trains.count greater than, well, I guess it doesn't really matter, yeah. Running trains. So we're currently running the trains for all of them, okay? Current log.info. Current train. Right? And now we calculate the strength here. Okay, so now we look at the strength and the conductor, okay? Let's just log all of these. So log.info. I think I know exactly why. We probably didn't push in the correct thing. You know what? I know exactly why. Down here, when we run a train, what do we add to the train? Well, we only add one thing. We add you. You have no train. You will now join one. Enjoy. Of course. First, you need to add... What? 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 Yeah, here we go. We just add a new train. New train target you. Yeah, there's a couple places where this could go kind of weird. So maybe this syntax doesn't work. The way that I think that the syntax works maybe doesn't work the way that it does. Maybe it's better to go like this. We go like, I don't know. Because I want to add the target first and then you afterwards. So that new train dot add target and then new train dot add you. And as a suggestion, what in the eye patch? What in the eye patch? What's going on over here? Trains.add log.info added new train with target and you. Okay. Cool. Okay, there we go. Added new train with game object snowball and game object player. The train is there. Current train. That's the current train that's currently running. Well, the inspector can't even show that because it doesn't really exist. Okay, so now... So we have the train. The train is fully set up well. The train is actually set up well. So then, why doesn't it run? I don't know. Log.info. What are these things? Let's see. The strength is the strength. The head is the head. The conductor is the conductor. The acceleration is the acceleration. This is all the information that we need now. Like, this is where we're going to figure out what's going on here. So the head is the snowball. We're the player. So it's not getting the acceleration nor the strength. That's funny. Do you know why there's no acceleration? It's because I have no fucking strength. I have no fucking strength. I don't think I ever added strength to the player. That's okay. Well, how about 100? Okay. Well, that explains a lot. Okay, but did I make that value affect the acceleration? I don't know. Well, it worked. It worked too well. The acceleration was 8,000 units fast. 8,000 units. We need to think of a good base strength because strength is right now 1-to-1 against mass. The mass of a snowball when it starts is 1. It's almost like you want a max speed, a max multiplier on top of the thing. Right now, the max speed that you can roll a snowball is uncapped. But that's not really fun. It's cool to go fast, but it's at a certain speed, it's too fast. So I need to clamp this. Math. I'm gonna clamp this. Math.clamp. How does it work again? Value min max. Maybe just max.max. Returns the larger. It should be a min. So whatever number is smaller, the most it should accelerate is maybe like 100. I don't think any faster is like way too hard to keep track of. But why? But why? What's your issue, man? Vector 3 to float. Oh, fuck. Uh, shit. Yeah, how do you do like a... Oh, fuck. Huh. How do I... Huh. Huh. Hmm. You're hanging off the bed. Thanks for the fun stream. We this was it wasn't meant to be fun. It was meant to be productive. It means I failed. Good nights. Thanks for showing up. It means I failed. It means I failed. It means I failed. But it means that we're getting somewhere, I think, right? But good night and have a good sleep. How do I put a max on this value? Acceleration dot max component max. That has the maximum values between this vector and given vector. Feels like a hackathon. It kind of does, right? It kind of does. Min. Oh, component minimum. Wait a minute. I mean, it is basically like a hackathon. There's nothing different from this and like a hackathon. This is a hackathon. But instead of like, yeah, it's like, where's the free food? Instead of free food, we're the ones providing everything. Like, basically, all the competition does is provide you objectives to meet, and you have to provide everything else yourself, and then you have to deal with it yourself. So it's like, I don't know if it's actually good. But I can feel myself falling asleep, so we might have to call it very, very soon. I think a 10-hour session was pretty good. And then tomorrow we can continue on from maybe 10 a.m. onwards. Tomorrow is going to be a mix of fixing bugs plus art and music day. And that's going to be scary because art and music are my weakest things. And on Monday, I have work until 6. So it's like, I don't even know if I can actually get most of this done. Oh, boy. Oh, heck. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. You know, we're down to the wire. We can always make concessions, right? We can always make concessions. It's always possible to make some concessions. Component min, new vector 3. 100. Yeah, okay. So now it'll be the minimum of those two. Max speed will always be like 100. Fuck! The physics fucked me. See that? So now it's kind of moving. Oh, fuck. Except the min... If there's backwards acceleration, I need to ignore that. How do I ignore my backwards acceleration? If my velocity is negative... Is there a clamp method? I don't know if there's a clamp method. Acceleration? No, not axis roll. No, not action ref. No, not that too. Acceleration, not clamp. Oh my god, there's a clamp. Returns a vector of each axis, which is clamped between the two. Basically clamps a point to an axis-aligned bounding box. How about we just do float min-max? How about we just do min-max? I don't really care about anything else but min-max. So we do clamp and we do a float min-max. 0 and 100. Yeah, that's good. That way, if I move backwards, it won't push it backwards. So move backwards doesn't matter, but I push forward and it kind of moves, right? Where are you? Why don't you push? See that? See how I'm not really like on it, but I can move it sideways and like stuff? It kind of works to some degree, but it definitely falls behind the player. So like the max needs to be at least my speed. It needs to be at least the conductor's speed, actually. Okay. So we do conductor velocity equals this. You know what's funny? I don't know why game jams. I guess maybe game jams before gave food. Like back when they were like in person, but then like a lot of game jams are done on the line. Like a lot of game jams used to have prizes of like $50. So you would be lucky if you even got like food, right? Maybe it just never was meant to happen. Conductor velocity. I don't care about these values anymore. I care about the acceleration though, but not necessarily conductor. Conductor velocity. I'm a sleepy man. And we clamp it to the conductor velocity. So you at least move at the speed of the conductor velocity. Right? It won't be slower than the conductor velocity. Cool. Drop you. Look at the... We need UI. We need UI. It's not setting force velocity. Why? Forced acceleration. Not setting any forced acceleration. That's weird. At the head, which is a snowball, which should then get the force movement thing, vector. Is it because we do it and then we apply it and we stop applying it? Movement direction plus equal. But then if you accelerate by 0, it doesn't matter. Add to the current velocity. If you add 0 to it, it shouldn't matter. Maybe it's the way that it's like set up. Maybe the friction is too high. If we do acceleration to the max, and we do, I don't know, friction to 0 or something. Really wish this thing had a way to control friction. Well, actually, because friction is here. We do friction as a like a I don't know, like a 10. What's the player settings? Whatever I have for the player feels good. Let's just make it the same as the player. Right? 10 friction and max acceleration. Okay, well, 10 friction, max acceleration. Cool. Max accel, 10 friction. Okay. Now it should move exactly like a player would, I think. I don't actually know. Okay, now it's kind of, now it's kind of funny. It feels like a shitty golf game. 0 cannot be greater than what? What does that mean? Throw min-max exception. What? Why is it throwing an exception? No, don't throw an exception. What? I didn't ask you to throw an exception, dude. What? Why would it throw an exception? What? Oh god, I'm stuck in a lock. Why is it throwing an exception? What? What? Doesn't make any sense. Tomorrow, I know what to do. 1, the movement of the player is entirely divorced by the mass of the thing. So, to do movement of player, aka final acceleration, is completely divorced from the thing that we're pushing. This is because WASD doesn't push the player towards the thing that we're currently pushing. And doesn't scale our actual acceleration amounts by how close we are to the thing. So like if we're really close to the thing, we should only move if there's still space. We should only be moving at the speed that it's moving. So in a way, I almost don't even want to calculate based on the acceleration of the player. We need to not use the acceleration of the player to determine how fast we move the snowball. That value should actually be the same value across both player plus snowball. In order to make it feel nice, with the player only really determining the direction and being able to eventually move away to break the leash for funnies, right? Then it would feel perfect. I know exactly why it feels wonky, because the model that I have just doesn't really feel fun. The model that feels fun is we have the exact same values for both, so we move them in lockstep. That's when it feels fun. I think that's when the game would feel really fun. So, bugs. Movement on Snowball sucks at the moment. See the to-do in land movement controller. Okay. Rotation fix. Parent not following camera. Everything should be by local unless it has to interact with non-children. But even then, it should still be local and it should still work. So look into this. So see the to-do in the land thing controller. Because basically, okay, so I recognize the issue. It was my folly to believe that, you know, it is. I'm pretty sure we actually it's been a while, but I'm pretty sure we talked about this initially too. I'm 90% certain that we talked about this like pattern. That realistically, if we move the thing, the value should be the same. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly that. We talked about it as part of this. It's why this doesn't include your acceleration. Like it doesn't include your acceleration here. We only wanted to specify it on the thing. Because what happens is that right now, the player speed is completely divorced. Well, okay, so well, let's just do like a P. Okay, so P speed is not equal to the snowball speed. So this could be greater than, or it could be less than. It just happens to sometimes be the same value. And when you move, depending on how fast you move, it changes how fast the snowball moves. But really, what we want to do is move by a consistent factor on both. So effectively, WASD stops controlling you. WASD, well, W stops pushing you forward. You push the snowball forward, and the player simply moves at the same speed. So what I should think about is like this. So this is the player, and this is the snowball. While you're leashed in and plowing it, forward should move the snowball, right? Affects the snowball. And you simply follow as if you're on like a chain of sorts. However, backwards, backwards, left, and right, they all affect you. Kind of. Not really. No, not really. It shouldn't really affect you. It should be like that, and then left and right should maybe affect only this. No, actually, no. That's correct. Yeah. So these affect you, and then your direction as you're looking at, and then your direction that you're looking in. The normal of that, facing towards the snowball. So calculating that. So calculating the vector of this and the vector of that, getting the direction of the dot product between those two. Right? Yeah, because a positional vector 3 is like here and like here. Getting the dot product would then get you this. and then getting the direction of this. That's the direction that the snowball should move into. Okay, so wait. Yeah. Okay, so ASD moves the player around the snowball as in a radial movement pattern of sorts. W applies a velocity to the snowball, not the player. We probably have to build that input layer system on top with action graph in order to redirect movement input. So the player at the front stops moving, then the snowball will start rolling down, right? That's just the reality of it. Yeah, I think that's okay. Also, rotation source should not be locked to the snowball. Well, no, it should be locked to the snowball. Should be locked to the snowball. And then the camera only churns if we churn around heavily. So basically, we need to also fix the camera angle clamping such that the angle we clamp it between is always centered on the snowball. Wait, isn't that already the case? I'm pretty sure it's already the case. Lock looking angle, we only do this once. When realistically it should be a consistent clamp almost. Like the anchor should always be decided by whatever the anchor is. Although if it's a reference, then it should be getting the right value. Is this a reference or is it a struct? That's a struct. This needs to be a reference. Yeah. So either with a ref or a copy over on every single update frame. This will feel wonky if it's just a copy, since it has to be in the right order. This then look controller. But oh well. Then station source should be locked to the snowball, and then the camera only churns if we move around heavily. If we churn around heavily. W applies the velocity to the snowball, not the player. ASD moves the player around the snowball in a radial movement of sorts. Yeah, W applies a velocity. Direction of movement is the dot product of, well, not really the dot product, is the direction of the vector between the player and the plow target. There we go. W applies a velocity to via forced acceleration. So what's the point of the train? What's the point of the train? If we do it like this, maybe we can even forego the entire train. Right? I can't see why you would need the train to like manage this. I'm trying to think of why I would need this. I guess one reason is to propagate the strength upwards. But if I apply the forced acceleration, you know what it is? So yeah, applies to do that. And then the train will run after a fixed update. Will run after fixed update? Because after fixed update, we've already done the thing. But also after fixed update, we've moved the thing too. Maybe we should run before fixed update, no? Train will run after... Maybe I signal the system at the moment. Right? I don't know. Train will run after update and modify the forced acceleration value by the strength calculation of all participants. Or maybe we update the value that we have on ourselves. Like we desire to move by this amount. You know what? Better to do it like that. So W applies to the W applies a desired amount of acceleration that will then be picked up by the train system. This way we get to reuse all the logic that we have in the train without having to think too much about it. So this has to be stored somewhere. It's like one is like you want to affect it, and then another is you want to not affect it. It's like you need a train conductor component to be able to be on your thing in order to get the value from it. And I can actually do that as part of the train. So yeah. Maybe a conductor component that handles this communication of values? Question mark. But then that would fix this. Then it would actually feel smooth. Then the snowball and the player would basically move in lockstep, except for when the snowball is coming back towards you, which is exactly what I want. Because as the snowball comes back towards you and it hits you, you get impacted by the physics, so you go flying. You also get impacted by like the movement of it. So if it flies past you, your character, like, because they're holding onto the snowball in like a way, their hands would like turn your body a bit, and then you would see it like fall away, right? And then your character would like naturally try to catch up to it with the leash, but it'd be too late, and the snowball would just be gone, and then the leash should break. So everything else should still feel the same. It's just that bit will then feel even better. Okay. That's good for tomorrow. We've actually not really hit our time limit yet, but I think that's a good enough time limit because I don't want to go too crazy with this. Max leash length also needs to be based on the scale of the thing. In a weird way, when the size of the thing is closest to the character, the value is fine. As it gets larger, or if it's really small, if it's really small, it's fine. It has to scale upwards. So the leash length also needs to get larger too. So leash length needs to be larger, scaling with the mass of the snowball. Yeah, that's good. I'm feeling less excited about trying to get this done. I don't know if we actually can get this done in time for the competition. But I think we're going to be okay because this is really the last hard bit. Even the map, like we can forego the dynamic terrain thing if we really have to, right? And replication should be a matter of just replicating the transforms. Because all I need to replicate is the transforms. Everything else is like on the host, and it's fine. If we replicate the transform of the players, then it's mostly okay. And then everything else should just work. Should. And then there's RPCs for the train, as well as RPCs for snowball throwing. Yay, 10%. If we think about it in terms of like the things that we need to do, maybe 70%. It feels really close, actually. Really, really close. And then we need to implement items and stuff, but I think that's going to be the easiest thing to do, I think. Effects should be fairly straightforward. And attaching things should be straightforward as long as we make it such that you can only attach something based on where you see it. Otherwise, we do like a hotkey to be like placed on top of something, right? For now. Snow falling from the sky is a particle thing. And we can do the age-old trick of particles only around the player for performance, right? Actually, we should do that. Deform, well, I mean, I have that elsewhere. So here, like this. Do the time-honored trick of doing a particle fall only around the player, because then that's simple. And then blazer. Yeah, that's good. That's really good. Okay, let me write that down too. Multiple snow people, train system, snowball transform, snowball throwing, player transform. Right? So everything about the train system must be RPCs. Replication is just these. Snowballs will be as soon as you throw the snowball, it goes to the host. So we switch. Okay, so as soon as you throw snowball, move ownership to host. Have them calculate everything via RPC. Then we're good. The networking is actually very simple because again, the game only has like 2 or 3 things. Like there's not much in the game that we need to replicate, right? There's not many functions in the game. It's just this model of movement that feels kind of weird. Okay, I think it's good. That's good. We need to, and if we're going for gameplay stuff, we need to at least have the Yeti from Ski Free show up. Okay, if nothing else makes it in, like the music or anything, we need to at least have the Yeti from a Ski Free. So the only things left are fixing the rolling, fixing the rotation, RPC. That's important. The map in some level. Player models can just be the basic player models. If we have to go like for the game jam, it just be the basic player models. The building mechanic with the attachment system. The UI and the Yetis from Ski Free. I think those are the most important things. Everything else is kind of like whatever. Cool. We're doomed. We're absolutely doomed. Well, let's see how it goes. Hopefully tomorrow I can get more of it done, but let's see if I can actually get down to the game jam. For 12 hours, I mean, we actually did a fair amount, I think, in 11 hours, I think. And we actually got a lot of questions solved, so I think we're mostly okay. And now that we understand how the system works and we have a lot of the pieces in place, and I think the model works from a baseline system design, it's just a matter of fixing the bugs, tweaking it to make it feel nice, and then we should be running to the running to the track or something. I don't know, like racing off to the track. Tomorrow is art and music day, and I need to set like a hard time. So hard time is what? August 25th. So focus is on art, music, and testing with chat. Kind of. 5 hours. Max 5 hours on music and art and like music, okay? Max. And then fixing bugs from yesterday, and then we have some things that we can see to try with the music because I have no clue. And I really want to use the Suica because it sounds fun. Jump exertion. I'm gonna make a bunch of sound effects. It's gonna sound really weird as I make them. Okay. Let's see how it goes. Thanks for watching, everyone. Kind of a disaster, TBH, and I kind of figured this would be the case because like it's unfortunate I just didn't have time, right? But we got decently far, I think, in making the snowball work, in making Snowjob work. It's really straightforward to get the rest of it done, but I've overestimated this like twice now. But I can't see any other complications arising except I don't know how to 3D model. So I mean that's really the hardest part is knowing how to 3D model. Then we upload to the game jam. I don't think we'll ever win money, but at least we know how to use at least we know how to use s&box now. So even after the game jam, I'll be finishing this game on stream. We'll be making ASMR Dungeon, which is more of a single player experience. But I really want to use the platform for that. I just don't know how. And then we'll be working on the PvE MOBA idea that I really wanted to try because I think it's probably the best. The s&box system feels like a really good system for that type of thing. Not just the engine, but the platform too. So let's see how the game jam goes. Again, there's a lot of competition, I'm assuming. I haven't seen anything about the competition other than I know that there's a decent amount. So I'd be curious to see like how everyone's been making the like stuff. There's 72 people here. So let's see how far it goes. And I imagine the people who uploaded their game later probably had even more stuff. Like they probably waited till the last second to like really polish their stuff. So I'm curious how crazy some of these are, okay? If I imagine my thing, I think I've said this from the very beginning, but like just like jokingly, I've been hyping it up, right? But seriously though, I don't think my game is gonna win much, or win at all. Because realistically, like my game is super simple. It's just a look at like how the engine works, trying to dive into it, trying to understand the development flow of it, and try to understand what tools are available to us, right? And it took a long time. And trying to do that without the use of a Discord, with its real-time communication, can you make a game just off their existing documentation? Kinda. With a lot of effort, you kind of can. But there's so much to learn and so much gaps in like knowledge that's very hard to. But yeah, I think we actually did a decently good job having just dove into a new engine. And again, it's always about the journey anyways. Realistically, the finished product, like I don't really care about the finished product. It's always about the journey of like making stuff that's always fun, right? So pushing yourself to make something cool, pushing yourself to think outside the box, and in a way, kind of pushing yourself on like a deadline to get something out the door. It's really fun compared to like just fiddle fucking with things on the side over and over and over for a very, very long time, right? It's also why I enjoy streaming programming, because it gives you that impetus to like do things. But too long of a stream. I'm going to bed. Good night, everyone. Thanks for watching s&box. Hope you enjoyed. Tomorrow we'll figure out what to do.